This is Audible.
Audible Inc. presents Burr's Vow. Written by Loran Donor. Narrated by Simone Lewis. Chapter 1. Shauna glared at the frightening large aliens who surrounded her. Her wrists hurt, but she ignored the pain caused by her attempt to twist free of the manacles securing her. As one of the alien men lunged forward again, trying to grab her, she screamed in rage and swung out her right leg in a kick. She nailed the son of a bitch in the thigh. He growled, backing up, and his large hand rubbed the spot she hit. "Enough," one of them snarled. "Stop fighting." "Go to hell," she panted. The black-haired one she'd kicked growled again, turning to face the blonde alien that Shauna held totally responsible for her predicament. "You call this tame? You said human females were docile, but she fights." Gol snarled at Shauna. His teeth were yellowed, sharp, and his black eyes looked furious as he glared at her. "You are making a sale difficult. You don't have any idea who the hell you're screwing with," she yelled at him. She was terrified. She hurt, and she was tired. But she wasn't going to stop fighting until they either killed her or she managed to break free. "I'm a person, dickhead, not property for you to sell to some asshole to be a sex toy." Gol was a 6'2" alien with long blonde ratty hair and pointed ears. 5 days ago, Shauna had been driving home from work at 2:20 in the morning when something had caused her front passenger tire to blow out. She'd gotten out of her car after pulling to the side of the road to check out the damage, her cell phone in hand to call for a tow truck. But in the next instant, he'd been there. The alien asshole had grabbed her, snatched her right off the pavement, and had put something over her mouth. She'd smelled a horrible stench as she kicked and clawed until everything had gone black in long seconds. The next time she'd awoken, she'd found herself locked in a cage with 5 other human women with the same story. They'd been driving along a lonely stretch of road, they'd blown a tire, and then they'd been snatched by aliens, knocked out with a funky-smelling drug, only to awaken in hell. Shauna had been taken by 3 alien assholes who were selling her and the other women as sex slaves on some distant planet. She'd watched the other 5 women completely fall apart when Gol had introduced himself to them, explained why they were taken and what lay in store for them. Shauna hadn't cried. She'd been terrified, sure, but mostly she was killing mad. Hours ago, they'd landed on some red planet to be auctioned off. Shauna had watched in horror as the other 5 women had been sold to big, long-haired men who resembled the all-brawn and no-brain types. Those women had whimpered and cried while they'd been examined and sold, one at a time. Not Shauna. She was pretty sure that's why Gol and his men had waited to sell her last, knowing she was a fighter. She'd almost managed to escape twice so far, when her captors had brought food to their cage on the ship that had brought them to the alien planet. Shauna had broken one man's nose, and she'd probably busted a nut on the other one. Her only regret was that she hadn't had a chance to hit Gol yet. He was in charge, and he was the one who had brazenly announced that he had decided to take her from Earth. She was going to hurt the freak if she got the chance. The devil himself snarled at her again. "You will be meek," he ordered, "or I will take far less price to just be rid of you." "Like I give a damn if you make a profit off slavery. I hope I cost you money, you prick." His black eyes burned with rage. "Fine." He turned his head to glance at the 6 men in the room. "I will take 40 obus each to mount the alien female." The alien she'd kicked growled, looking pissed. She would not survive. I did not say I wouldn't buy her. I just objected to your false statement that she was docile. Shauna stopped struggling, her heart pounding. She was blonde, but she'd never been stupid. She could figure out what mounting was. Terror hit her hard, realizing that the son of a bitch was offering to whore her out for 40 whatever the hell an obus was to all 6 guys. Her gaze flashed to the huge-ass men in the room, seeing lust in their leery looks. They were big bastards, muscular, well over 200 and probably 50 pounds of nearly 6.5 feet of linebacker-sized aliens. Then agree to a deal, Goal demanded. Give me the 500 obus for her, or I will short-sell her to the room. I want to be rid of her, and I do not care if she survives. She tests me. The alien she had kicked tilted his head, his dark gaze staring at her for long seconds. His focus lowered, roaming down her mostly bared body. Goal and his 2 asshole shipmates had torn her clothing off her, leaving her in a push-up bra and her low hip-hugging briefs with little to nothing left to the imagination. His attention returned to her face. Show me you are worth the cost. Drop to your knees and tongue me. Was he kidding? Her blue eyes narrowed. Sure. Come here, stud. He frowned but moved closer, reaching for the front of his pants. As soon as he was within range, her hands wrapped around the chains that were locking her to the floor she stood on. She braced, knowing the tethers would keep her from being thrown backward, since she only had about a foot to move with. Her body tensed before she kicked him for all she was worth. His eyes widened instantly, but his reflexes weren't faster than her leg. Her bare heel connected with his crotch. He roared as if he were a lion, the sound that loud and animalistic. He threw himself back and grabbed the front of his pants to collapse on his knees, bending over to curl in a protective ball. She wasn't going to let them do this to her. She'd make those assholes kill her before she submitted to blowing one of them. If he could roar, she could too. Panting, Shauna screamed out in terror and rage, not holding it back. The back doors suddenly were flung open to admit more huge alien men. Shauna cringed as all hope of escape died when she saw that at least 20 more aliens had come to bid on her. The new arrivals all wore the same uniforms, all black leather-looking, ass-kicking biker type of gear. She knew that one of these males was going to buy her, drag her home, and hurt her. Goal yelled at them. You were not invited here. The men in black uniforms were looking about, as unfriendly as could be, with their narrowed eyelids and sharp teeth showing in a silent snarl. Movement in the group drew Shauna's attention as she saw men parting for a taller, black-haired head coming forward, and then he was stepping between 2 of the men at the front. She stared, but she couldn't help it. The guy was different from Goal, and his 2 shipmates with his rounded ears, really beautiful eyes that were a shocking electric blue, and his tan skin looked more golden than the men standing next to him. Muscles bulged under his shirt, his wide shoulders and massive chest making his lower hip and thigh area look only a bit smaller since he was big all over. He growled. Call us trespassers. You dare come to Zorn? Did you think I would not be informed of your ship landing on the surface? The big guy's angry look shifted to Shauna. There was no mistaking the shock that widened his eyes, the way his black eyebrows rose, and he growled deep in the back of his throat, obviously not only surprised by her presence, but he looked super furious in seconds. His gaze tore from hers to narrow at Gol. "You have a human?" Shauna saw fear on Gol's features. He actually looked kind of pasty and pale. That was saying a lot, since all the men seemed naturally tan. She hadn't seen a pale-skinned alien yet. Her captor swallowed hard as he took a step back. "She isn't a Zorn female, so you have no authority to interfere. I came here to trade my possessions to your warriors, and human females are in much demand." Gol glared at the blue-eyed big guy he was obviously afraid of. "I have a seller permit, so unless you wish to bid on her, you will leave." Rage flashed on the features of the blue-eyed, leather-clad alien. "You dare tell me the laws on my own planet? Even Hyven Burr must follow the law." Gol looked nervous as he spoke. "Slave trade is against my law. It is against your law to sell Zorn or Collis women, but there is no law on humans." The giant of an alien slowly smiled. It was a cold, harsh twist of his full lips that didn't reach his eyes. Shauna decided it was actually a scary expression. "I make the laws, so listen closely to my words. Let it be known, I decree a new law, that it is a violation to sell human women from this moment onward." "You can't do that, Hyven," Gol snarled. "I just did it." Hyven Burr turned to the men in uniform. "Take them all before a judge. The Collis for selling women, and the Zorn present for illegal trading." All hell broke loose a heartbeat later, as Gol spun and ran for the back of the room to flee. The aliens not in the leather outfits tried to fight their way past the uniformed ones. The two shipmates of Gol were the only men in the room who didn't resist as they put their hands behind their heads, locking them there, and dropped to their knees in submission. Fights broke out, and all of a sudden, the giant called Hyven Burr was storming right for Shauna. She stared up at him as he drew closer, stopping just out of reach of her chained, standing form, a frown firmly in place on his face. "You are safe. I give you my vow that no harm shall come to you, human. I am—" "Look out behind you!" Shauna yelled, seeing Gol rush from the back where he'd tried to escape. He'd yanked a knife out from a pocket in his pants, gripping it as he ran right at the bright blue-eyed alien with his back to him. Hyven Burr spun just in time to avoid Gol's knife. A vicious snarl filled the room over the other fighting sounds. For a big guy, the leather-clad alien could move fast. He sidestepped the blade Gol tried to embed into his chest. Hyven Burr's hand moved quickly as he threw a hard punch. His fist slammed into Gol's throat, sending him flying backward to hit the floor sprawled on his back, a good 6 feet away. Shauna heard a horrible sound coming from the fallen alien. As Gol grabbed for his throat, his body started to buck and convulse. 2 uniformed males walked slowly to stand over him, staring down and frowning as they watched silently. One of them turned his head. His bright green eyes almost glowed while staring calmly at the alien who had put Gol on the floor. "You crushed his throat, Hyven Burr. Shall I end it? He suffers." Hyven Burr shook his head, turning his back on the dying man. "Let him suffer for having no honor." Bright blue eyes locked on Shauna. He moved in her sight line of Gol, who was full-on rolling now on the floor, his legs kicking as he struggled to get air that would never come. "He sealed his fate when he came to our planet with slaves." Shock rolled through Shauna. Gol was dying on the floor, but no one was helping him. realizing they were just going to watch him die. The big alien standing in front of her had crushed his throat and was now watching her, her attention rooted on him. Will he crush my throat next? He took a slow step forward before he hesitated. He blinked a few times, silently watching her, making her notice his long black eyelashes. His hands slowly inched for his waist. In shock, Shauna watched the alien open his shirt, jerking it open to reveal a massively muscled chest. She saw the ridged lines of each muscle waving from his ribs down to the waist of his pants. His arms were super buff, making his biceps appear just huge when he pulled the material off his arms. He looked as if he were a bodybuilder on steroids, without the ugly vein lines most of them got. He held his shirt in one hand, his stunningly bright look fixed on her. You are safe. He draped the shirt over his shoulder, and to her shock, lowered to his knees before her and moved on them closer to her. I will free you, and you may wear my shirt. I will take you somewhere safe, where you will not be sold into slavery. Shauna held really still as the guy hesitantly reached for one of her manacled wrists, deciding she wouldn't fight him. He wasn't Goal. He claimed to want to free her, and she was all for that. Her gaze flashed over his massive chest and muscled arms again, swallowing, and she realized she wouldn't stand a chance of fighting this guy off if he wanted to hurt her. He was much bigger than Goal and his two goons had been. Large, hot hands brushed against her skin as he gripped the metal gently, examining it, and then he pulled it apart. A sharp snap sounded, and Shauna realized he'd just broken it with his fingers instead of trying to unlock it. The guy is strong. He dropped the destroyed manacle on the floor, freeing her wrist. Shauna tore her gaze from his face to stare down at her now free arm. Her wrist was red and bled from where she'd fought, causing the metal to scratch her along the side by her thumb. It ached, but it wasn't really that painful. When the large alien gripped her other wrist, she jumped, too focused on her freed wrist to notice what he was about to do. He froze, his head lifted, and those incredible eyes of his stared into her wide ones. Easy. I will not harm you, little human woman. I vow you are safe with me. He had a really deep voice, but his tone was soft, almost soothing. Giving a nod, she didn't move as he proceeded to snap open the other restraint. He dropped the broken metal and then slowly rose to his feet. Shauna stared up at him when he took a step back from her. The alien guy had to be 6.5 feet tall. Shauna was 5'5", and the guy towered above her by just over a foot. She didn't even come to his shoulder. Swallowing hard, she stared up at him in shock and a little fear. He was huge, muscular, and probably the biggest male she'd ever been in the presence of. They stared at each other. Hyven Burr? A male interrupted. We have them all. A frown twisted the male's lips. Hyven Burr reached for the shirt draped over his shoulder and slowly held it toward Shauna. He turned away and released his hold when her fingers wrapped around the still warm material. Staring at a broad tan back, she yanked his shirt around her body. She knew she looked dwarfed in it as she shoved her hands in the armholes and wrapped the material around her torso to cover up her bra and panties. Her hands were lost in the long arms and the shirt fell almost to her knees, covering her the way a really baggy dress would. She inhaled his masculine scent coming from the shirt, a wonderful combination of something musky and woodsy. It was a great smell, she admitted, while she stood perfectly still to stare at the broad back of the shirt owner. "Hyven Burr," the male repeated. "I am not bound, and I would request to offer for her. I would be a good provider and protector. I know what needs to be done to keep a human female, and I am willing to do what it takes to have her." "No," another alien growled suddenly as he moved forward. "I have been in service longer. If the woman is free, I want to bound her." Another one of the uniformed aliens stalked from the left. "I have been in service the longest. I want her if she isn't claimed." Growls sounded in the room. In shock, Shauna glanced around her, noticing that every male in uniform stared at her, some of them moving closer, their bright or dark gazes, depending on the alien, raked over her body, their sexual interest in her very apparent. "Hyven?" An alien in the far corner of the room moved forward as he shoved a few other males out of his way. "I wish to claim the human as well to bound with." "Enough," Hyven Burr growled. "She's unclaimed and needs to be bound," one of the men growled back. "It will be fair if we fight for her. We are all worthy of the responsibility of a bound. I urge a challenge. Winner takes her." "Agreed," more than one male voice growled. Fear hit Shauna. They are going to fight for me? Is this a joke? Her gaze darted around the room at the alien males again. None of them were smiling, so it sank in that they were totally ready to come to blows for real to win her. "Please, no," she said softly. The guy in front of her had said she was safe with him. Without thinking, she moved closer to his big backside, almost bumping into him when more of the alien males crowded closer. She lifted her arm and pressed her palm to his lower back. Immediately, his hotter body temperature surprised her as they touched skin to skin. Hyven Burr's head whipped around to stare down at her over his shoulder. He inhaled. His nostrils flared, and a soft growl came from his throat. He looked forward to glare at the men around him. "Back away from the human. Inhale her fear. She is from another planet and was not willingly brought to Zorn to find a bound. I will sort this out and then make my decision over what her future holds." Shauna realized quickly that statement wasn't going over well with all the males in uniform. Unhappy growls and snarls sounded around the room, and while some backed off, not all of them did. At least 12 males started to remove their shirts. Heart pounding, Shauna moved even closer to the man in front of her. He was the biggest alien in the room, and as she inched forward until she was almost pressed against him, she hoped he'd be able to keep control of his guys. He was obviously in charge since he had the power to issue instant laws, just as he'd done with Goal over human slavery. "I said," Hyven Burr snarled, "there will be no challenging. She is not a willing female ready to bound to one of you. Disperse immediately." Peeking around the broad back she hid behind, Shauna saw the ones in shirts take a stand against the ones without them. There was a split among the aliens on who was listening to the big guy in front of her. Some pushing started between the shirtless and the fully uniformed men that escalated quickly into a brawl. "Mine," a shirtless alien with black eyes snarled as he tried to step around Hyven Burr. Hyven Burr moved fast and threw a punch that sent the male flying backward into other fighting men. Shauna could only gasp as her protector spun around in the blink of an eye to wrap a large arm around her waist, hoisting her off her feet in an instant, and slammed her smaller body against his chest when he started to run with her. Snarls, growls, and loud sounds of flesh hitting flesh filled her ears. Shauna didn't fight when she was smashed against a broad, bare, hot chest, as the man who held her moved fast, charging toward the back of the building. He paused, coming to a jerking halt. He shifted his hold on her to lift one of his legs and smashed his heel into a closed door. It crashed open loudly. Cool, fresh air hit her as the alien carried her outside. He walked quickly down an alleyway with 2 large buildings on either side of them. A look upward revealed the alien sky to be a pale red, with darker red clouds, similar to a beautiful Earth sunset. She tore her gaze from the sight to stare at the face inches from her own. He watched where he walked, not looking at her, leaving her able to study his features closely. He was a handsome guy for an alien. He had a lot of human-like features, except his cheekbones were more pronounced, and his nose wider and flatter than a human man's would be. Full lips hid sharp teeth, she knew, even though his lips were pressed firmly together in a grimace. He turned a corner and came to a stop, twisting his head to look behind them. He took a deep breath, his chest crushed against her own where he held her tightly against him, and his arm around her waist locked her in place still. Slowly his head turned back, and his amazingly bright blue gaze met hers. "You are safe now. They do not follow." She was speechless as she just stared into his eyes. They were the brightest color she'd ever seen that weren't fake contacts. Working in a bar, she had seen a hell of a lot of those in her 10 years as a bartender, especially at Halloween or on goth nights when some of the freakier clientele would dress up as vampires or werewolves. She instantly knew he wasn't wearing contacts or makeup, and that everything she was seeing was 100% real. He was really an alien from another planet. He stiffened, his body going rigid against hers when he broke their locked gazes to look over his shoulder again. A deep, scary growl made his chest vibrate against her smashed breasts as he spun around, putting her body firmly against the wall behind them, nearly crushing her between it and him. When she saw movement over his shoulder, her attention flew there, seeing 3 uniformed alien males rushing toward them. "We are here to assist you, Ivanbur. The males are still fighting and will not listen to reason. I have called for transport to take you and the female away." Another growl sounded from Ivanbur. He looked seriously pissed as he jerked his head in acknowledgement. "Go try to break it up, and remind them that the winner doesn't get the human. I dislike having to kill one of them if they won't listen." The 3 men instantly followed his orders and walked out of sight the way they had come. Slowly, the man who gripped Shauna turned his head, putting their faces inches apart since he held her high against his body, her feet dangling a good foot from the alley floor. Their gazes locked again. "I am in total control, so do not feel fear. You need to calm yourself." Shauna arched her eyebrows. "You're in control? Is that what you call having to run away from your own men? They are yours, right? You're in charge of the uniformed guys?" He frowned. His body shifted against her own, firmly pinned tight to the wall and his large frame, and Shauna's eyes widened. She could feel him all the way down the front of her body, since if she got any closer, she'd be a part of him. With them pressed hip to hip, she couldn't miss the feel of a definite, large, hard object pressed against the V of her thighs. The guy had a massive hard-on, or he carried a weapon in the front of his pants. She guessed it wasn't a nightstick. "Your scent of fear is very arousing." His deep, timbred voice was deceptively soft for such a rumbling tone. Now that you are no longer there to tease them with your scent, they will calm after they fight. I was referring to my own body I am in control of." Shauna couldn't help it. She moved her legs, rubbing against the hard press of the guy firmly tucked against her thighs. "You call that control?" Blue eyes narrowed. "If I wasn't, I'd be inside you right now." His gaze was searching as he stared into her eyes. "I never realized why human women were so appealing until now. Your scent is driving me to my limit of control." A soft growl came from him, making his chest vibrate against hers once more. His free hand suddenly reached up to cup her cheek, pushing her blonde hair back to reveal the side of her face and neck. His fingers held her hair away. "Your skin looks so soft that I am curious what it would be like to touch where I wish. Don't be alarmed. I will stay in control and not mount you." Heart pounding, Shauna just stared at him and swallowed hard. She had to admit he was attractive, and with his hot, bared chest revealing a fine, masculine body, she could even admit she was sexually drawn to him. The fact that he was turned on, pressed tight against her thighs, also made her realize he was big all over. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and then lowered his face, turning it enough to allow his nose to brush her neck. He took another deep breath as his nose softly teased the skin from her shoulder up to just under her ear. He growled again and adjusted his hips. He pressed that unmistakable bulge tighter against her thighs and pushed himself right into the space there under her pelvic bone. He wiggled a little tighter, moving his hips, and rubbed that firm bulge right against her clit. The sensation had shock tearing through Shauna. She tried to grab at his shoulders, but her hands were trapped in the material of the sleeves of his shirt, so while she was able to grip him, it wasn't skin to skin. His shoulders were so broad, her hands barely curved around the thickness of them. He suddenly licked her right under her ear, and Shauna gasped at the gesture. His hot, wet tongue was a little raspy in texture. He opened his mouth, kissing her there, letting sharp teeth gently scrape her throat to give her the most erotic sensation she'd ever experienced. Goosebumps instantly sprang up across her skin as his teeth, lips, and tongue explored her throat. He growled deeper, shifting his hips again, definitely rubbing against her clit as he rolled his hips enough to make Shauna bite back a moan at the pleasurable sensation of him rubbing against her nub and his mouth working on her throat. It had to be adrenaline, but she suddenly was really turned on. She gripped him tighter, and her breathing quickened as he continued his slow, hip-rolling movement that was definitely making her aware of him as a sexual male being who was playing hell with her libido. If he kept doing it, she knew she was going to come. Sound penetrated her mind a second before the guy pinning her jerked his talented mouth from her neck. He snarled, nearly dropped her in his haste to get free, and put her on her feet before he released her completely. Shauna found herself still pinned between the big alien guy and the wall. But now he wasn't holding her up, and she faced his broad golden back. Her knees were shaky, and she was shocked at the sexual encounter they'd just shared. "I claim her," a man panted. "I won the challenge, Hyvenbur. Please hand over my woman." A terrifying snarl erupted from Hyvenbur. "She is not your woman. I did not agree to a challenge, and therefore there is no winner." The other male snarled back in response. "Mine." The man in front of Shauna snarled deeper louder, his entire huge body going taut, muscles seeming to swell up as Shauna stared up at his backside. "Mine," Hyven Burr practically roared. Shock hit the other alien's features as he took a step backward. But then the shock turned into a frown quickly, his lips curving downward. He shook his black head, his dark eyes narrowing. "You can't claim her, Hyven Burr. You are already bound." The man in front of Shauna seemed to stop breathing, as his chest froze all movement and then his shoulders sagged. He took a deep breath, sighing loudly. "Take her," he said softly. "You must bound to her, and if you treat her bad, I will kill you." He moved suddenly away from her. Shocked, Shauna watched the new, bare-chested alien approach her. "Mine," he softly rasped, reaching for her. "Don't touch me!" Shauna moved on unsteady feet toward Hyven Burr. The male frowned. "I won't harm you. I'm going to take you home with me, where I will care for you, protect you, and make sure you are always happy." Her confused gaze flew to Hyven Burr, only to find his incredible blue eyes locked on her. She was shocked to see sadness looking back at her, and being a bartender had made her almost an expert on reading expressions and eye language. The fierce alien man she stared at looked depressed and defeated for some reason. "I don't want to go with him." Her voice shook slightly. Beautiful bright blue eyes blinked. "I'm sorry, but you are now a citizen of Zorn who can never be returned to Earth. We're a warrior race, with very aggressive, dominating males, and all women need a man's protection to survive here. Oval is a good, honorable warrior who will lay down his life for you, little human. I saved you from slavery and abuse, but I can't save you from needing a warrior to protect you. This is for the best." Shauna saw movement out of the corner of her eye, realizing the other alien was inching toward her again. She resisted tearing her gaze from the big alien whose shirt she still wore, the male who had been kissing her neck less than a minute before, and let his words sink in. Shauna Williams had grown up rough with 2 alcoholic parents, bouncing from foster homes in her teens after the courts had deemed she was better off in the system than at home. She hadn't been, but no one had asked her what she thought. As an adult, she had sworn that no one would tell her where to live, with whom, ever again. A hand gripped her arm, wrapping gently around her shirt-covered forearm. It jerked Shauna's gaze from Hyven Burr to narrow dangerously on the big guy in front of her. He wasn't round, as the name Oval implied, but his name probably meant something else entirely on this red sky alien planet. She glared into a pair of seriously dark brown eyes that almost bordered on being pure black. "Get your hand off me right now, asshole!" He frowned, a soft growl issuing from his throat. "You insult me? If you don't get your hand off me, I'll do more than insult you." Her gaze flew back to beautiful blue eyes. "So you're saying I have to be with a man on your planet to be safe?" Hyven Burr gave a firm nod of his head. "You must be protected." "I want to bound with you," Oval informed her. She glanced at Oval, watching lust burn in his dark gaze that raked up and down her body. She shook her head and jerked out of his grasp. She walked toward Hyven Burr. He'd said she was safe with him, and she believed him so far. "Then you take me home with you. You can protect me." Shock hit Hyven Burr's masculine features. "I'm already bound." Shauna translated that bounding meant marriage, and that he already had a woman he had sex with. Her gaze flew down his huge body. He'd probably kill her if he tried to take her to bed anyway. He was just so massive that the math wouldn't add up between them. She nodded, her gaze rising to lock with his. "Perfect. You won't bound me, but you can take me under your protection, right? Let's go, Mr. Hyven Burr. I'm going home with you." Chapter 2. Hyven Burr was not a happy alien. His bright blue eyes had flashed shock when Shauna had demanded to go home with him. Oval had taken her demand a whole hell of a lot worse. He'd roared out in rage and tried to manhandle her into going with him. He'd never gotten the chance to touch her when he'd lunged forward. Hyven Burr had leapt between them, to growl at the only slightly smaller alien man. "She has made her decision by stating she wants to live in my home. Back off now." "You are already bound," Oval had snarled, obviously seriously angry. Shauna had watched the two men face off. Her money was on the blue-eyed alien if they fought. He was seriously buffed out in the muscle department, and bigger than any of the aliens she'd seen so far in height and sheer body mass. Oval had finally dropped his gaze to the ground, his dark head lowering. And Shauna realized at that moment that these aliens were somewhat similar to animals in the way they showed submission to the largest and toughest of their kind. Hyven Burr had turned to her at that moment, meeting her gaze to stare at her for long moments, not even bothering to hide the confusion he was experiencing. His full lips had twisted into a frown. "I already am bound to a woman, so I can't bound with you. Do you understand this? Oval is a strong warrior, who would be an honor to be bound to. I want to make sure that you understand what decision you are making. I could only offer you house helper status if you live with me, and put yourself under my protection." "I understand completely," was her calm response. She'd cleaned houses before, and it sure beat the hell out of being some alien guy's sex toy. "If I have to go home with someone, then you're my choice." He blinked a few times, finally nodding his head. "As you wish. I vow to you that you will be safe in my home and be well taken care of." A sound reached her ears, causing her to turn her head as a black, weird-looking vehicle came from down the street with a uniformed alien behind the controls. Her alien, she was starting to think of Hyven Burr that way, took a deep breath. "Let's go." He waved at the vehicle. "He will deliver us to my home, and I will get you settled." Aliens were gentlemen, at least Hyven Burr was, as he opened a back door for her to climb into the car first. She eyed the vehicle, which was comparable to an Earth one, but there was a lot more space between the bench seat and the back of the front section, with a much taller roof space. She glanced at the big man who climbed inside after her, thinking interiors would have to be bigger to fit the large guys. Their gazes met as the vehicle started to move. May I just call you Hyven since we're going to live together? I have quite a few questions." He blinked, shifting his big body on the seat to face her more, with a slightly grim expression on his features. "You may call me Burr. Ask your questions." "How in the hell do I get back to Earth?" He frowned, his bright blue eyes narrowing. "You do not. I apologize, but you are aware of our existence. Many of my males wish to visit your planet to meet women and bring them home to bound with. If your leaders were aware of our visits, We were assured that humans would be alarmed enough to start a war that we do not wish to wage with your people. You could warn them, and that can't be allowed, so you are now a citizen of Zorn. I was kidnapped against my will from my home. She stared at him, and had to blink back tears that threatened to show him she was having a weak moment. I am not going to cry, damn it, she ordered herself. Can't you please get me home? I won't tell a soul, and besides that, no one would believe me anyway. Are you kidding? They'd think I was nuts and lock my ass in a padded cell if I said aliens took me to another planet. You have no worries about me telling anyone about you, so I'm totally harmless. She stared into his beautiful eyes. Please? I'm sorry, but you must give up those hopes. You saw how my men reacted to you. If you leave my protection to try to search for a ship to take you off Zorn, men will try to claim you. He paused. No Zorn would take you from the planet, which would only leave off-worlder vessels you could approach. They would be like the males who brought you here in the first place, only to capture you, hurt you, and try to sell you to the highest bidder. Sympathy softened his eyes. I am sorry, but your life now is here on Zorn as your home planet, and you will never leave. Her hope was crushed with his words, since he had been pretty honest with her so far. She took a few calming breaths, steeling her raging inner emotions, telling herself that she was tough. She was a survivor. Life had made her that way, and she was adaptable, the one thing she could brag about. For now, she'd let it go, but she refused to lose all hope of one day getting back to her life on Earth, shitty as that life had been. She replayed his words in her mind. Is there a shortage of women on this planet or something? He shook his head, leaning back in the seat, crossing his thick arms over his chest. There are sexual advantages to human women that Zorn women do not possess. What would those be? She crossed her own arms, turning to face him, mimicking him. His gaze flashed down her body, taking in her mirrored stance, and his lips curved slightly upward, revealing his amusement. Shall I be very forward and tell you specific details? That would be nice. Zorn women are built differently than a human woman is, from the reports that I've read from our medical healers. Zorn women have a Eunice inside their bodies, while human women have one on the front, on the outside of your sex. Your Eunice can be stimulated an unlimited amount of times, while a Zorn woman would have uncomfortable swelling, experiencing pain after a few times in a day of having a male mount her. Many of my males wish to mount a woman repeatedly, so human females are well desired for that ability. Biting her lip, Shauna studied the man with narrowed eyes, her mind working for long seconds before she released it from her teeth. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What is a Eunice? The man hesitated. I believe the term I was told was a human word. Clut. Clut? She frowned, and then her eyes widened. You mean clit? He gave a nod. If that term means the fleshy, sexually stimulating area between your thighs, then yes, the term would be clit. I apologize for my mispronunciation. While I have read the reports, I do not have first-hand knowledge of a human woman's anatomy, or much experience speaking your translated words. He tapped his ears. The Collis who kidnapped you obviously were using outdated Zorn technology when they implanted translators into your ears. With the new program, we would be able to understand each other better, since the few human females on Zorn are always upgrading the dialogues. The newer program would translate a Eunice to your Earth term for it. I'll have your translator implants looked at and updated so we have fewer difficulties communicating." Shocked, Shauna just stared at him for long seconds. "So those guys back there who fought over wanting me aren't even really sure what the hell they wanted to mount?" "We have read the reports, and we have seen a vid of a Zorn male with a human female together. It was quite arousing to all who witnessed their joining. Our males are very sexual, and whoever bound you would have figured out how to please you sexually, so that you would wish them to touch you very often. Warriors are very sexual, and we need release often, or we can get ill." Eyes narrowing again, Shauna studied him. "Let me guess, your balls will turn blue otherwise? And maybe you have that old alien housewives' tales of it falling off if it's not used?" Her attention lowered to the front of his black leather pants, where his legs were slightly spread apart, staring at his crotch before lifting her gaze back to his face. "I get the part about the translators. Those assholes who stole us said they put small devices in our ears when they took us, because we all speak different languages. And hell, what you say and what I'm hearing don't match up to your mouth movements. It's kind of annoying." He gave a nod. "You will adjust to the lip motion and sound variations. I do not understand blue balls, or what else you said. Why are you frowning?" Her gaze jerked upward, realizing she stared again at his lap. "I don't believe your guys would get sick without sex. I've heard that shit from men all my life who tried to get into my pants." "Why would a male wish to wear your pants?" Shauna suddenly smiled, amused. "They wanted to, mount me, not wear my pants." He nodded, his gaze sliding over her. "Every male would wish to mount you." She stared at him with raised eyebrows. He said it as though it were a matter of fact. It made her wonder what Zorn chicks looked like if this guy thought she was so hot that every guy would want her. Shauna knew she was okay, but at 34, she couldn't compete with the 21-year-old bunnies who strode into her bar on weekends, showing off their hot little bodies. Shauna enjoyed her food too much, was too white, since she always slept her days away from working all her nights in a bar, making it so she also didn't have time to go to the gym anymore to stay in shape. When the vehicle stopped, Shauna turned her attention out the window, a little surprised at the sight that greeted her. They were in the middle of red and black woods, the color of the trees and grass. A huge stone building with rounded corners stood there. It really looked more similar to a library-sized building than a home. She looked away to meet Burr's watchful gaze and disbelief. "This is where you live?" He gave a nod, reaching for the handle on the door. "This is where you live now as well." He unfolded his body and climbed out. He hesitated, and then held out his hand to her, offering to help her out. "Thanks." Shauna put her much smaller hand in his, letting him support her weight as she followed him out. She noticed again how much warmer his skin was compared to hers, and the rough patches of callus on his palms under her own. Her gaze took in the large building again. It was elegant, white and rounded in a long sweep of almost tube-style shaping. Big windows were everywhere, and for having such a high roof, she could tell it was only a single story from the outer windows. "It's really big." "For my station in life, it is actually quite small. This is my close-to-the-city residence that is much more convenient for me to work from." Burr kept hold of her hand as he led her toward the front door. "I should warn you that I currently have 6 house helpers in my home attending me." She darted a look at the size of his house again and nodded. "I'm sure you need every one of them. This place must be hell to keep clean." He paused as he turned his head to stare at her. I will give you the majority of their duties immediately, now that you are here, since you are human. Blinking at him, Shauna frowned. Great, she thought. He is a bigot because I'm human. I obviously will be the house girl Friday if he is going to let his other employees dump their jobs that they don't want on my plate. She pulled her hand out of his, pissed off at the thought that he'd been nice to her so far, just to spring this shit on her now. She took a deep breath. It beat the hell out of being some alien's personal hooker, minus the getting paid part, though. Cocking his head, Burr frowned. You look angry. Have I said something wrong? Don't you think that's kind of insulting? I'm sure the duties you assign me will keep me busy enough without taking on what they do for you, too. His frown deepened. But you're human. So what? I'm not here because I wanted a vacation. I was kidnapped, tossed in a cage, transported against my will through outer space, and none of that is my fault. I want to be treated exactly like other Zorn women are, damn it. I want equal rights. Equal rights? He almost gasped the words. What's so confusing about that to you, big guy? She frowned up at him, noting his stunned and bewildered expression. I want to be treated fairly, just like your women. What they do, I do. Nothing more, nothing less around here. Is that clear enough? Don't take their jobs they do for you away to shove them all on me. That's just racist and wrong. So I demand you treat me just like any other woman on this planet. You said I'm a citizen of Zorn, so I don't want treated any different. That's equal rights. But I was told that human women... I don't want to hear it. She cut him off. I want to be treated just like all your other house helpers. That's what you call them, right? Well, the chores they have, they can just keep right on doing, and I'll just do what they do. So it's all fair and even, to all of us. I don't know what humans you've met who have been brought here, but I'm not like them. I won't take any shit. Shock was etched on his features. All right. I didn't mean to anger you, small human. The name is Shauna, so use it. I meant no offense or to anger you, Shauna. I was trying to do the opposite by offering to give you all of the other house helpers' duties to... Well, don't do me any favors, Burr. She cut him off. Really. Just take me inside, show me where I'll sleep, and hopefully it's in a room by myself. And then have your house helpers show me what I'm to do around here. If I see what they do, I can learn it. That's all I ask. He was frowning still. If that is what you wish. I wish, so lead the way. Burr still looked stunned, but he walked toward the front door, opened it wide, and then stepped inside. Shauna followed him into a huge living room, staring in open wonder at the large area with the high ceilings. The space had white stone floors and ceilings. The walls were a smooth black, red, and purple stone. The furniture was mostly dark purple and blacks. The stark contrast to the white was shocking, but strangely elegant. Movement caught her eye as two women rushed from a room across the way. Shauna's mouth fell open as she gawked at the tall, muscular women with long black hair down the backs of their bodies that fell to their knees. Both women wore outfits that reminded Shauna of a potato sack that went to their mid-thighs. Their eyes were so dark brown they looked black as they both flashed Shauna stunned glances before rushing forward. Both women dropped to the floor, heads lowering, and went to their hands and knees before Burr. What in the hell? Shauna's gaze jerked to Burr. He was frowning down at both women, and then his blue gaze slid to hers. He stared into her eyes, studying her, and then sighed loudly. Aya and Kahlo, please rise. This is human Shana. Both women instantly rose at his command to openly gape down at the shorter Shana once they were back on their bare feet. As the women moved in their thin, loose sack dresses, it became obvious to Shana that neither woman wore a bra. The taller one of the two frowned, her concentration solely fixing on Burr. You acquired a human woman, Hyven? Have we displeased you? Her voice was soft, hesitant, and definitely unhappy. We can attend you well. We do not need a human in our home. Great, Shana thought. The entire house is bigoted toward humans. She wasn't on the planet because she wanted to be there. They were as strange to her as she was to them. She wasn't being rude and pointing out that the women reminded her of Amazons with their muscular limbs. And neither one of them had ever shaved their legs, from what Shana could tell at the quick glance down them, thinking a razor would do them a world of good. Shana wouldn't be caught dead in the potato sacks both were sporting either. If that was Zorn fashion, it was pathetic. She wasn't even going to touch on the fact that they dropped to their hands and knees, almost crawling for a man, something that Shana found degrading. Frowning, she stared at Burr, waiting to see what he'd do. If he ever expects me to drop to my hands and knees, he is in for a big disappointment. She is a freed Kahless prisoner, who is now under my protection, and that is all you need to know. It is done, and that is how it is from now on. You are to make her feel welcome, and you are to treat her with respect. His voice deepened. This is my home, and you are my house helpers. I do not answer to you on who I bring into my home. Understood? Both women paled slightly, and their heads lowered meekly. The one who had questioned him nodded, her head dipping really low. She put her hands behind her back, locking them there. I am sorry, Hyven. Shana wanted to flinch. He'd told her to call him Burr, but these female employees were on a first-name basis with him. It was just one more way that the alien guy was showing her where she ranked, being an alien from another planet. She thought he liked her, probably from that little physical exchange they'd shared in the alley, but obviously she was wrong, since he was having her call him by his last name. He was telling the other employees to treat her with respect, but he sure as hell wasn't giving her much of it. She was trying to not be weirded out by how submissive the women were. Man, if he thinks I'll ever duck my head and bow? She sighed. Not happening. The tallest one looked up, her gaze fixing on Burr again. Are you getting rid of us to just have her as your sole house helper? He gave a shake of his head. She doesn't wish that. All of your duties are the same, Kahlo. Shock hit the woman's face, but so did relief a second later. She actually smiled, which made her looks vastly improve. Good. Are you hungry or do you need personal assistance? He hesitated. Prepare food while I show her to a private room. The shorter one, who had to be 6 feet tall, frowned. She gets a private room? Burr growled. It is my house. Both heads meekly dipped again as they backed away a few feet and then fled in the direction they'd come. Shana was frowning, watching the women quickly disappear. Her attention returned to a frowning Burr who was silently watching her. He lifted his arm, waving his hand toward another part of the house. Let me show you to a private sleeping room. The other house helpers share a room? She didn't want special treatment either. That was the fastest way to make enemies at work, knowing that one firsthand from once marrying her boss, her now ex-husband. If they share, then I should too. He hesitated. You are a rarity on Zorn, so I am not sure the other women will respond to you well until they adjust, since they weren't pleased to see you. It is better until you get to know them, if you have some personal space. She followed him through a long hallway, with a few doors, to the last room on the left. Burr paused, staring at the door for a few seconds, a frown firmly in place before he twisted the knob and shoved it wide open. Shauna stared at the room in shock. It was a really big space, decorated for a woman, obviously, from the lacy big four-poster bed to the large, soft-colored feminine rugs on the floor. A fireplace dominated a corner of the room, and double doors stood open to reveal a huge tub, so she knew it was a private bathroom. Wow! Burr stepped into the room after closing the door behind them to look around it with distaste. I have not been here in years, but the house helpers clean the room and the bedding should be fresh. They always keep this room ready, no matter how many times I remind them that there will never be a reason. It was good that they did not listen, so you have a room in ready for you. Turning, Shauna stared up at the tall, frowning man. Ready for what? Guests? You don't have company come stay here? His blue gaze locked with hers. His arms lifted and crossed over his massive tan chest. This room belonged to my bound, Elune. Frowning herself now, Shauna cocked her head at him, staring. Belonged? Past tense? I heard that Oval say you were bound. That's present tense, so I don't understand. He took a deep breath, not looking at her, as his gaze roamed slowly around the room again. We are still bound, but we do not live together. It is going on 10 years since she left my protection to live somewhere else, but this was her room when we were bound. She wanted her own space and refused to share my bed when we slept, so this room was built just for her needs. His gaze finally landed on Shauna again. Elune will never return here to me, so this room now belongs to you. Stunned, Shauna just stared at him. He took a deep breath. Is this not done on your Earth? It is rare here as well. Usually bound couples live together, but Elune wants nothing to do with me, and she never did. As soon as our children were out of our home and living in their own spaces, she packed her belongings to leave me. Shauna wasn't sure what shocked her more. He had grown children? She stared up at his face, judging him to be in his late 30s, maybe early 40s from the small lines around his eyes and mouth. From the neck down, he was in perfect prime shape. She swallowed. Maybe he'd married super young. If I understand this correctly, bound is the equivalent of married, right? He hesitated, and then gave a nod of his head. I believe that is the word of your world that means the same. Why don't you divorce her if she's not with you anymore? On Earth, if a couple splits, they get divorced. Hell, I divorced my husband, bound. You are bound? He didn't look happy. Not anymore. Anger flashed in his eyes. Why did you leave your bound? Taking a step back from the pissed-off guy, Shauna frowned up at him. He was a hitter and a drunk. That's why. I should have guessed that drinking was a big part of his life when he told me he not only owned a bar, but lived above it. Burr glared at her, still frowning, but he also appeared a little puzzled. A hitter is a man who beats on women, which he did to me twice. The first time he was drunk, so when he cried and begged me to forgive him, I was stupid enough to give him another chance. The second time he did it, I got the hell away and got a divorce from him. He drank booze, a drink that made him really stupid, and he wouldn't stop drinking it all the time. He was a real loser. Did you follow that? The anger melted from his face. He was unfit to bound if he harmed you. We have drinks that make our warriors stupid, so I understand your words. Shauna relaxed. What split you and Elune up? His chest rose as he took a deep breath. Our fathers agreed to bound us together when we were young. She was not happy to come into my home or my bed, but she didn't tell me until 4 of our offspring were taking breaths that she longed for another. His jaw flexed, his face tensing in anger as he looked away from Shauna. Elune wished to leave me then to go to him, stating she had done her duty to provide our family with at least 2 sons so our bloodlines were connected through them. She had provided me with 2 daughters and 2 sons at that time. Oh man, that's messed up. She never told you? He shook his head. She pretended to care for me, while she bid her time to provide the sons our fathers wanted us to create together. They were Pack, and wanted a bloodline to share with Elune and me. Pack? He hesitated. Lifetime friends, devoted to the friendship, like a blood bond without the bloodlines. Do you understand? His gaze met hers again. Yeah, I get it. So she left you? He shook his head. My pride wouldn't allow it at first. I cared for her, and I didn't want to let her go, regardless of her desire for another. She was in my blood, and she was the mother of my offspring who needed her. There is no way on Zorn to prevent pregnancy between bound couples. We had 2 more sons and a daughter after she told me of her wish to leave, and she grew to hate me with every one who breathed life that I put there with my seed. She finally threatened violence if I impregnated her again. Mute, Shauna just stared at him while he avoided her eyes, looking anywhere but at her. 100 questions went through her head, but before she could ask, he spoke again. I thought I could have her care back for me if I gave her more of my attention, but that didn't work. My plan to show her happiness failed, so we made a bargain after our last son breathed life. She vowed to stay in my home until the last of our children made their own homes if I vowed to never touch her again, to avoid more offspring she did not wish to have with me. I also had to agree I would always owe her one request that I couldn't refuse. I agreed, for our children's sakes, so they didn't lose their mother. So she left to go look for this other guy eventually? Burr looked down at the floor. I released her from our bounding when our last child moved out. She wanted to be with another male, and she bound to him. Confused, Shauna frowned. So, you're not bound to her anymore? He hesitated. I set her free of our bounding, giving her to him, even though it was hard for me to do. It is a great dishonor to have your woman leave you for another male, but I vowed to release her, so I did. I always keep my word. She went to him, but he wasn't right in his mind. Burr finally looked at Shauna, locking gazes with her. He decided to not only take my bound, but he wanted my life as well. He sneaked into my home in the mountains far from here to attack me. It was dark, and I didn't know who had come to kill me in my bed. I fought back, and he died in my own defense. Elune was distraught, and wished me to suffer very much. So she demanded I bound to her again as punishment for taking the man she wanted. I may never bound to another to find full happiness in a female's arms, since I killed her chosen bound." "And you did it? You bound to her again? Why?" His chin rose as his eyes narrowed. "I always keep my vow, and I had given my word to agree to her request if she asked one of me. I have honor. I am Hyven Burr." Shauna was just stunned as she stared up at the big alien. There was keeping your word, and then there was insanity. He'd married his ex-wife for a second time, knowing it was her way of getting back at him, yet he'd still done it. Talk about a masochist, she thought, keeping silent so she didn't insult him. His nose flared suddenly, a frown twisting his lips downward as his gaze lowered down her body. In an instant, he dropped to his knees in front of her. Startled, Shauna stared down at him as he sniffed at her again. A soft growl came from his throat, and she saw his anger when their gazes locked together. "I smell blood on you. Remove my shirt and show me your injuries so I may tend to them. In all that has happened, I had forgotten you were harmed. I deeply apologize to you." "It's just my wrists, from where those metal handcuffs dug into my skin and scratched me. I'm fine." Rising to his feet, Burr frowned at her. "Remove the shirt or I will do it for you, so I may tend to your injuries. You placed yourself in my care, and I take that duty seriously." Chapter 3. "I can do it myself." Shauna was annoyed as the large guy gripped her arm, nearly dragging her into the bathroom. "It is my duty to care for you, and I will do just that," he growled. Gasping, Shauna found herself spun and lifted by Burr, who had gripped her hips, and sat her gently on the long counter in the bathroom. He reached for the shirt before she realized his intent, feeling it jerked open to reveal her body. He tugged hard, almost unseating her from the counter, as he tore the shirt down her arms. "Stop that!" Shauna snapped, slapping at the hand that reached for her wrist. She missed, since he had good reflexes, and jerked his hand back. He growled at her, bright blue eyes narrowing as his sharp teeth showed when his lips parted. He glared at her. "Stop resisting me. Stop manhandling me." She couldn't help but feel bare and exposed in her bra and briefs, not to mention chilled in the bathroom that had to be about 70 degrees. Her curious gaze flew around the good-sized room and spotted another smaller fireplace in the corner, while trying to distract herself from her discomfort. Her eyebrows rose. "There's a fireplace in here, too?" Burr turned his head, following her look. "Alun said she was always cold living with me, so she wanted warmth in every room I was not in." Wincing inwardly, Shauna turned her attention on the man hovering in front of her. Either Alun was a bitch, or Burr had some serious husband flaws going on that made his not-so-ex-wife really hate him. She didn't know him well enough to decide who the bad guy in that relationship was, but from what he'd said, he had a bunch of kids, so maybe the woman had resented popping out so many babies for him. He turned away from her and walked to a cupboard built into the wall and jerked it open to remove a box. Shauna guessed correctly that it was a first aid kit, as Burr placed it next to her on the counter, opening it to reveal the contents. She took a deep breath and watched while the man removed things from the box. "I really can do this myself." she said softly. You don't have to do it. He lowered to his knees in front of her, but even on them he was abnormally tall as he stared Shauna directly in the eyes at face level. He frowned at her, looked away, and reached for one of her hands. It is my honor, duty, and privilege to care for you when you are injured, Shauna. That is the Zorn way, and you are demanding to be treated like one of our women, so allow me to do just that. I would never harm you, so hold still and do not fight me. That made her eyebrows arch. Is he for real? Her ex-husband would never have cleaned up anything, especially not blood from her skin, but that's exactly what Burr proceeded to do. He was careful to not hurt her, as he reached around her body, turned on the water, and gently proceeded to pat at the scratches on each wrist. Shauna tore her attention from watching his face to watching his large hands gently touching her wrists, while he used a hand towel to dab them dry. He studied the small cuts for a long moment before he reached for the box again. You really don't have to do this, Burr. An amazingly blue gaze lifted, locking with Shauna's. You shouldn't have been hurt at all. Collis were once our allies, but lately we've had trouble with them when they attacked a few of our vessels, and now they dare come to my planet with slaves, trying to sell them to my warriors, tempting them with human women to break my laws. I'm not really thrilled about any of this either. I have a life back on Earth, you know? I was minding my own business on my way home from work, and then bam, I'm attacked, woke up in a cage, and then stripped to sell to your warriors. What about the other women who were taken with me? He frowned. Someone alerted us to the auction, so my warriors are hunting them down. But we thought they brought their Collis women to sell. If the women have bound to the warriors who have purchased them, they will stay where they are. My warriors will be punished harshly if those warriors made them slaves, and they will be freed like you were, and taken under protection. So are they going to end up here, staying in your house too? Shaking his head, Burr smeared her cuts with a smelly white cream that was soothing to her skin. She watched him wrap each of her wrists carefully with a thin, gauze-like material, and tape it to hold it in place. It was a little overkill, but she wasn't going to complain about the sweatband-sized bandages on each wrist. When he was done, he shut the kit and slowly rose to his feet. There will be no more humans in my house. He looked angry as he said the words. One is more than enough. Shauna's temper flared to life. What the hell is your deal about humans? Black eyebrows arched as Burr frowned down at her. I do not have a deal with humans. What's your problem? What in the hell do you have against us? That's what I'm asking you. First you get really angry that someone dared to sell us, which got me thinking you liked humans, and you sure found my neck fascinating. You liked that about me a hell of a lot by the feel of it. But ever since we arrived in this house, you've shown me what you really think about my kind. You tried to dump all your house helpers' chores on me, and then you won't even let me call you by your first name. Did you think I didn't notice that? Am I a second-class citizen? Is that it? You should have seen the total distaste on your face when I asked if the other women would be brought here. You don't like humans, do you? Frowning, Burr softly growled. I have no problem, and I don't dislike humans. You are not a second-class citizen, even though I don't know that meaning. You are now a Zorn citizen of this planet, like any other Zorn. He took a deep breath. I told you to call me by my name. Is it an Earth insult that I allowed such an intimate gesture? Staring up at him, Shauna grew confused. Intimate gesture? I offered you my name instead of my title to call me, when very few get that privilege. It was starting to sink in. Shit. Hyven isn't your first name, is it? You're like a general or something, so everyone calls you Hyven for that term. Hyven is my title. I thought you were making me call you a formal name, but Burr is your first name. Damn. I'm really sorry I got upset about that, but I thought you were being rude to me. A little guilt ate at her for thinking and accusing him of being a snob to her, when in fact he'd been the opposite. She studied his pretty, bright eyes. You don't like humans, though. That she was sure of. What do you have against my kind? He sighed, watching her. 3 of my 4 sons have bound to human women, and it sets a bad example for my people. I lead, and my warriors wish to follow by my example, and that of my sons. His gaze slowly lowered down her body, taking in every inch before it lifted back. Humans are small, and not warriors, yet my sons are having children with your women. I worry that they will not have strong sons who will be able to hold our bloodline on Zorn as leaders. Our family is the strongest, yet my sons have chosen the weakest females. His eyelids narrowed as his lips pressed into a firm line of anger. I admit that I am not pleased to feel attraction to you either, yet I do. She was taken aback by his confession at being sexually drawn to her. She knew that's what he meant, but she was also getting angry. I resent you saying I'm weak. Pushing off the counter, she got to her feet, staring up at him. You aliens are just freaky large, but I'm not a pushover. I was raised in and out of foster care, and by 2 alcoholics in some pretty crappy neighborhoods. I know judo. I took kickboxing, and I've had to fight plenty of times in my lifetime just to not get my ass kicked, because people thought they could take advantage of me because I wasn't a big woman. Never mistake small for weak, Burr. I managed to keep your warrior guys from molesting me at that auction, while chained to a floor like a damn dog. His arms crossed over his chest. I think I understood most of what you said, but you are weak. All women are, and need protection from males, but human women are even weaker than Zorn females. Shauna could almost feel the steam coming from her ears. He was pissing her off big time, and seriously thought she was some pathetic bitch who needed someone to fight her battles for her, as though she were useless. Her gaze swept over his large body, his muscles, and then she moved without giving him warning, knowing it was the only advantage she had. I'll show him weak. Burr stumbled back a good 4 feet when Shauna's bare foot made contact with his stomach, and a grunt tore from him as he bent from the blow. Shauna spun, kicking out again, and caught him in the shoulder with a roundhouse kick. It knocked the big guy on his ass on the floor by the tub. She backed up, putting her arms tight to her chest, watching him with caution as his head lifted. Shocked blue eyes locked with hers for a few heartbeats before he softly growled at her. That's kickboxing, Burr. Little ol' me is big and bad enough to knock you on your large ass. What was that you were saying about how weak human women were? She arched her eyebrows and then held her hand out, motioning him up with her fingers. Are you ready to take it back? If you want, I can put you on your ass every time you get up until you're willing to admit you are wrong. He put his hands on the floor, going to his hands and knees, his narrowed gaze locked on her as another soft growl came from his slightly parted full lips. You want to play? I'm not playing. Shock hit his features. You want to fight me? Frowning at him, she shrugged. If that's what it takes to convince you that humans aren't weak, damn it. And just because I have breasts doesn't mean I can't take care of myself. A grin curved his lips as he slowly rose up to 6.5 feet of large, muscled male. Shauna admitted feeling a little fear as she realized he could really hurt her if he got his hands on her. I'll just have to keep him back and on his ass, she thought. She'd taken years of lessons to defend herself as a teen in foster care when bigger kids had bullied her and started to beat on her. The volunteers at the community center had offered to teach her self-defense classes. After she'd left foster care, she'd joined a gym to take lessons to continue learning fighting skills. She'd let it go a few years back, but it was like riding a bike, or so she hoped. You want to play. I'm teaching you a lesson, not playing. Chuckling, he reached down to remove his boots one at a time and tossed them toward the corner, revealing that he didn't wear socks. Shauna swallowed hard. The big bastard looked amused as her gaze ran over him. She'd never taken on an opponent in the ring that damn big, but the saying, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, went through her mind. She backed up out of the bathroom into the much larger bedroom, darting quick glances around the area to learn her surroundings, and hoped that more space would help her avoid his hands. Burr slowly followed her. His eyelids narrowed as another soft growl came from him. You should drop to your knees, lower your head, and show me submission, Shauna. That is what a Zorn woman would do, and you said you wanted to be treated just like them. But you aren't acting like one. I saw those women kneel to you. She frowned at him, glaring. I'm not the submissive type, so deal with it. I'm also not weak, pathetic, or going to take any of your shit. She hesitated. You could drop to your knees, though, lower your head and show me submission. His head tilted slightly as he studied her with glowing, amused eyes. His arms spread wide open, as though he wanted to give her a hug a second before he lunged forward in an attempt to grab her. Shauna jumped back, barely missing his hands that swooped toward her, ducked and spun, kicking a leg out to slam heel first into his stomach. She purposely aimed high, not wanting to nail him in the crotch. He'd been nice to her so far, and she didn't play dirty unless she absolutely had to. Burr stumbled backward a few feet, not doubling over this time, but he frowned while one hand rubbed the spot she'd hit, all traces of amusement gone from his features. Shauna's gaze darted around the room to look for escape routes and objects to put between them if he lunged at her again. A soft growl made her full attention snap back to Burr. You can't win, Shauna. I don't have to win. I just have to make my point that I'm not pathetic or weak. I'm already a hell of a lot tougher than your women are, Burr. You won't see me dropping to my damn hands and knees to stare at a floor just because I said something you didn't like that made you growl at me. I don't give a shit if you don't like what I say. He didn't want to hear that one bit, and it showed in his tight-lipped expression and in the grim look in his eyes. He didn't growl at her this time, though. He took a deep breath, sucked in air sharply, making his massive naked chest expand, before he lunged for her again. Shauna dove for the bed and barely escaped as she landed on it to roll out of his way. The bedding that Shauna landed on was yanked hard. It was a big bed, larger than a king size, and her body was being dragged toward the alien who fisted it, hauling her closer, faster than she could roll. He was going to get her, and she knew it, so she turned to jerk her knees up to her chest to put her in a ball. Right as he released the bedding to grab her, she kicked both feet hard and they slammed into his upper chest. Burr went flying backward, stumbling, but managed to stay on his feet. Shock etched across his features as Shauna rolled over to frantically crawl across the bed to get to the other side. A roar filled the room behind her that made her look to see that Burr was sporting 2 of her red footprints on his chest. One of his hands rubbed an obvious sore spot while he glared at her. Shauna climbed off the other side of the high bed, happy to have it between them as she glared back at him. She was breathing hard, out of breath, and trying to ignore that both of her ankles throbbed from how hard she'd kicked him. It wouldn't have surprised her if she had a limp when she attempted to walk, but she wasn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. That hurt. I'm not weak, damn it. Do you take it back? I want an apology for all that shit you said about human women. Sharp teeth flashed, the only warning she got before Burr leapt, literally on top of the bed. Shocked to the core, Shauna stared up at him. It astounded her that he'd been able to jump 4 feet upward from a still standing position. He stormed across the mattress on bare feet. He glared down at her, reminding her that he was about to get her, so she backed up fast, her gaze locked with his. "Watch out," he snarled. His warning came too late. As Shauna bumped into a table, she'd miscalculated on where it was placed behind her. She had moved too quickly to stop her momentum and lost her balance, unable to prevent herself from falling. She never hit the floor, though, as 2 strong arms grabbed her and yanked her into a strong, solid, hot chest. Shauna stared up at Burr in amazement that he could move that fast, as she heard the table crash to the floor behind her. Frowning, Burr stared down at her. "Are you unharmed?" She nodded, locking gazes with his. His skin was hot and pressed tightly against hers as he held her. He'd saved her from taking a nasty fall if she'd landed on top of the table. She turned her head to look behind her, almost flinching at seeing the broken table on its side where it had crashed into the unforgiving tiled floor. "You need to be more careful to not get hurt when you play with me." Her head jerked around, eyes narrowing as she glared up at him. "I'm not playing with you, damn it!" His lips twitched upward as laughter lit up his already bright eyes, and a grin spread across his mouth. "I have you. So do you concede that I am stronger than you are, faster, and you do need my protection? If you are a woman warrior, then make me release you." Anger flared fast and hot in Shauna. The bastard looked smug, but he did have her, and she knew that with his strong arms wrapped tightly around her waist, she didn't stand a chance of breaking free unless she needed him. She was almost tempted, but as she stared into his beautiful eyes, she didn't want to hurt him that way. "There is no shame in admitting that you need a warrior to care for you. It is the Zorn way, and you are Zorn now." Scenarios ran through her head of how to get out of his hold, while she and Burr stared at each other. She ran her tongue over her lips because they were dry. The instant response she got from Burr amazed her, as his focus lowered to her mouth and his big body tensed. She couldn't miss the heated desire that flared in his gaze over that innocent motion of wetting her lips. Burr swelled in the front of his leather pants against her stomach, the hard bulge noticeable in seconds as his body responded to her. Working 10 years in a bar had taught Shauna a lot, and one lesson learned was the ability to know how to flirt to control men. having had countless drunken men get a little too grabby and forward with her. She'd learned the best way to deal with them when cornered was to get their guard down. Curiosity also sparked in her over the big alien, knowing he couldn't fuck her, but he was obviously attracted to her. Shauna opened her hands on his chest and slid them over his muscled stomach and up toward his shoulders. Her gaze locked on his to watch what kind of effect touching him had. The response was instant as he closed his eyes, the look of pleasure unmistakable, while he actually bent forward a little to make his body more accessible to her exploring hands. Burr had hot, smooth skin that was soft to touch until she pressed her hands a little tighter against him, able to feel the hardness of muscle under her fingertips. Her hand paused over his heart, where she could actually feel it hammering in an erratic tune. She watched his face and saw his mouth part slightly, just enough to show his sharp teeth peeking out to bite down on his full lower lip where they indented. Her hands slid higher until they froze at the curve of his broad shoulders. Incredible blue eyes opened, looking even more neon bright than before, his pupils slightly dilated. They were the best eyes she'd ever stared into, fascinating and locked on hers. They narrowed as a soft sound came from him, making his chest vibrate a little. Shauna's eyebrows rose. "Did you just purr? What is a purr?" Grinning, she smiled at him. "That sound you just made. Your hands are so soft. Like the smoothest Galtus I have ever felt." "What's that?" He hesitated. Much in demand bedding that is costly to buy to have against skin while sleeping. It wasn't a bad comparison, she decided, guessing he was comparing her to the equivalent of silk or to Egyptian cotton. She laughed at the idea of it. "It amuses you that I give you a compliment?" He frowned, looking a bit testy. "I don't understand human women. Do you understand Zorn women?" He gave a nod. "Of course. This planet is definitely different from my world, where men and women still don't understand the basics of each other. There is a language difficulty with your human dialect?" "You could say that." Her hands moved again, running along his collarbone and tracing the curve of his shoulder with her fingernails. "Men and women think one thing, but usually say something else to each other from where I come from. They aren't really honest or blunt, so we don't get to know how the other works too well. I would never lie to you, and I will always tell you what I think. Your world sounds deceptive." Burr shivered slightly, and she saw his nipples react, puckering from her fingernails, lightly raking up and down the sides of his throat. She had never had a man so easily respond to her touch. It was kind of a power high for her, and cool. She kept her gaze locked with his. "Do you mind me touching you? I'm curious." He shook his head. "I am curious about you. May I touch you?" Shauna hadn't expected that response as she stared up at him, reminding herself that he was bound so it wouldn't go too far. It was just curiosity, and hell, she had a healthy dose of it, so she gave a nod, wondering what he'd do. A gasp tore from her as she landed on the bed where he gently tossed her on her back. In a heartbeat, she had a large male in just a pair of leather pants pinning her down, with his body caging hers carefully so his weight wasn't crushing down on her. They were almost nose to nose, his body hovering above her, with his legs on the outside so that they pinned her legs between his. "What are you doing?" "Be still." Her eyebrows rose. "Be still?" He lifted away from her slightly and lowered down her body so his face was level with her chest. His gaze tore from hers to lower to her breasts, which were almost spilling out of her push-up bra. His nostrils flared as he inhaled deeply through his nose, another purr coming softly from him. "You smell so good." "I shouldn't. Those assholes who took me only let me wash down with water before they tried to sell me. They didn't even have soap or shampoo." Blue eyes lifted, meeting Shauna's. "You smell sweet and good." She inhaled him. His scent was masculine in a soft, musky, woodsy way that she'd noticed when she'd put on his shirt. Whatever cologne he used was worth the price. Getting a load of his house was cluing her in that Burr had prestige on his planet, so he probably only had the best of everything Zorn could offer. He lowered his face right into the valley of her breasts, making Shauna gasp out. Her fingers gripped his head, fingertips sliding into his dark hair she fisted, and gave him a hard tug. He responded by doing the opposite of what she wanted, actually pressing tighter against her skin. He turned his face to the right and nuzzled the side of her breast. A hot, wet tongue swiped her skin suddenly, making her jerk under him. "Hey, knock that off!" Burr growled deep against her, ignoring her command, only to turn his face into the left side of her breast, where he licked her skin again before opening his mouth wider. Teeth gently scraped the area between her breasts, and then he tugged hard on material. Her breast spilled free after he used his teeth to rip the material holding her bra cups together completely apart. He refused to move his face away, even as her fingers gripped his hair tighter, fisting it in both hands to frantically jerk on him to get him to back up. He ignored her as though she wasn't pulling at his hair at all. His mouth was hot and wet as he closed over a nipple to take a seriously generous amount inside his even hotter mouth. He sucked hard. Shock tore through Shauna. He wasn't hurting her, but she'd never had a guy ever do this to her before. Sure, she'd had guys suck on her, but not this strongly, not the way he was swallowing her down, suckling her, as Burr was doing. Worse, the feeling was so wonderful she stopped fighting, and instead squirmed under him as his mouth tugged harder on her nipple, and his teeth rasped over sensitive flesh. She experienced the intense sensation all the way from her breast down to her clit, as though they were connected to each other. What one was feeling, the other one was too. The image of him using his mouth lower down her body had her inner vaginal walls clenching as a moan tore from her lips. Releasing her breast suddenly, he lifted his head to look down her body. He inhaled through his nose again, and the sound that came from him almost scared Shauna. It sounded so primal, similar to a wild animal snarling to warn off a predator, that she suffered a flash of fear along with desire. He kissed her lower, brushing wet, hot ones on her ribs, the center of them, and inched down more. His long hair tickled her sides where it fell forward. He braced his weight with one hand, freeing the other to touch her. His rough, calloused palm swept over her hip, and then over the top of her thigh, until thick fingers slid between her panties and skin. "Son of a bitch!" Shauna gasped, when Burr gave a hard tug on her hips and inner thighs. The sound of material tearing penetrated her brain the same second that she realized what the tug meant. Air hitting her where her panties had been. Burr tossed the destroyed piece of clothing away, jerking it out from under her easily, leaving Shauna totally exposed. Frantically clutching at hair and his shoulder, She tried to yank his head up and away from where his nose was now pressing. Burr snarled at her, refusing to lift away from the V of her thighs. He nuzzled the side of her leg with his chin, pushing at her thigh, obviously trying to get her to open them up to him. "Stop it!" Burr's head lifted, and his bright blue gaze locked with Shauna's shocked ones. His eyes narrowed, and the look on his face frightened her by the intensity of passion she saw reflected there. "What are you doing? You can't do that, damn it! That's just rude. Get your face away from there and just let me up." "Show me everything," he said in a deep, raspy voice. "Put your legs over my shoulders and bend your knees so I can get a look at you." Shauna was speechless as she grasped what he wanted her to do, for her to spread her damn legs and show him her girl goods. Admittedly, she was more than slightly turned on, but she was also slightly scared, unsure which emotion was stronger. "I won't hurt you, Shauna. Your scent calls to me, and I want to see your clit. Zorn women don't have them on the outside of their bodies. I'll show you my body after I'm done exploring yours. Open up for me." "I could use a few shots of bourbon right now," she thought, biting her lip while she debated. He was bound, so he couldn't fuck her. She had wondered how different Zorn men looked with their pants off compared to a human guy. She got his curiosity, but he was asking her to be completely vulnerable to him, showing him her pussy. She didn't go around playing show and tell. Ever. She just stared into his beautiful eyes as their gazes remained locked. "Show me, Shauna." His voice tone softened. "I no longer have your legs trapped between mine. Open up and let me explore you." She took a few deep breaths. "So, if I show you mine, you'll show me yours? This is a game I never played growing up." A frown twisted his lips. "I play no game. I will show you whatever you want to see on my body." Staring into his eyes, she made some split-second decisions. He had saved her from slavery, killed that bastard Goal who had stolen her from Earth, and when she'd kicked him on his ass, he had reacted with amusement rather than blowing a fuse. He was a good guy, and she did trust that he wouldn't hurt her or become some kind of monster who was going to do something horrible to her. "Okay, but I'm not real comfortable with this." "Is the bed not soft enough?" "The bed is fine. I don't let men see me down there, Burr. It's a very personal thing with me to show a guy my girl parts." Amusement flashed in his eyes. "Then I am honored. Show me." Chapter 4. Burr is honored? Had he really just said that? Shauna knew that he had. Tearing her gaze from his sincere expression, her attention fixed on the slightly curved white stone-looking ceiling as her cheeks heated a little. She was tough, but she wasn't a slut. She didn't go around doing crazy shit. She could count the guys she'd slept with in her life on one hand. Most of her ex-boyfriends hadn't been into giving oral sex. Only one of them had tried to put his face between her thighs to see her pussy up close and personal. It hadn't been a great experience for her. She couldn't look at Burr as she spread her thighs, telling herself it wasn't that way, since he just wanted to examine her. It was as though he was a doctor, giving her a once-over, something she'd done countless of times for medical checkups. She did glance down to see where to put her feet, noticing Burr's full concentration was locked on the area between her thighs as he waited expectantly. "Damn," she muttered, and spread her thighs wide, resting her feet on his shoulder blades. He softly growled, startling Shauna enough to jump a little. Her gaze flew down her body, but Burr was intent on her exposed sex, so he didn't glance up at her. He braced his arms on the bed, his fingers spreading her sex lips with his thumbs, and leaned in closer. He was taking this examining thing to the limit as he spread her wider open to his gaze. Embarrassment heated Shauna's cheeks. A soft sound came from the big man, another soft purr, and she heard him sniffing at her. She wished a hole would open up under her. If she'd known she'd agreed to do something this crazy, she would have asked to shower first, but it was too late now. The large alien shifted on the bed, making it move, as his hold on her adjusted so one hand held her girl parts openly exposed. Shauna jerked a little in shock when his thumb touched her clit. He lightly rubbed the pad of his thumb over it to explore the sensitive nub. Clawing at the bed, Shauna forced herself to stay still after that first startled movement. "Well, you've seen one now. Can I close my legs?" He growled softly at her. "Don't move." His thumb slid lower to trace her slit. Shauna realized she was wet when Burr rubbed a circle around the entrance of her pussy. She took slow, calming breaths in an attempt to offset her pounding heartbeat. His digit hesitated, and then, to Shauna's shock, he slowly pushed into her. Shauna gripped the bedding harder, the feeling of Burr's thick thumb pressing inside her vagina making her tense. He paused, and then started to move it in and out of her slowly. Tossing her head back, Shauna bit her lip hard. The sensations were good, nearly torturous pleasure, feeling his thick intrusion, remembering it had been a while since anyone had touched her. She hadn't had time to date, and after her nasty divorce, she hadn't had an urge to hook up with yet another potential asshole. "You're so tight and small." Burr growled the words harshly, more than spoke them, making it difficult to understand him. "You smell so damn good, and you make me hurt with need. You are so soft and wonderful inside." He changed position of his thumb, rubbed a little faster, and found her G-spot. Shauna tossed her head, a moan breaking from between her teeth locked on her bottom lip. The thumb stopped moving inside her. "Do I hurt you?" She shook her head. "You have to stop. That feels too good. Stop. You're bound." "I want you to release for me, Shauna." His voice lowered to a rasp. "I want to feel it happen for you. Tell me how to make your pleasure increase." She let go of her bottom lip before she drew blood. She kept her eyes closed. He wanted to get her off, and while she wanted him to, she wasn't an easy person to do that for. She'd already learned guys couldn't get her off unless they used a vibrator on her. Men left her aching at the end of sex, none of them patient enough to learn how to please her. Burr was asking her to tell him how to do exactly that, and he was obviously willing to do it. Fighting a moral battle inside on if she should or not, Burr made up her mind for her. "I saw this in the vid I watched. The humans seem to really enjoy it. Tell me how this feels, Shauna." He shifted on the bed, and a gasp tore from her as Burr buried his face between her spread thighs. His mouth closed over her clit, lips sealing around it, and his tongue started to play hell with the sensitive nub as he rubbed against it with the strong muscle. "Oh, God," Shauna cried out. Her fingers dug deeper into the bedding, and her back arched, pressing her pussy tighter against his mouth. Ecstasy flowed through her, almost to the point of pain, as Burr mercilessly manipulated her swelling clit with his lips and tongue. Nothing had ever been better. Not her vibrator she'd bought, not her own finger when she played with herself. Not even close. Burr's rough, raspy tongue was applying pressure, sliding up and down against the small bud, and his lips, sealed around her, gave him the ability to suckle all the while. His thumb was inside her still, and she knew her vaginal walls were clenching, tightening, as her body frantically clamored to climax. Moans tore from her throat that she didn't even bother to try to hold back anymore. What Burr was doing to her felt too good to care about anything but the sensations slamming through her body, not even giving a damn who heard or how loud she got. He started to fuck her with his thumb that pushed in deep and then almost totally withdrew as his mouth worked her clit. Shauna bucked her hips, her heels digging into his back when she braced against him. The pleasure turned so intense, the urge to slam her legs together became almost overpowering, unsure she could survive that much raw rapture. Burr's thumb moved faster, plunging in and out of her as her muscles fought the intrusion, while her pussy clenched hard, ready to come. Shauna realized what was about to happen just a heartbeat in advance. She screamed out, bucking her hips, her back arching off the bed as she threw her head back when the climax hit her brutally, gripping her completely and flooding her inside. Shauna went limp afterward. She realized Burr had released her with his mouth, but his tongue had gone where his thumb had been after he'd withdrawn it from her body. He started licking at her opening. It was a strange sensation, but not an unpleasant one in her dazed state of mind. She opened her eyes to stare up at his smooth, white, slightly curved ceiling. Burr stopped licking her. When the bed shifted as Burr moved, Shauna forced herself to look at him. Burr's eyes were definitely glowing, the blueness of them even more astounding than usual. His mouth was open, his lips appeared slightly puffy, and he looked incredibly sexy with his wild hair she'd created with her hands fisted in them earlier. She was biased, though. She admitted silently to herself, since the guy had just blown her damn mind and body with that devastating mouth. He pushed up off the bed completely and straightened to his knees. Shauna's eyes ran down his broad chest, his muscle-grooved stomach, to the waist of his leather pants that he reached for with two big hands. She blinked, instantly knowing he was going to show her his now. He didn't make her wait for long, since he almost ripped open his pants. Her mouth dropped open when he shoved his pants down his muscular thighs to his bent knees, seeing that Hyven Burr was big all over. She stared wide-eyed at the thick, protruding flesh pointed straight out. She didn't even blink, unable to look away from the blunt-tipped head of his cock, the slightly thinner shaft under it, then lower where it thickened again near the base, where a set of heavy, hairless testicles hung. If anyone ever says Hyven Burr has big balls, it will be a very accurate statement, Shauna thought. She forced herself to move, even though it was the last thing she really wanted to do, her body feeling lethargic after her stellar climax. She sat up. Raising her gaze, she saw Burr's glowing eyes watching her with an intensity that she fully understood after what he'd just put her body through. He was hurting now, aching for release, and seriously turned on. Shauna's focus lowered to Burr's impressive boy parts. "Will you tongue me?" His voice was gravel-low, rough, almost harsh in tone. Shauna glanced into his eyes. "I don't know if that will fit there. While I've been told plenty of times I have a big damn mouth, they were referring to the smart-ass things I say." "Damn. Nobody ever gave you any shit in a locker room, did they?" Confusion crossed his face. I don't understand what a locker room is, and I don't need to be in your mouth. Of course he didn't know what she meant about the locker room comment. She frowned, staring into his face full on now. You want me to give you head, right? Use my mouth to get you off? He gave a jerk of his head, passion flaring in his eyes. I can't mount you. She nodded, knowing that he was bound to the mean bitch who had the crazy dead ex bound. Shauna moved closer to Burr. She eyed him, and then the bed, studying both. Lie on your back for me. He didn't hesitate. In seconds, Burr was sprawled flat on his back across the bed, his glowing eyes fixed on her, while he waited to see what she would do, as he kicked free of his pants. Shauna wondered at herself as her gaze flickered over his cock. The head of it was the thickest part, reminding her of a mushroom, only his shaft wasn't as thin in comparison. She crawled forward, nudged his thighs, and he spread them wider at her urging. She moved between them until her head hovered just inches over the reddened, throbbing tip of his sex. Anything I should know? Her look flashed to Burr. I don't understand. You aren't that different physically from humans, so tell me, if I do this, you ejaculate, right? You come from the tip? No acid cum or anything, right? He frowned. I won't harm you, Shauna. I don't understand acid or ejaculate. Well, hell. Maybe I've watched too many horror sci-fi movies. She nodded, her gaze dropping to stare down at the biggest man she'd ever seen in real life. She'd surfed the internet and seen bigger than Burr, but the real thing was impressive. Licking her lips to wet them, she inched lower. A hand suddenly cupped her face. Shauna's gaze lifted to Burr's intense one. There's a hard spot on the top at the tip that is very sensitive and will bring me much pleasure if you lick me there over and over. Her hand shook a little as she wrapped it around the thick shaft near the base of his cock, gripping him firmly. Instantly, Burr's body tensed. His thighs spread more, and a soft growl rumbled from deep in his chest. Shauna glanced at him, seeing pleasure in his wide-open eyes instead of pain, letting her know she wasn't hurting him. She opened her mouth wide, giving his cock her full attention. On close inspection of the head, she saw the slightly ridged hard spot he meant. Pre-cum beaded on the tip, so Shauna went for it out of curiosity of how he'd taste. Her tongue slid over the small, wet slit at the crown of his cock, and shock rolled through her as her taste buds kicked into play. She jerked back, staring at him as she moved her tongue in her mouth, swallowing. He tasted good, similar to pancake syrup, so she dipped her head again, licking at more of the fluid that almost instantly spilled forth. He tasted really good, definitely sweet, and she enjoyed the taste. Burr softly purred. He shifted his body slightly on the bed, almost squirming. Shauna knew he was super aroused because he was rock hard, swollen to the point that it appeared a painful red, and she decided to not torment him. The hard spot was the size of a fingertip, just barely rising above the smooth surface of the crown of his cock. She ran her tongue over it, and in response, Burr snarled a word she couldn't make out, but she didn't ask him to repeat it. She opened her mouth wide, tilted her head for the right angle, so that her tongue could rub against that raised section, and then lowered her face, taking the first few inches of Burr into her mouth. He barely fit. She wrapped her lips around him and swirled her tongue around the top of him. Burr snarled again, but he didn't move or thrust up into her mouth, which would have choked or hurt her. She started to suck and work just the first few inches of him into her mouth, knowing there was no way she could take him all. Her skills weren't that great at giving head, but with the way Burr panted and purred as she slowly worked him in her mouth, he seemed to have no complaints. More of the creamy fluid spilled from him and tasted good, sweet, but not over the top sickly sugary. She moved up and down on him. One of her hands pumped his shaft in tune to the rhythm of her mouth, while she braced her weight by gripping his hip bone with her other hand. She heard Burr panting hard, as though he were running, and one of his hands slid into her hair, fisting it at the back of her head. He didn't try to control her or shove her down on him to force her to take more of him. He jerked under her, a sound akin to a whimper coming from him, a second before the hand in her hair tightened its hold and jerked her head back so she was forced to release him with her mouth. She gasped out as Burr pulled her hair to move her. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't a great feeling either to be controlled by someone fisting your hair. Her gaze flew up to his face. His mouth was open, his eyes closed, and a look of pain was tightening his features. His body jerked as she lowered down to his cock. She saw his other hand move to wrap his large hand over hers on his cock while he started to pump. 3 movements, and a roar exploded from his lips as Shauna watched him come. He shot a solid white stream of semen, and then it bubbled out of him, mimicking a fountain. She just watched in stunned silence. The guy jerked and twitched as he continued to spill out his release until it stopped. The hand over hers gripping his cock let go. Shauna hesitated and then released him. Burr's eyes opened and his head lifted from the bed. His bright blue gaze glowed at her as they stared at one another. He looked slightly sweaty and flushed, but he smiled, showing some sharp teeth. I am sorry I pulled your hair, but I was going to release, and I couldn't spill my seed into your mouth. He was the first guy she'd ever met who didn't want her to swallow. She arched her eyebrows. It's all right. You didn't hurt me. Burr sat all the way up, staring into Shauna's eyes. He smiled wider and then shocked her by gripping her waist as he lifted her body easily to drop her gently on his lap. His legs moved, and Shauna turned her head to watch him kick off his pants that were still attached to one leg. Her eyes jerked to his. He was tall enough that even sitting on his lap, she had to look up at him. You honor me by what you have done. Her mouth opened and then closed. She frowned, just staring at him. I honored him? How in the hell did I do that? Chuckling, he wrapped his arms around her, cuddling her closer in his arms. I have never had a woman do to me what you did by putting me in your mouth. You guys don't get head on this planet? He shrugged. The women lick the tip, tonguing us. Staring up at him, she wondered what else was different. She'd heard the term mount, but it made her wonder if it meant the same here as it did on Earth. When you mount a woman, does that mean you put your cock inside her? He nodded. I know the term fuck and fucking. My son's Bound Humans taught me some words and have updated our translators. We fuck just like your world does. This I am sure of, but the tonguing is different. Good to know, Shauna mentally noted. We don't have anal sex. My son told me about that Earth custom. Eyes widening, Shauna blushed. That's good to know. He shrugged. My son said he would try it if his bound woman wants it. He will do anything to please her, but she said he was too big. If son was anything similar to father, she could totally sympathize with the woman married to Burr's son. She wouldn't want to try anal sex with Burr either. He was too thick, and she didn't enjoy it to begin with. She tried it twice with her ex-husband, but he was either really inept at it, or it just wasn't for her, because it had been just uncomfortable and painful. I wish I was not bound. Burr's hand moved, sliding up her back to grip her broken bra, which was still hanging uselessly on her shoulders and across her back. He removed it with her help as she shifted her arms out of the straps. I would love to feel myself inside you and release there. His blue eyes narrowed as he studied her eyes. I think it would feel the best ever. If I wasn't bound, I would do that with you, Shauna. I would offer you everything I have. The idea of Burr inside her made her stomach flutter. She was sitting across his naked thighs, his semi-hard cock resting between his stomach and her hip, and his chest against her shoulder, where she sat sideways on his lap. She was stunned he was holding her. Men didn't cuddle after sex with Shauna, and never had, unless they were too tired to move afterward. But Burr looked about as awake as could be. His hand lifted to caress her cheek. I hear your stomach making sounds of hunger. I will get Elun's clothing for you to wear until I send someone to buy you some of your own. I will order them to do that today, since you should never have to wear anything that once belonged to her. I will get my pants and go get your food. Would you like to eat in here with privacy, or do you want to eat with the other house helpers? I want you to be happy, Shauna. You have made me very happy. Hesitating, she debated. It would probably be really good to meet the other women and try to make friends. Then again, at that moment, her emotions were about as shaky as 10 miles of bad road. She stared into Burr's eyes, seeing them soften. He smiled at her, his big hands sliding from her face, down her arm to her hip, where he rubbed her gently. I will bring food in here, and we will eat together alone. I want to spend time with you, and I want to get to know more about you, Shauna. Is that acceptable to you? May I share a meal with you? She nodded. I'd like that. Good. It is settled. Burr lifted her off him and placed her on the bed next to him. He moved, rolling away, to climb naked off the big, tall bed. Shauna stared at his broad back, his great muscular ass, and smiled when he bent over to grab the pants he'd kicked off the bed when he'd freed his leg. Damn, that man has a nice ass. She saw muscles move in it as he put on his pants and then turned slowly, his gaze meeting hers. I will get you something to wear. Can I just have your shirt again? He blinked and then nodded. I would give you anything, Shauna. I want you to be happy with me, and I will always do my best to make you smile. He disappeared into the bathroom while Shauna got out of bed. They'd messed up the comforter that she tried to smooth out with her hands. She sensed rather than heard Burr walk up behind her. She was totally naked as she faced him to see his attention was wandering down her body, and a soft purr came from his throat. Her gaze flew to the front of his pants, and she stared in amazement as the man seemed to harden while she watched. His leather pants were tight, and there was no missing the bulge that increased in size, showing her that Burr tucked up and to the left. I will get food. You must eat. Tearing her attention from his bulge, she looked up. Thank you. I am hungry. Burr held open the shirt. Put it on. Your body tempts me to put you back on the bed, and I know you need to eat first. After I feed you, we will repeat what we did to each other. He sounded so sure of himself. She studied his face, taking in the smile he gave her as he helped her into his large shirt. He hesitated. "I will hurry back." "Thank you." Giving a nod, Burr walked barefoot across the floor, opened the door, and left her alone. Sighing loudly, Shauna eyed the big room that used to belong to Burr's wife. She'd just fooled around with a married guy, even though he wasn't technically married anymore, it being more of an in-name-only arrangement. She walked for the bathroom and removed the shirt she hadn't bothered to close since Burr had already seen her naked, not caring anymore if she'd given him a show of her front. She moved over to the tub and stared down at the large rounded fixture. Next to it was a shower the size of 4 put together on Earth. She studied the large metal-looking bar above, not seeing any faucets. Frowning, she stepped over the rim of the enclosure that didn't have doors. Maybe it's not a shower. She reached up toward the bar to touch it. Water soaked her from above. She laughed, standing there as a Zorn version of a shower soaked her in a warm downpour of rain. She kept her eyes closed and used her hands to wash at her body, since she didn't know where soap, a washcloth, or even shampoo was. She finally walked to the edge of the water, turning to stare up at it, and wondered how to turn it off. She'd reached for the thing, and it had turned on, so she reached up again, the water instantly stopping. Her eyebrows rose. She lifted her arms again over her head, and the water poured out all along the bar. She lowered and then raised her arms again to make the water stop. "Pretty cool," she muttered. "Motion sensors." Turning, she looked around the bathroom and found folded, beach-sized towels under the cabinet by the sink. She dried off quickly and just wrapped the towel around her. Burr seemed convinced that they were going to fool around again, and hell, she wasn't going to kid herself. She wanted a repeat of what they'd done together. The man had an amazing mouth. The fact that he'd never done that to a woman before made her grin with amusement, thinking about how he was better at it than her so-called ladies' man ex-husband. Eyeing the bedroom, she moved for the curtainless window to stare through the glass at the Zorn sky. It was beautiful and alien, with its shades of red and pink-streaked clouds that were a little darker than a light reddish pink, mixing with the sky color. It was really quite beautiful, and she saw a dark gray moon, even though it was daylight, to the far left. The trees resembled Earth ones, except for their colors. The forest she faced was lush with red, purple, and black trees. The bases of the trunks were all dark colors, with the treetops a lighter shade of the branches and trunk. The dirt was black and red in color, while the grass was brilliant rust red. It was going to take some getting used to, living on this planet. The door behind her opened, making Shauna turn around. She couldn't help but smile at the sight of a shirtless, muscular Burr, carrying a really large tray, loaded down with food, and a pitcher of something dark in it. She moved forward to help. "You are wet." Laughing, Shauna moved things on a table with chairs not too far from the window, so Burr could sit the tray down. "I discovered your shower. I went to touch the bar thing to see what it was and got soaked when it started raining down on me. Talk about a surprise." He didn't smile back. Instead, a frown twisted his lips as his brilliant blue eyes narrowed at her. "You don't know anything about my world. You could accidentally get hurt if you do not know how something works. You could have slipped when you were startled by the water." "But I didn't." "I will show you everything in the house, and teach you what you need to know, so there is no danger for you, Shauna. You are never to leave here without me, or the guards who will protect you that I will place outside." That made her smile fall. "I'm a prisoner?" Burr frowned. "You are free, but you are not safe without guards and the protection of my home. Human women are much desired on Zorn, so it would not be safe for you to be in the presence of other males." His focal point lowered down her towel-clad body. "They would want to touch you, and mount you." His gaze jerked up, his face tight with anger. "If a male tries to get close to you, tell him you belong to Hyven Burr. No male would be foolish enough to harm you if you tell him you are mine. I will kill any warrior who even considers touching you." Stunned, Shauna stared up at him. "Wow, so you're possessive, huh?" He tilted his head. "I don't understand." "You wouldn't really kill someone for touching me, would you?" He moved quickly and grabbed Shauna's hips to jerk her against his body. Anger tightened his features. "I will kill anyone who tries to harm you or take you from me." He growled deeper in his throat. "You chose to be mine, and I am this possessive if it means that I never want to let you go." Staring into his eyes, Shauna swallowed hard. The intensity of his look leveled her. He really meant it when he said he'd kill to protect and keep her. She lifted her hands to spread them over his ribs to caress him, and to soothe away the anger that she saw in his eyes, instinctively knowing it wasn't directed at her. He had the hottest skin, and the muscles under her fingers were not only visible, but she could feel them on his super in-shape body. He was just beautiful. Everything from his eyes to his long black hair to his buff body. More than that, he was really a great guy from everything she was learning about him. Realization was a bitch, Shauna decided, still staring into his eyes. This was a guy she could fall hard for. No man had ever looked at her the way he was, and no man had ever been willing to kill for her. She took a deep breath. "I'm starving, Burr. Those assholes who kidnapped me barely fed us. Whatever you brought smells really good." His body relaxed as he smiled at her. "I will feed you then. I think you will enjoy Zorn food." Chapter 5. Shauna knew it was late. She laughed, gazing into Burr's amazing eyes while she straddled his waist with just a sheet separating their naked bodies. The fire in the fireplace that he had lit hours before was burning low, making the room dim but very romantic. Burr was an amazing man, alien or not. He'd fed her all right, by hand, having her taste everything, and had made her laugh all the while, trying to explain what everything was. He had a quick wit as he described the animals of Zorn who made up the meat strips she'd tried. He even shared some of his fishing tales with her when she'd tried 2 different kinds of them. Zorn food was delicious. "My son Ral takes after me the most," he admitted with a chuckle. "He is my oldest, and one day will take my place when I step down as Hyven. My second son is Argernon. He is like me as well. My third son is Rever, and he is more intense than I am. Then there is my youngest." He sighed loudly. "He is still young and wild, but I am hoping by the time I step down that Vaughn will mature." "That won't be for a long time, though, before you retire." She raked her gaze over his chest and arms. "You look so young that I can't believe you have grown children." He smiled. "I am a fit warrior, and I have never gotten lazy." Leaning down, she braced herself on his chest to run her fingers through his long, silky black hair. Will your hair turn another color when you get older? On Earth, when we reach a certain age, our hair turns white or gray. Since I'm a blonde, my hair will turn white in a few years. I'm surprised I don't have any yet. Burr nodded. I will turn white as well. I have gotten a few, but Ovalie always removes them from my head. Who is Ovalie? Your hair person? Do you have someone trim your hair? On Earth, we have barbers who cut men's hair. She is one of my house helpers, and she tends my hair by cutting it, yes. Wow. That's nice that you have a full-service staff. Smiling, she sat back up, releasing his hair. I cut my own hair. I'm a bartender at home. That means I make and serve drinks to people in a building where people come to meet, she explained. I don't make a lot of money, so I can never afford to pay other people to do things for me. She turned her head, looking around the shadowed large room. This is the biggest bedroom I've ever seen in my life. I could fit my entire home in here. Large, warm hands slid up her thighs on the inside, drawing Shauna's attention back to Burr. Her body responded to his touch as his hands stopped inches from where the sheet was bunched between her thighs. His thumbs rubbed circles on her skin, making her shiver at the memory of what that man could do to her body. After dinner, Burr had stripped her out of her towel, lifted her, and placed her back on the bed. He'd ordered her to spread her thighs, and he'd gone down on her again, learning her with his fingers and mouth, bringing her to climax. She'd returned the favor by using her hands and mouth on him. To her amazement, he'd flipped her over when he'd come and started all over again on her body. 2 rounds later, they had cuddled up in bed together to talk, and it had been a great way to spend the evening. I want you again. His voice lowered into a deep tone that she found incredibly sexy. Are you sore? I don't want to exhaust you or harm you, Shauna. You would tell me if I make you hurt, wouldn't you? I'm not sore. I have to tell you that you have super stamina. You really are ready to go another round? He nodded. Zorn males are very sexual. No kidding. Have you been saving up for a while? She grinned. It's been a long time since I let someone touch me. His mouth parted, then closed, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he sat up, their gazes locking together. Saving what? It's just a saying. Has it been a long time since you had sex with someone? Are you trying to make up lost time with me? He didn't smile. In fact, he frowned enough to create lines in his face. It has not been long at all. That brought Shauna's good mood to a crash and burn almost instantly. The idea of him with someone else didn't sit well with her, just assuming that since he was bound, he didn't date or do the whole oral sex thing they'd done together. But she'd obviously been wrong. Part of her had thought maybe he was just so drawn to her that he'd broken some Zorn rule of bound etiquette to even fool around with her in the first place. His blue gaze left hers to glance at the fire before he looked back at her. A knock on the bedroom door interrupted what he was about to say. Shauna startled at the sound, never expecting someone to come to her door. Worse, the door opened without invitation. Shauna tensed and frantically looked down to make sure they were covered up, seeing that a sheet hid her body and Burr's waist where she sat. The woman who walked in wore one of those shapeless potato sack dresses. This one had rusty red hair flowing down her body to her waist, with dark, almost black-looking eyes. She lowered her head, not looking once at Shauna or Burr as she paused inside the door. "We are done for the day, and we retire to bed now, Hyven." Sighing loudly, Burr nodded. "Thank you, Juana." The woman backed out of the room, but not before her dark gaze lifted, sending a hate-filled glare at Shauna. She closed the door softly behind her, leaving them alone once again. Shauna knew her face was beet red with embarrassment at being caught in bed with Burr by a stranger, figuring that by now the woman was probably rushing through the house to tell the entire staff that Burr and Shauna were in bed naked together. They are going to hate me, aren't they? Shauna almost flinched, realizing she'd said her thoughts out loud. She turned her head, meeting Burr's gaze. She sighed. She looked seriously pissed off to find us in bed together. Burr shrugged his massive shoulders. They will adjust to the fact that you are in my life now, Shauna. They do not have to like it. They live under my roof and are under my protection, but what I do in my home is not up for them to decide, like, or approve of. You have your own room, so they won't harass you. She nodded. I guess nobody ever taught them to not just walk into a room. He tilted his head. We knock so it gives warning, and then open doors. She nodded. I got it. Zorn is a different planet to live on and a different set of rules to live by now. He stared at her for long moments. I can restrict their duties, so you have no contact with them if you wish. His blue eyes narrowed. I offer you this, Shauna. Do you wish to take over their duties? I'm sure they'll adjust to me, and hell no. In the morning, one of them will have to show me what to do around here, though, so I can pitch in and help out. This is a monster house, so I'm sure there's a ton of things to do. Burr nodded right as someone knocked at the door again. Burr softly growled as his body tensed. Shauna expected it this time as she turned her head, watching the bedroom door open up to allow a tall, muscular blonde woman with hair down to her thighs into the bedroom this time. Her head wasn't bowed as she glanced at Shauna with a frown before her dark gaze shifted to Burr. We are going to bed now, Hyven. He looked irritated. I was already informed by Juana. The woman frowned. Are you sleeping in here tonight with her? Burr growled, looking pissed instantly. I may. Anger made the woman's mouth turn downward. The house helpers are upset and worried because she is human, and they don't approve of her being here. I don't want the house in disarray, and as house lead, it is my duty to let you know that they will resent it if you stay the night in her bed. I think you need to give them time to adjust to her being with you before you spend entire nights alone with her. I didn't ask for your opinion, Overly. This is my house, and I won't have my house helpers tell me where I can sleep. This is the woman who cuts Burr's hair? Shauna thought, feeling slightly embarrassed that Burr and the woman were arguing. From what she'd seen, this was a Zorn version of one, since the other women she'd met had just bowed and took off out of Burr's sight when he got pissed. Shauna glanced at him, seeing him glaring at Overly, obviously really bent out of shape at the woman calling him on the mat for fooling around with Shauna. Overly had said she was house lead, so that must mean she was in charge of the staff. He was leaving, Shauna said quickly, as she met Burr's angry eyes that widened at her statement. You should sleep in your room. I don't want to cause a war with your staff, and she probably has a point. I just got here from another planet, and they probably need time to get to know me, so they don't worry that I'll make their lives miserable. Burr wasn't happy one bit as he frowned at Shauna. "You wish to not sleep with me?" Acutely aware of the other woman standing in the bedroom watching and listening to everything they said, Shauna bit her lip, then released it. "It's not that I don't want to, but I think it's best if you go to your own room tonight. I'll see you first thing in the morning if you're home. Do you work tomorrow?" He took a deep breath. "I have meetings at first light, but then I will return." "I'll see you then." The door closed. Shauna turned her head, relieved that the Zorn woman had left, as she moved off Burr to sit on her ass on the bed, and looked at him again. "I don't want them to hate me. You said I'm never going back to Earth, so I'm here for the long haul. I don't want to make enemies. I'd love to sleep with you, but I don't want your house in an uproar over it either." "My room is right next door to the left." Burr rolled off the bed and bent over to yank his pants off the floor. "If you yell out, I will hear you." He looked pissed as he jerked up his pants, turning when the front of them were closed. His bright blue eyes glowed in the dim room. "I will see you when I return after my meetings. Expect me at lunch." Shauna watched Burr storm out of her bedroom, closing the door firmly behind him. She missed him immediately as her gaze drifted around the large room full of shadows. The room seemed bigger, even a little frightening, and a whole hell of a lot colder without Burr. Depression hit Shauna hard. Her life as she knew it was gone. A distant planet away, and she had no way to get back to it. Not that there was much to return to, she admitted. Her job was shit. Her life was downright sad, and she didn't really have that much she'd miss besides a crappy apartment with old furniture that would be right at home in a city dump, a car that needed hundreds of dollars in repairs, and a bunch of drunk perverts who harassed her at work. There were also bill collectors who still hounded her, trying to get her to pay all the debts her parents had accumulated before they died, just 2 years apart from alcohol-related illnesses. In other words, she wasn't missing much. "Oh, fuck this," Shauna sighed. If she sat there thinking about it all, she'd get really bummed out. So what if Burr's damn staff had a problem with her being there? She'd rather deal with some dirty looks from them tomorrow than face a sleepless night in a strange place all alone. Burr was right next door, and the guy was the best thing that had happened to her probably ever. No man ever made her laugh the way he did, or had ever gotten her off repeatedly. He was funny, sweet, sexy, and she wanted to be with him. She climbed out of bed and wrapped the sheet more firmly around her body. Eyeing the fire, she realized it was safe to leave it unattended, so she didn't worry about putting it out. Even if an ember popped out, there was nothing remotely near it to set on fire, since it was just tile flooring. She opened the door carefully to stare out at a dark hallway. She stepped into the hall, leaving her door partially open to see by in the pitch darkness, since no nightlight had been left on. She smiled when she saw a light under the door to the left, realizing that Burr's door was really close to hers, thinking maybe no one would be the wiser if she slipped in and out of his room. If she got up early, she could return to her own room, and his staff couldn't have a fit over them sleeping together. She walked to his door and hesitated. Taking a deep breath, she knocked and gripped the handle, opening it. "When on Zorn," she smiled. They just knocked and walked in, so she did it, stepping into the well-lit room that was larger than her own, but very similar. There was a fire roaring in his fireplace to the immediate right, obviously just lit, and her gaze darted around the large room, looking for Burr. The bed was to her left, almost behind the open door she gripped, so she had to peer around it. The bed was even larger than the one in her room, if it were possible, and then her eyes took in everything on the bed. Shock slammed Shauna so hard her legs wobbled, and if she wasn't still gripping the door, she was sure she would have ended up on her ass. Her hand tightened painfully on the knob she now gripped in a death hold. Burr was naked where he sat against the headboard, with tons of pillows behind him, and 6 naked Zorn women sat or lay on the massive bed near him. Burr's blue gaze locked with Shauna's, and he slowly frowned at her, staring, until she tore her horrified gaze from his. She met the eyes of each one of the women she'd met so far, and glanced at a few new faces, knowing in her gut that these were all of his house helpers. They were all naked, in bed with Burr, and as her gaze flew over his body, she vouched that yes, he was totally naked too. "Shauna?" Burr moved on the bed, a firm frown in place while he inched around a woman sprawled on her side next to him. "What is wrong?" She had forgotten to breathe, Shauna realized, as she gasped in a large breath, having to take a few deep ones just to not pass out. Her horrified look locked again on Burr, as he literally had to lift one naked body out of his way to reach the side of the bed to get off it. He was frowning at her when he stood up and started to walk toward her. "Are you ill? You are so pale. Do you need me to call a healer?" He walked closer, looking alarmed and totally butt-assed naked. Her gaze lifted from his semi-erect cock up to his buff chest, to his beautiful, glowing blue eyes. Not 5 minutes ago he had been in her bed, telling her he wanted her, and now he appeared ready to have a one-man orgy with 6 women in the next room from her. Shock melted into rage when Burr reached out to touch her, and that movement finally jerked her out of her stupor of shock. Shauna jumped back out of his reach, nearly tripping on the trailing sheet wrapped around her body. Her hand moved without her thinking about it, blocking his hand, and hit it hard enough to cause her pain where her wrist connected, knocking his hand away. She glared into his eyes, watching his expression change from alarm to confusion. "Shauna?" "You son of a bitch!" He took a step back, looking confused still. "I know this term is an insult." Shauna spun, storming out of his room. She was so angry she bounced into the door frame of her open door, missing the opening partly, and cursed a blue streak as she stepped inside after bumping hard into the half-open door, and then spun around with the intent to close it once she was back in the room. Burr was behind her in the hallway, a big, dim shadow. Shauna glared up at him, gripping her door. "I want to be taken to Oval tomorrow. I'm not living with you anymore." She slammed the door closed in his face and spun around, storming for the shower. "No amount of water is going to make me feel clean, but I'm sure as hell going to try. That perverted son of a bitch is doing all of his house helpers. Not only is he doing them, they all were doing each other probably, since they were all in bed together naked." She heard her door open behind her, and she spun around to glare in shock that the bastard would dare come after her. Burr stormed into her room, looking at the bed first, not seeing her in the shadowed room until his gaze darted around to lock on her by the bathroom door. He growled deep in his throat, with a thunderous expression on his face, while both of his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "What have I done to anger you?" Her mouth opened and then slammed closed. She spun and stormed into the bathroom. She would have tried to find a light, but it automatically came on when she stepped into the room. She tore the sheet from her body in her haste and marched for the shower stall. Stepping over the rim, she closed her eyes, lowered her head, and threw her arms up. Water poured down on her. You choose now to get clean? Burr was in the bathroom behind her, and he was snarling when he spoke. Do you need a healer? What I need, Shauna almost yelled, is for you to get the hell out of my room and leave me alone until you get Oval here to take me home with him. You chose me. Shauna scrubbed at her skin, trying to wash away the memory of Burr's mouth on her body, his hands, and of him in general. As he growled from the doorway of the bathroom, he was making it impossible for her to ignore him. She threw her head back, allowing water to pour down her face. She opened her mouth, let water fill it, and then spit it out when she lowered her head. She threw her arms up to prompt the water to stop coming down. Wiping at her eyes, she turned, purposely ignoring the huge naked jerk in her bathroom doorway. She bent, grabbed the sheet up, and used it to angrily dry her skin. She bent again to use the sheet to squeeze at her blonde hair so she could get most of the water out. Shauna, why aren't you speaking to me? She straightened and glared right at Burr. Here's an Earth saying for you to learn. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. I have nothing to say to a sick, perverted, disgusting asshole. Now move the hell out of my way. I'm going to borrow some of your wife's clothing, and first thing in the morning, I'll be waiting by the front door for Oval to come get me. Bright blue eyes glowed with rage. You chose me, so you will not bow to Oval, Shauna. You are mine. You're nobody's, Burr. I'm sorry, Hyven. I won't call you Burr ever again. Crossing his arms over his chest, he glared at her. You are angry. You think? She glared at him. Wow, score 1 for the big ape. Now move the hell out of my way. He didn't budge an inch. What is perverted? You are. You're a sick, twisted, perverted son of a bitch. I'm not ill, and my mother was not an animal, so I'm not what you claim. Oh, trust me, you are. I can't believe I let you touch me. That was a huge damn mistake, and it will never happen again. He glared at her, and then his mouth opened as his features went slack. It was the women. She just gaped at him. You got upset seeing me with the house helpers. Holy hell. You're a general? A Hyven? Man, your planet is screwed if you're supposed to be one of your world's finest and brightest. A snarl tore from his lips. His arms went to his sides and fisted hard enough that his knuckles went white. You are lucky you are a female, or I would make you pay for that great insult. I offered to give you their duties, but you told me you didn't want to take them, that you wanted everything to remain the same. They sleep in my bed with me every night. I offered to sleep in yours with you alone, but you told me to go to my bed. Do not get angry with me now if you do not like the choice you made, if seeing me with them has upset you. He took a deep breath. You sent me away to them, so why are you so angry now? What bad thing do you think I have done to you? Words were beyond her for long seconds as everything he said sank in. She took a deep breath, glaring at him. You know, if you'd told me you slept with them, I wouldn't have let you touch me. Her voice rose. I didn't know their chores you were offering me included touching you. I thought a house helper was someone who cooked your meals, cleaned your house, and just worked for you. His tight stance instantly relaxed, and he slightly paled. His eyes closed for a second and then opened. I'm sorry, Shauna. I believed you knew what a house helper was, and what their duties were to me as their protector. He took a few breaths. I will not touch them any more. That is what I offered you today, but I offer it again. If you agree to take over their duties to tend to my personal needs, I will no longer need them in my bed. Shaking her head, Shauna just stared at him. Wow, I thought my ex-husband was a conceited dick. You take the cake if you think I want to touch you ever again. And think again if you believe I'd let you touch me after this. You can take your offer and shove it up your ass. I am offering you sole access to my body. He was stunned. Lucky me, but I'll pass. I want to go live with Oval. He won't screw around with other women if I bound to him, right? A snarl tore from Burr. You are mine. No! You have 6 damn women that are yours. Your bed is way too crowded to add another. I didn't know when I said I wanted to go home with you that you were a man whore, or I would have happily gone with Oval. You will not bound with Oval. And what is a man whore? It's a man who touches lots of women. It's a bad thing, and it makes me disgusted. You can't stop me from leaving, Hyven. If not to Oval, then give me to another man who doesn't have house helpers and will only touch me. I'm offering you that. Gee, thanks, but no. They glared at each other. Burr finally growled at her. I won't let you go. I'm not asking for your permission. If you don't contact Oval, then I'll find him on my own, or someone else, anyone else, but you to live with. Why are you so angry? She let her gaze drop to the floor between them. Why am I so damn angry? I shouldn't care if he has so many women he doesn't know who to do. She was furious, though, and she had to admit it was because she'd met a guy she thought she'd hit it off with. A guy who she really liked, and someone whom she had been falling for. That man doesn't really exist. It hurt, and that pissed her off. Pain-induced anger was totally acceptable to her, since it beat crying her eyes out that the jerk was a man whore. She glared at him. I want to go live with Oval. I made a mistake, and I didn't understand that house helper meant harem girl. She threw up her arm to stop him when his mouth opened. Harem girl means one of many women a guy is sleeping with. This place is a circus, and I'm out of here. She dropped her arm. I'm leaving you, Hyven. It was a big damn mistake to be with you in the first place. Furious, glowing eyes burned into hers, and a dangerous growl rumbled from his throat. I will not let you go, Shauna. You are mine. Shauna glared back. You can't stop me from leaving. I can. He crossed his arms over his chest. You belong to me. Lifting her chin, Shauna clenched her teeth for a second. We'll see. Chapter 6. Shauna was going to kill Hyven Burr, no doubt about it. She jerked on her arm, but it didn't come free from the headboard as she glared at the soft material binding her wrists on each arm and wanted to scream again. The man was a pig, a jerk, a chauvinist, and damn it, really strong. Last night, he'd refused to leave her room, so she'd had to inch around him to get out of the bathroom. He'd followed her across the room to the closet she'd raided for baggy, shapeless dresses, the only thing to be found there. Beggars couldn't be choosers, so she'd grabbed the softest one, shoving it over her head, just to be covered up. She'd turned around and almost smacked right into one naked alien who glared down at her. Why are you dressing? It is time for bed, and I like to sleep without clothing. Good for you. Why don't you go do that? You have 6 women waiting for you. Burr frowned deeply at her. You are upset with me over the women, so I will not sleep with them anymore. They are already settled in for the night in my bed, so I will sleep here with you. Gaping up at him, she slammed her mouth shut after it fell open. You're not sleeping with me ever. In the morning I'm out of here, Hyven. He growled. You are to call me Burr. And you are to get the hell away from me, Hyven. Let your harem call you by your first name. I only allow one house helper to call me Burr, and that is you. You are special to me, Shauna. I didn't want to leave your bed, but you asked me to go to my own. And I'm asking you again. Leave, Hyven. He shook his head back and forth. The other women make you angry, so I will change their duties in the morning. I had no desire to share sex with them. We sleep without clothing on. I had already refused their offer to tongue me. Don't bother. She moved around him, going for the bed. The oversized garment she wore was so huge it resembled a muumuu more than a dress. Elune, Burr's ex-whatever, must be a big woman. No need to change a thing, since I'm not staying. You will stay, he followed her. You chose me, Shauna, and I am honored. I understand why my sons are bound to humans. Now that I know you, I refuse to let you leave me for another warrior. Spinning, she glared up at him. You refuse? Well, I refuse to stay with you, damn it. You're a man-whore, and I don't do man-whores. His mouth tensed. I won't be touching any woman but you from now on. That's my offer to you, and it is a generous one that you should deeply appreciate, Shauna. I have a high sex demand, and I am very limited with you because I can't mount you. I am still willing to offer this to you, because I find immense pleasure touching you, and in you touching me. She cocked her head, staring up at him, frowning. It was the way he'd said it that didn't sit well with her. Something about it made her inner alarm go off. It clicked. You can't mount your house helpers either, so why point that out? He blinked, frowning. I mount them. Staring up at him, she tried to figure it out, but she was lost. Maybe we're getting our wires crossed. Mount means fucking, right? The actual act of you putting... Her eyes lowered to his cock, and then rose to his face. Inside a woman, right? That's mounting. I thought you said it was. He nodded, crossing his arms over his chest. That is mounting. Shock tore through her. You mount them, but you said you couldn't mount me. I thought you couldn't actually enter a woman that way because you were already bound to someone. Elune's punishment to me is that I can't release my seed inside a woman I am not bound to. So I will never again know the pleasure of spilling my seed into a woman's body and bringing life forth from her body with more sons or daughters. It all sank in. Burr fucked his house helpers, but he hadn't fucked her, and that stung. She spun, walking the rest of the way to the bed. Leave, Hyven. Go mount your house helpers and leave me the hell alone. You are angry with me again because I didn't mount you? He sounded shocked. She refused to even look at him as she tore the comforter down and got into bed. Leave, Hyven. I'm exhausted, and tomorrow will be a big day for me. I'm going to marry Oval, or some other alien guy who doesn't have house helpers. A snarl sounded loudly in the room. She ignored him as she settled on the bed under the covers. She'd learned this nifty trick from her ex-husband, how it was near impossible to argue with someone who refused to speak, and who just went to bed, him having done that to her plenty of times. Closing her eyes, she took steady, deep breaths and tried to calm down. Burr isn't worth getting this upset about. He can take his 6 harem women, fuck them until he drops, and I'm leaving tomorrow. She heard a door open, and relief swept through her, knowing he was leaving to go back to his women, but pain struck her too. She'd really been attracted to Burr, but hoped she'd get along with Oval better. Regretted not giving Oval a chance. She'd been scared, upset, and she'd clung to Burr because he had protected her and made her feel safe. Tears burned behind her eyelids while pain sliced through her as she tried to push it back. So what if I'd been falling for the guy? Men are assholes. I know that, or at least I should by now. I was stupid to let my guard down. Stupid to think he was different. Stupid to let myself feel so much for him, she told herself. The door opened, startling Shauna enough to make her lift her head and look toward her door. Hyven Burr stormed naked into the bedroom, slammed the door behind him, and held something in his hands that resembled a few thin material belts. As he stormed right for her bed, Shauna just stared at the furious Zorn. I told them to not come in here, and to move to another room in the morning, so it is done. He climbed up on the bed. I know you are angry, but you will get past it once you realize that I can be just with you, like your human honor demands from a male, and I will be that male. I am going to sleep with just you every night. The hell you are! Shauna sat up. If you are sleeping in the bed, then I'll sleep on the floor. I refuse to... Shauna screamed out in fury as Burr lunged, grabbing her, and twisted her flat on her back as his leg lifted, coming down on the other side of her hip. He sat on her without putting all of his weight down, only enough to pin her, and seized one of her arms, just under the bandage he'd put on her earlier. What are you doing? Get the hell off me, and let me go! Burr lifted the hand not gripping her, opened his mouth to close over one of the belts, and jerked his head back to hold it out of the way. The sound of him growling at her was loud in the room as she continued to struggle. Shauna tried to buck the big bastard off her when she realized what he was going to do, but he had her trapped, his ass on the top of her thighs, pinning her legs flat, so she couldn't use them in a fight, as he proceeded to tie her wrists to the headboard. Let me go, you alien bastard! Burr lowered over her, leaning forward until inches separated their faces. He growled, showing white, sharp teeth as he snarled at her. I did not mount you because you are small, and I am not, Shauna. I can barely get my thumb inside your tight body without feeling you squeezing me, so I didn't want to harm you. In time, I am hoping to get you accustomed to a few of my fingers so you can take me without pain, and you will take me eventually, since I will not let you go. I will know what it is like to be buried deep inside your body, to know what it feels like to mount you, ride you, and completely enjoy your body with mine. She shook her head, staring up at him in shock. That is never going to happen because I'm leaving, Hyven. His lips twisted into a grimace. You won't be leaving me, Shauna. I decree that you are mine, and you will remain mine. You can go fuck yourself. His eyebrows arched. You are angry, so I will allow you to sleep. But tomorrow, after I return from my meetings, we will start conditioning your body to take mine. The only thing I want to fuck is you, Shauna. His face lowered more until they were almost nose to nose. I will make sure you will enjoy it as much as I will. He'd moved then, climbing off her body to lie down next to her. Shauna turned her head, jerking on the belts that secured her to the headboard, but she couldn't break free. Burr was on his side with his back to her. He shifted, getting comfortable on top of the comforter, then stayed put. "You're not sleeping with me, damn it! Let me go, you big bully!" He had the audacity to chuckle. "Rest much, Shauna. You will need it." She grit her teeth together, tightly to bite back the scream of rage that was building. The conceited jerk thought he could just make her stay, and make her want him. He had another thing coming if he thought he could bully her. She'd been raised hard, and she'd had to deal with all kinds of bullies in her life. Her eyes wandered over his broad back and lowered to his nice, bare ass. Of course the bullies I've dealt with didn't have his kick-ass sexy body. The memory of him in bed with those women cooled off her warm thoughts quickly. He was a six-timing asshole. She knew when he fell asleep. She could kick him now that he wasn't pinning her, but him sleeping was preferable to him trying to touch her. She closed her eyes, resigned that she was caught for the moment, but he'd have to let her up sometime. The door opening pulled Shauna from her thoughts. It wasn't Burr back from his meetings, but instead it was one of the house helpers, with the black eyes and blonde hair. Shauna was at a loss for the woman's name, but she knew this was the one who called herself House Lead, and who took care of Burr's hair. The woman had to be 6'1", maybe 6'2". She looked really unhappy to be standing just inside the door as they examined each other. The woman licked her lips and took a deep breath. "I am not happy with you being here, human, but it is not my choice to make. Hyven has ordered us to accept you fully and treat you with complete respect. He is running late, so he has ordered me to ask you if you are hungry yet. He said you refused breakfast, so I am to offer to hand-feed you. What's your name again?" She hesitated. "I am Ovalie." Her mouth tensed, and her fingers clenched at her sides. "I was House Lead until you arrived, but Hyven has taken that title from me until you are accepting of that honor that he has given to you." "If you let me go, I'm out of here. Why don't you do that?" Shauna forced a smile. "Wouldn't you love to see me gone?" She jerked on her wrists. "Just cut me loose, and you can have your job back that I don't even want." The alien woman sighed. "Don't think I am not tempted, but Hyven has warned us that there will be dire consequences if we allow you to escape. He is a very smart male. He is Hyven, after all, and thought of this plan already. If you were to escape, we would all pay heavily, and there is nowhere for you to go that he would not find you." Shauna rolled her eyes. "He's just a guy. Trust me, I can get lost anywhere, even on an alien planet. Do you know some guy named Oval? He offered to bound to me, so maybe you have a way to get in contact with him, to ask him to pick me up? I bet he'd come pretty quickly to get me, since he really seemed to want me yesterday." Ovalie walked closer to the bed. "Hyven would kill Oval if he came to take you, even at your request. You are a house helper, but he is acting like you are his bound." The woman looked damn unhappy as she spoke. "He told the guards he posted that if you try to escape, they are to detain you. But if they touch you, he will kill them. He's never threatened the guards to not touch us." Her gaze flickered over Shauna. "He's shared us with his guests, and a few of his honored guards. But the guards are now supposed to stop you from leaving if you break free. without getting close enough to even brush against your body. It makes no sense, but those are his orders." Shock ripped through Shauna. "He shared you with other men? Is that what you're saying?" The woman nodded. "We are house helpers, and we proudly serve Hyven in all ways, as well as serve his special honored guests and friends. It is the Zorn way that males share house helpers, if the company is much regarded on Zorn. Hyven is an important male, and has many honored guests come from afar to hold meetings with him." Shauna's stomach clenched as she fought nausea. "You mean he could invite his damn friends over and offer me up to them? We're talking about mounting, right?" Ovalie looked furious again as her eyes narrowed with a nod of her head. "If you were a house helper, he could and would. But you only hold the title but none of the duties. Those were Hyven's words to us this morning while you slept." Wiggling, Shauna managed to sit up. She had to sit sideways on the bed, since her wrists only had a few inches of movement. "I'm so confused. He said I was a house helper." Ovalie walked to the end of the bed, her hands gripping the bedding with white knuckles. She shook her head, spilling long blonde hair over her shoulders as she glared at Shauna. "It is just the title that he must use, since he is unable to bound with you. But you are no house helper. He was very clear about your place with him when he had everyone come together to let us know he will never give you up." Shauna hated the frustrated tears that filled her eyes. She blinked them back, but she realized the other woman saw them. "I just want to go back to Earth." Ovalie's features softened. "I am trying not to hate you, human. I know you were forced to our planet from your own, and I'm trying to find empathy for you." She swallowed. "Hyven is already bound to a loon, but they do not share a home or their bodies. He made it clear that you hold bound status without the actual title in his home. He will kill any male who touches you, like you are his bound. He will hunt you down to bring you home if you run away. And as much as we all hate it, you are here to stay." Staring at the other woman, Shauna sighed. "Just because Hyven Burst said so doesn't mean it's going to be that way. Who is his boss? Can you get me in contact with him? I bet his superior could make Hyven hand me over to someone else." Ovalie's eyes widened. "You do not know?" "Know what?" "There is no one stronger, wiser, or more powerful than Hyven. He leads all of Zorn." Shauna stared at the Zorn woman, while the blood drained from her face. She hoped she wasn't hearing right. "What?" Nodding, the Zorn woman looked grim. "Hyven Burr leads all of Zorn. He is the most powerful warrior on the planet. If you were to leave him, he would just order all of his warriors to search for you. There would be nowhere for you to hide from him, because no male who wanted to live would keep you from Hyven." Compassion filled the woman's dark eyes, softening the look of them slightly. "There is no escape from Hyven if you think you can run away. I wouldn't even give it a few hours before you were returned. To anger Hyven would be very foolish, and it would make all of us suffer if he were to feel unhappiness at your actions." Mute with shock, Shauna just stared at the Zorn woman. Ovalie actually looked sympathetic now as she released the bed, inching to the side of it as she moved closer to Shauna, giving her a nod. "You are bound to Hyven for all purposes, but the actual title, and he will not be able to release his seed into your body to give you offspring. He has made it very clear that he wants none of us house helpers to touch him again, for fear of making you never wish his touch again. Ovaly's features tightened with anger. It is very selfish of you, and I want you to revoke your demands of Hyven to be in your bed alone. Shauna grew angry instantly while she glared at the Zorn woman. Excuse me? Ovaly stopped feet from Shauna on the side of the bed. We must respect you, but he can't order us to like you, or be nice to you if you make our lives unhappy. You are a little female, and you had better remember that there are 6 of us. We want to continue to share a bed with Hyven, and we want access to his body as well. We feel sorry for you being taken by force from your world, but we will not suffer your strange ways of a male and female relationship. It is selfish and cruel to all of us house helpers to not have Hyven's touch anymore, just because it makes you angry. When Hyven returns from his meetings, you will tell him that he is to continue to sleep in our bed and mount each of us every day like he did before you came. Do you understand, human? Shauna understood all right. Are you threatening me, Ovaly? Ovaly blinked a few times. I would never threaten the house lead, human. Her mouth tensed. It is a warning. The bitch is definitely threatening me, Shauna thought, glaring at the woman. Worse, she was tied to the damn bed, so if the Zorn attacked, she wouldn't be able to defend herself much. Ovaly was over 6 feet of muscled woman, who probably weighed close to 200 pounds with her beefy body and thick bones. Shall I feed you? I was ordered to offer you nourishment. Shaking her head, Shauna refused. The other woman might poison her for all she knew, or feed her something horrible. No way did she trust any of Burr's house helpers, now that Ovaly had made it damn clear none of them were happy to have a human in their lives. Ovaly smiled coldly. We understand each other, don't we, human? Hyven is gone often, and you will be here with us at times for days and days when he travels far distances on Zorn. Her look swept down Shauna's body. Do you know that there are many ways to inflict pain without leaving marks on even death-white skin such as yours? I get it. Shauna inched away as far as she could with her wrists tied. You can stop now that you've made your damn point. There's no escape, and if I don't get with the program, yours, you're going to make me suffer a hell of a lot for it. I don't know some of your words, but yes, we will make you suffer greatly if you don't tell Hyven to keep things the way they were before you came. And not feeding you, locking you in small spaces in the dark while Hyven is gone, will leave no marks on your body for him to see. It would be a pity if you told him anything, and your hair caught fire by getting too close to the flame. Or you had an accident preparing a meal. Your fingers are so tiny that a knife would slice one off too easily. But you look smart, human, so you have nothing to tell Hyven about me or the other house helpers that would make him unhappy. Do you? Dread pitted in her stomach as Shauna stared into the woman's cold eyes. All signs of her earlier compassion were gone, leaving Shauna to wonder if it had all been an act in the first place, as she shook her head no. Ovaly smiled coldly, and then turned, stalking across the room with a definite bounce in her step. Tears filled Shauna's eyes the second the door closed, and she was once again left alone. It was as if she were in foster care all over again when she'd first been sent into the system. The older, bigger kids had terrorized her and made threats about what would happen if she tattled to anyone. Luckily, she'd gotten bigger and taken all those classes to learn self-defense, so she'd learned to fight back. She was facing 6 bullies now, with a gang mentality, and Shauna wasn't going to get any bigger compared to those Amazon women. She was in a world of shit, with no escape. Hot wetness slid down her cheeks as more tears fell. She just wanted to go home. But even if she managed to escape the house, there would be no place to go where Burr wouldn't find her, and no way to leave the planet Burr ruled to go home to Earth. Shauna drew up her knees and huddled, putting her face against her legs, and just let go of her emotions. She never was one to turn to useless tears, but sometimes a good cry was the best way to get it out of her system. She used her knees to muffle her sobs when they gripped her. Her future was going to be a living hell, and she knew it. She'd spent years of her life trying to survive her childhood so she could control her own future, and now it all had been taken away from her. A while later, a hand touching her startled Shauna enough to make her gasp. Her face jerked up to stare in fear into a pair of sad, glowing bright blue eyes as Burr watched her silently. He was leaning over the edge of the bed, his face close to hers, his large hand touching her calf. His mouth was slightly parted to reveal his sharp teeth, and as Shauna stared at him, he brought a knee up high, making the bed dip as he climbed on it with her. "Please, Shauna, do not shed tears." His voice was deep, but his tone was soft, gentle and comforting. "I am sorry I was later than I said I would be, but I wanted to talk to my son Argonon and his human bound, so I visited them after my meetings." Shauna forced herself to look away and lower her head. She used the baggy dress to wipe at her tears, sniffed a little, and was embarrassed that he'd caught her crying. The bed moved more as Burr settled down next to her to sit with his back to the headboard. She saw his other hand move for his thigh, and she watched silently as he withdrew something from a pocket of his tight leather pants. She saw the sharp blade a second before he sliced through the belts that held her wrists. He threw the knife away, the sound loud as it clattered across the tile. Shauna gasped, but didn't fight when Burr suddenly lifted her, putting her sideways on his lap so her ass firmly was between his slightly parted thighs. 2 thick muscular arms wrapped tight around her to pull her firmly against his chest. He hugged her to his body, his chin coming down on the top of her head while he held her. "I know this is hard for you, and I know you must be frightened. I shouldn't have tied you to the bed, but I was afraid you would try to run away while I was gone, and that would have been dangerous. Zorn warriors are very sexual, and you are human, which makes you very desired. If you told them you were mine, they would never touch you. But I realize you are angry with me, so I didn't know if you would give them my name when you were caught." He paused. "You would be caught." Shauna relaxed in his arms, actually feeling comforted and safe in his warm embrace. She knew she should fight him, tell him to go to hell, and just for principle, cuss him out for what he'd done by tying her to a damn bed. But she didn't. She burrowed tighter into his massive chest. He smelled really good with the scent of leather, man, and the woods. She needed the comfort, so she took it where she could get it at that moment. "I spoke to my son's human bound, and she didn't want to be with my son when she was brought to Zorn. She was offended by Argonon having 3 house helpers in his home. She told me how it harmed her, and I am very sorry for the pain you must feel, my Shauna." He rubbed her back, holding her tighter still. "I wish you to know that there will never be other women that I will touch or will allow to touch me. From the moment I saw you, there was no other female I wanted. Do you understand?" She hesitated and then lifted her head, meeting his solemn gaze. She didn't say a word. Burr took a deep breath, his chest expanding against her body, while he continued to rub her gently. "I would bound to you if I could, and give you all that I have. But I can't do that for the reasons I have told you. I can't give you my seed or offspring, but I will give you everything else I have." His hand slid from her back over her arm, and then up to gently cup her face as he stared into her eyes. "I will do anything to make you happy." "Can I go home to Earth?" She knew it was worth a shot. Burr's eyes closed. His body tensed, and then he shook his head, his eyes snapping open as his body relaxed again. "I will never let you go, Shauna. Ask me for anything but that to make you happy." Gazing into his beautiful eyes, Shauna realized she was never going to find her way back to her old life. This man wasn't responsible for her being taken by Goal and his 2 goons, so hating him or holding him at fault for that wouldn't be fair. He'd saved her from being sold as some asshole's sex slave, and when she said she wanted to go home with him, he hadn't denied her. In fact, he had even tried repeatedly to hand off all the sex duties to her, even if she hadn't understood what the hell it meant at the time, when he wanted to dump all the house helpers' chores on her. "I understand the word monogamy, and I can give you this, Shauna." He caressed her cheek. "My son's bound said you would want love. I know what this means, but I have never experienced it. I once thought that Elune held my heart, but she harmed me with her words and her rejection of me. I suffered pain and shame from her actions that injured my pride. I swore to never allow another woman to mean enough to me to care if she wanted to reject me or not." He paused. His palm left her face, and his fingers ran through her hair. "Your rejection hurts me." Shauna watched his sad eyes, and damned if she didn't see sincerity there, and it made her want to curse out loud, because she knew her heart melted a little at his confession. He'd been hurt before. She could plainly see that, and it made her attracted to the guy even more for opening up to her about it. He was laying himself bare, which few men did, and she knew that, too. This wasn't some line to get her into bed or some guy telling her a sob story trying to get a second date. The guy owned her ass. He didn't have to tell her a thing. And she didn't see deception in his eyes. "Give me time, without fighting me, to show you that we can be happy together, and that I will be the best protector for you, my Shauna. I vow to not touch another woman, and to make time for you always. I was told this would make you know that I am serious about making you understand how strongly I am determined to keep you." His eyes searched hers for a long minute. "Give me the opportunity to see if we can work things out between us. What do you have to lose?" Closing her eyes to not look into those incredible eyes anymore, she tried to calm her pounding heart. Burr just held her, waiting patiently, while she sat there in his arms. She was tired, and she was scared. She was on an alien world, and the only thing she knew was the man with his arms around her. It could be a hell of a lot worse, and she knew that. She could have been sold to one of those men at the auction, and she doubted he'd be swearing fidelity or swearing to try to make her happy. Someone else wouldn't care if she was hurt, frightened, and she didn't even want to consider the kind of hell she'd be facing in the hands of a man intent on only using her body regardless of whether she enjoyed it or not. "Shauna, please, Look at me. Will you give me a chance to try to make you happy?" Opening her eyes, she met his intense gaze. His beautiful eyes regarded her silently while he waited for an answer. Shauna took a deep breath and nodded. Chapter 7. Relief was instant and evident on Burr's face as he slowly smiled at Shauna. "I will do everything in my power to give you a good and happy life with me." Nodding again, Shauna locked eyes on him. "Can you get rid of all your house helpers?" Burr's lips twisted downward, his shock at her words apparent as he stared into her eyes. He was clearly thinking as emotions flashed across his features while he debated, but a good minute later, he shook his head no. "It is my duty to protect them, even if I will never touch them again. It would be cruel to strip them of their standing by sending them to homes that are less than what they are accustomed to. I don't know how to explain it to you, but it would be a harsh punishment if I did this to them that they don't deserve." He had no damn idea what those women deserved, and Shauna debated on if she should tell him that they had threatened her. He didn't know her well, and she didn't know him well. She had no idea how long Burr and his house helpers had lived together, so she wasn't sure if he'd believe her. They will adjust to this new way of life. He sounded more than sure of himself. It will work out for them. I have a summit starting tomorrow with many visitors to arrive to stay in our home in the morning. Those warriors will keep the house helpers very busy. Dread hit Shauna. "You're going to offer their bodies to those men, aren't you?" Cocking his head, Burr watched her with narrowed eyes. "They do not mind. You may ask them about this if you doubt my word. I apologize if this offends your human customs, but it is a way of Zorn life, and the women need a male touch. If not my body, then they will want another male to mount them." Fear inched up her spine. "What about me? Are you going to offer me up too? I'm warning you now, if you even try that with me, someone is going to die." His eyebrow lifted. "You are correct, Shauna. If a warrior tries to touch you, then someone will die. I will kill any male who goes too near you. You are mine, and mine alone to touch. I will never allow another warrior to put his hands on you." She relaxed in his arms. "So we're on the same page. Good." "The same page?" "It's a saying that means we agree and are thinking the same things." He nodded. "We are on the same page. If a warrior touches you, there will be a death." She realized with a jolt as she stared up at him that he was deadly serious. There was no teasing sparkle in his gaze. "You'd really kill a guy for touching me? Seriously kill?" A soft growl rumbled from his throat. "Isn't it this way on your world? Don't your males kill other males to protect their women?" "Sometimes, but not usually." Burr shook his head, looking totally disgusted as he moved to lift Shauna off his lap. "It is a good thing that you are no longer on a planet where you are not protected. I ordered the women to prepare a meal for us, since I was told you hadn't eaten." He stood and turned, looking down at her with a frown. "It is your duty to help me care for you, and I want your word that you will eat more." He carefully studied her body. "We need to make you bigger, so you are sturdier." Shauna's eyebrows arched as she stared at him while he walked away toward the bedroom door. He was serious, and it stunned her. "He wants me bigger?" Her gaze swept down to her slightly rounded stomach from the 15 pounds she was overweight. Swallowing, her attention jerked up to Burr as he paused by the bedroom door. "Come with me, Shauna. The house helpers have moved their belongings out of my room, and you will now live there with me." His mouth curved into a frown as his look darted around the room. "This room holds many bad memories, so I am glad that we will no longer have to come in here." She inched off the bed and started to walk toward him. "Should I borrow some clothes from the closet?" Her hands ran over the huge, baggy dress. "This is all I have." "I ordered one of the women to go shopping for you today, so new, better-fitting clothing should be in my closet." His gaze warmed up. His hand lifted, palm up, offering her his hand. "Come, Shauna. The food should be waiting." The room was almost twice as large as the bedroom she'd just left, she decided, as she stepped into Burr's bedroom. Today his bed was empty. There were no other women in the room, and it was well lit from many windows, with red-hazed sunlight shining through each not covered by curtains. "You guys don't use coverings for privacy?" Burr's focus followed hers to the clear glass. "Why would we wish to hide the outdoors from our sight?" "What about privacy? Anyone at night could just stand out there and watch everything that you do." A grin split his features as Burr turned fully to face her, still gripping her hand he held as he stared down at her. "Why would someone do this?" "They could be perverts. Who knows?" His head tilted slightly. "I remember the word is bad in your dialect, and I understand, but there would be no honor in spying on my bedroom or attacking by sneaking up on me. Warriors are trained to be honorable, Shauna." "And what of the ones who fail those lessons?" She frowned at him. "That guy who bound to a loon wasn't honorable when he tried to kill you, right?" The smile died on Burr's lips. "No, he had no honor. If it bothers you so much, I will have the women cover the windows. What do you suggest that will make you more comfortable here?" She was instantly impressed with his offer, knowing he didn't have to give a damn what she wanted. Taking a deep breath, she explained curtain rods and curtains to him. He listened intently, nodded a few times, and squeezed her hand. "It will be done for you. Is there anything else in the room you would want changed? I want you to be happy." "Nope, that's it." He turned away to lead her by the hand to a table by double-glass doors that were open in the far corner. The smell of food made her stomach instantly grumble in response. Burr softly growled as he sat down, yanking a surprised Shauna on his lap, where she landed on her ass. "You went too long without food in your angry rebellion of me." A frown firmly in place, he reached around her to one of the plates set out and grabbed a meat strip, holding it in front of her mouth. "Eat now." The meat smelled similar to bacon and was really good. Shauna's eyes narrowed, though, as she locked gazes with Burr. "I'm going to eat, but what would you do to me if I refused?" Black eyebrows arched. "You want to test me on purpose, Shauna?" Opening her mouth, she took a bite and shrugged her shoulders. The food was delicious, and it not only smelled equal to thick bacon, but tasted like it too, which she loved. Chewing it down, she never looked away from him. She reached up to take it from him, but he jerked his hand back to keep hold of the meat between his finger and thumb. He slowly brought it back to her mouth, obviously intent on hand-feeding her. "I'm curious. We couldn't exactly date and get to know each other, so I'm trying to get to know you. What would you do if I refused to eat?" A confused expression had his lips turning slightly downward. What is dating? Is it some strange alien mating ritual that is made to drive both sexes crazy? A laugh burst from Shauna. You have no idea how close to accurate that is. It's where a man and woman go out to see entertainment events and have meals together to just talk and get to know each other before they get to the sexual relationship parts. The disgusted face he made had Shauna laughing again. He smiled at her, though, and she opened her mouth, taking another bite. He reached around her with his other hand to pick up a piece of fruit to feed her next. On Zorn, the family usually offers up the females to males they have seen and wish to be part of his household. Males and females don't talk together much, so getting to know each other isn't relevant. If there is a desire to mount by both of them, that is all that matters right after the ability to care for each other well. Warriors are judged by their fighting skills and the homes they can provide. The women are judged by their house helper skills, and some consider their beauty. She stared at him in shock. It was so damn sexist, but she swallowed the words down since she wasn't on Earth anymore. Her mind started working quickly, though, and filling in what he wasn't saying. So you got your house helpers because their families contacted you? Because the women were interested in living with you? He nodded, feeding her a bite at a time, occasionally taking one for himself. That is exactly what happens, and that is how I got them over the years. I still get offers for more, but 6 is my limit. As Hyven, I have more females than most, because I have many guests who travel far distances to come to meetings with me. Just having 2 or 3 house helpers, like many in high positions do, would be a strain on their duties and their bodies. She let her outrage over those sexual duties go, since at the moment those women were anything but her friends. What kind of meetings do you have? It is my duty to make sure my people are happy and cared for, so life is good for us all. The planet is large, so Vartas from all districts come to hold meetings with me to tell me what I can do to make their districts better. She stared at him, and then nodded, thinking, okay, the planet must be divided in districts, and Vartas are probably similar to the governor of a state, so they represent each one. Zorn politics aren't that complicated. And tomorrow? What is that meeting about? Burr's face tensed. We have wild areas of Zorn, where some of our uncivilized Zorn males live without rules or honor. Every year we take over more land and bring them into our society. But lately we've had some issues with wild males trying to trespass into civilized areas, looking to steal our women. We are holding meetings from the districts having these problems, and I will send more of my warriors to the areas having troubles to hunt down these dangerous males. They will either comply with Zorn laws, or they will die after they are captured. Shauna was speechless. Is Burr a dictator? She hoped not. She stared at him in shock. Frowning, he stared into her eyes, studying her. You do not agree with my decision? His eyebrows arched. You do not understand how dangerous these wild males are, or what they would do to any woman captured and taken, Shauna. Do not use your alien judgment to condemn me for wishing death to our enemies. He paused. They would kill the women taken by severely abusing their bodies and causing them great harm and suffering first. Wild males are lawbreakers. They take life without any regard to honor or rightness, and they are very bad males. Do you understand? She was starting to. It sounded as though the wild males deserved to be in prison, the worst of Zorn population, if they were murderers and rapists. Burr didn't have to say it, but she was guessing that's what he meant about severe abuse to women that would result in their deaths. She nodded at him. His tense body relaxed as he finished feeding her lunch. "We are done here." Burr suddenly put his arm under Shauna's knees as his other arm wrapped around her back. He stood, lifting her into his arms, and moved for the bed with a stunned Shauna in his hold. He gently put her on the edge of the bed before taking a step back while their gazes locked. "Undress for me, my Shauna. Stretch out on your back in the middle of the bed and let me see all of you." "No foreplay, huh?" Burr's boots made a loud sound on the tile when he toed them off and kicked them away. His large hands reached for his shirt next, and in a heartbeat he tore it over his head to reveal his naked upper body. Shauna stared at his perfect chest, broad shoulders, and her gaze traveled slowly down his muscled abs. His fingers flexed right before he started to open up his leather pants. "Strip for me, Shauna." His voice lowered, going deep and rough. "I want you." Swallowing hard, Shauna moved to her knees on the bed. She wiggled around to get the baggy dress off as she watched Burr strip out of his pants. He was rock hard, his erection straining already, without her even being naked yet, and his knee hit the bed as he climbed up on it with her. Shauna froze as she gripped her dress. She watched Burr's gaze travel up her body as they both stood on their knees. He inched closer, his bright eyes burning with passion, and their gazes locked together again. She wanted him, but she wasn't as turned on as he was yet. Looking at his great body did things to her, though, warmed her up and put her in the mood to lick him in a few choice places. "Do I frighten you?" Burr frowned slightly. "You are not tearing your dress over your head. Don't you wish for me to touch you?" "I do. It's just that I didn't expect to go from talking to sex so fast." Burr reached for her, gripped her dress to yank it over her head himself, and tossed it off the bed. "Never fear me, for I would never hurt you, Shauna. My sex drive is very high, and I will want you often many times every day." His eyes raked down her body, and a soft purr tore from his throat. "Many, many times." The look in his eyes stunned Shauna. No man had ever looked at her with that much need and passion before. Burr's eyes glowed brighter from pure lust as he studied every inch of her, until he finally met her gaze. "On your back, now." She knew what he wanted, and she didn't hesitate. She backed up and then sat down, bringing her knees up as she stretched out flat on her back. Burr hadn't moved an inch, but his attention was riveted on her thighs, which she slowly spread wide apart to show him the girl parts of her that he found really fascinating. Whatever held Burr back was instantly gone the second she opened up to him. With a rumbling growl, the large man nearly pounced on her. Burr stretched out on his stomach, his upper body braced on his bent elbows, and he used his hands to spread her lower lips to expose her pussy to him. Without pause, his head lowered so he could swipe his hot, wet tongue across her clit. Shock rolled through Shauna, along with instant pleasurable sensations, as he closed his lips around the nub. Her fingers dug into the bedding as Burr's mouth started to play hell with her body. She didn't try to stop the moans that broke free from her as Burr used his mouth to tug and lick at her clit. Sharp teeth were damn gentle as they scraped against the very sensitive flesh he held in his mouth. His strong tongue pushed up the hood of her clit, rubbing back and forth with enough pressure to have her panting and arching her hips against his wonderfully talented mouth. Her vaginal walls tightened, clenched, and quivered with need of a little more from Burr. "Please," she softly cried out. Burr froze, his lips and mouth releasing her clit. "What do you need from me, Shauna?" His voice was rough, raw, and so deep it was more of a growl than actual words. "Do you need release?" Lifting her head, Shauna stared down her body into Burr's heated gaze. He was breathing hard and turned on as much as she was. She took a deep breath. "I need you in me while you touch me there. I ache inside." His eyes narrowed as he stared at her, and then he slowly released her. He braced his hands on the bed and pushed up to his hands and knees. It instantly drew Shauna's attention down his body to the large hard-on Burr was sporting. She wanted him to fuck her, but as she stared at how wide he was, she wondered if it would hurt, never having taken anything that broad before. He wasn't a freak, but he was bigger than her prick of an ex-husband, and bigger than the few boyfriends she'd had who had carried over into sexual relationships. "Roll over," Burr commanded in that rough tone. Jerking her focus from his cock, Shauna moved. She rolled over and instantly knew without him asking what he wanted as she pushed up to her hands and knees. She'd heard the term mounting enough since she'd come to Zorn that she could guess that their Zorn version of normal sex was doggy style. On her hands and knees, Shauna looked over her shoulder at the large man who stared at her body. Shauna's tense body relaxed as she stared at Burr, realizing she trusted him to not hurt her. He was a big damn man, well over 100 pounds heavier than she, and a hell of a lot stronger, so he could harm her if he wasn't careful. To support her belief that he wouldn't injure her, though, he very slowly inched closer to her, coming down over her so his chest and her back were touching. One of his hands braced on the bed next to her hand as their gazes locked together. His other hand went between their bodies, which were more than a few inches apart from her ass to his hips because he was holding himself back from her there. "You are so small. I am worried I will hurt you. Are you sure about this, my Shauna? I want to mount you so much I hurt with the need, but I would never force my desire on you if it will give you pain." Damn, he really is a great guy. She knew that as she kept her gaze locked with his. She'd never met a guy yet who would have stopped at this point to make sure she was willing and ready. She nodded. "Just go damn slow." "You didn't need to tell me that." He paused. "If it causes you any pain, you must tell me to stop immediately." Shauna nodded and lowered her elbows to the bed to brace against it, lifting her ass higher to give Burr easier access. He moved behind her so his legs could spread on the outside of her bent ones to lower his hips to her level. She wondered if that would be uncomfortable for him to fuck her with his legs spread that wide, but in the next instant, she stopped thinking. Burr's fingers caressed her slit, slowly sliding in her wetness to her clit. If she thought he was going to just enter her, she learned instantly that she was wrong. She wiggled her hips, tormented, while he played with her clit with his fingertip. The sensation was good, but he kept the pressure light enough that it wouldn't make her come right away. He alternated between tracing slow circles around the swelling nub and then doing little flicks against it. "Please," Shauna panted. "You're tormenting me now." Burr's finger left her clit. She opened her mouth to protest, but the sudden feeling of a finger slowly working into her drenched with need pussy made her grasp at the bed, moaning loudly. A deep, rumbling growl tore from Burr. "You're so tight, Shauna." "Please," she almost whimpered. The feeling of him barely inside her when she was aching from wanting him was torment. She pushed back with her hips, forcing his finger deeper inside her body, and moaned louder. I need you to move. His finger withdrew. Shauna wanted to cry out in frustration and opened her mouth to encourage him, when suddenly he pushed into her with 2 fingers. The thicker sensation of being stretched, but not painfully so, was wonderful, hitting nerves that were begging for his attention, and Shauna moaned his name loudly. So hot and tight, Burr growled behind her. You are the softest thing I have ever felt. Lord of the Moons, my Shauna. I want inside you enough to give my life at this moment to know this sensation. He slowly fucked her with his fingers. Shauna moved her hips, meeting the slow thrusts of his 2 fingers. The sheer pleasure became overwhelming, and she knew she'd come if he just rubbed her clit. Ecstasy hovered just out of reach. It was almost impossible to think, but Shauna knew there was something she wanted to tell him. She fought the pleasure trying to clear her mind, and then it surfaced through her rapture-filled brain. Burr? He stopped moving his fingers. Do you want me to stop? Are you sore? I'll kill you if you stop. I can't get pregnant, so don't worry about that. I have an IUD. Is that a disease that prevents you from pregnancy? He didn't sound happy. Do humans carry diseases through sex? She turned her head to stare up at his frowning face. I don't have any diseases. I got tested for everything after I found out my ex-husband wasn't just an ass, but a cheating one as well. No, it's a small device implanted inside my body that prevents pregnancy. You can come in me, and I can't get pregnant without a doctor removing that first. Burr's eyes widened. His gaze lowered to her bent-over backside, and a snarl tore from his throat. It was a terrifying sound that instantly made Shauna startle enough to jump. Burr's gaze flew back to hers. I didn't mean to frighten you, Shauna. I'm sorry. Telling you I can't get pregnant makes you angry? He shook his head. It excites me beyond words that I can spill my seed into you. His bright eyes seemed to darken a lot as Shauna watched in amazement. His hand slid over the curve of her ass and then slid around her hip in the front. He kept his gaze locked with hers now, never looking away, as his hand curved over her stomach, going lower until 2 of his fingertips found and rubbed against her clit. She was soaked from wanting Burr, so his fingers used that wetness to tease her swollen flesh. He gently pinched her clit between 2 of his fingers to give it a light tugging over and over. Shauna clawed the bed and fought the urge to close her eyes. She was intent on staring into Burr's eyes, even if she got a kink in her neck looking at him over her shoulder. He moved his body closer to hers as the hard press of his thick cock brushed against her ass. Excitement flooded her at the idea of Burr entering her. Big or not, she wanted to feel him inside her. He didn't have to guide his erection, since he was so hard that all he had to do was shift his hips to position himself against her opening. Their gazes locked together without blinking. Burr pressed very gently against Shauna. She forced her body to relax, even though it was hard to do on the edge of coming, and she knew it, could feel it, and the persistent tugging of her clit was only bringing her closer. Burr's eyes narrowed just slightly, and then he pressed tighter against her. Her body resisted, but then he pushed more, forcing her body to take him. Shauna gasped in air as her pussy started to stretch at the intrusion, but she didn't feel pain as Burr very slowly started to penetrate her body. He was big, thick, and so incredibly hard that she cried out at the sensation. Burr froze. Shauna slammed her mouth closed, gritting her teeth, and nodded at him to keep going. He was mistaking her pleasure for pain, and she knew it, so she ordered herself to keep quiet. He blinked, and then pushed in more. A slow inch at a time, he sank into her deeper, stretching her pussy around his thick cock to the point of near pain, but it was the pleasurable kind. Shauna sucked in air, realizing her teeth weren't gritted anymore. "Oh, God, you're so big," she moaned. "Don't stop, though, please. You're not hurting me." Burr pushed in more, and Shauna clasped the bedding frantically as every damn inch of him stretched her as he hit nerve endings she didn't even know she had. She was so close to coming, too close, but she didn't ask him to release her clit. The pure ecstasy she was experiencing was so good she'd rather die than make it stop. "Lord of the Moons," Burr snarled. She wasn't afraid this time at the rough, harsh sound of his voice. He was really turned on, and she understood the difference now between high passion and anger. Burr held still inside her, and then withdrew a little. Shauna saw beads of sweat gathered on his forehead, caused by how tightly he held himself in control. His mouth tensed, almost to the point of a frown, and then he pushed back inside her. Shauna turned her head, squeezed her eyes closed, and was overwhelmed by the ecstasy of Burr inside her. "I'm going to come," she moaned, panting. "I can't hold off." He started to move in and out of her, his fingers rubbing her clit faster as his hips increased in speed. The sensation of him touching her oversensitive and swollen nub and the feel of his thick, steel-hard cock inside her was too much for Shauna to take. The climax hit her hard, sending pleasure tearing through her as her vaginal walls went crazy with contractions, clenching and twitching as she heard herself screaming out as she came. Burr jerked inside her, his cock a super-strong heartbeat, thumping hard, deep in her pussy, and then hot heat was pouring into her as Burr came. Burr roared out his pleasure, sounding like a lion. His fingers released her clit, and his arm wrapped tightly around her hips, locking her to his body, bent over hers, as he continued to jerk inside her, against her, and more hot warmth shot inside her as he kept coming. The roar cut off, and Burr's tight, tense body went limp over hers. They were both breathing in choppy, harsh breaths, and Shauna could feel them both still experiencing the aftermath of their climaxes. Her vaginal walls twitched, and Burr's cock a thick heartbeat she could have taken his pulse with. "Shauna," Burr rasped. "I'm great," she panted. "Better than great." "I will never let you go." It might have been the superstellar sex. Maybe it was because no guy had ever turned her into a screamer. The sex had been that damn incredible and mind-blowing. But Shauna actually smiled while trying to catch her breath. The idea of her leaving Burr now wasn't something she was willing to dwell on. The guy had just made her come so hard she'd probably be hoarse later, maybe even lose her voice entirely. It boggled her mind, but with her sated body, she really didn't want to give it any thought. "Mine," Burr nuzzled her neck, kissing the sensitive skin behind and under her ear. His wet, hot tongue darted out to give her a teasing little lick. "Always mine, Shauna." She chuckled. "If you can do this to me every time, Burr, I'll let you keep me." Chapter 8. Shauna decided Burr was a breathing heater of warmth while sprawled on top of his naked body 2 hours later. He was a big man who didn't seem to mind her on top of him, or find her too heavy since he'd put her there himself. His hands caressed her ass, the back of her thighs, and then rose higher to her lower back. He seemed to really enjoy touching her. When you said you had a high sex drive, I had no idea you really meant it. Human guys brag about that kind of stuff, but you are the man, Burr. He chuckled. Is being the man another human saying, since I am most obviously male? Yes, it's a good saying, too, which means you're like the leader of all other males. His laugh was deep. I am the leader of Zorn, so that is a correct statement. Lifting her head, Shauna adjusted so her palms were flat on his chest, so she could put her chin on her hand to stare up at Burr. He was the sexiest man ever, with his sated bright eyes and his messed-up long black hair. He'd decided taunting her breasts had been a good idea, until she'd nearly begged him to fuck her again, which he had, 3 times in the past few hours. The sex had been incredible every time. Burr loved to tease and taunt her body until she was ready to come before he'd enter her. He'd made her climax every time, which amazed her. Guys had always left her high and dry at the end of sex, but Burr was not just any man. He was a hell of a lot more, and a lot better than any she'd ever known. What are your thoughts, my Shauna? Gazing into his eyes, she was almost afraid to share them, but so far he'd been very honest and blunt with her. She wondered if a totally truthful relationship between a man and woman was really possible. She stared at a guy who didn't play games as far as she could tell, who spoke to the point of brutally sincere, and she really liked him. After the great sex they'd shared, she was even willing to go as far as to admit she was falling deeply in love with him. Who could resist Burr? I'm not doing such a hot job of it, that's for sure, she thought with a smile. If you hurt me, I'll have to kill you for it, because I want to trust you. You asked, I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I'm thinking. His eyes widened with shock, and then he frowned. I would never hurt you, Shauna, so you may put those thoughts out of your head now. There are a lot of ways to hurt a woman, and I'm not talking about you hitting me or hurting me that way. I'm talking about you touching another woman, or letting one touch you. I'm talking about the kind of pain that doesn't leave any marks. You're offering me something really great, and where I come from we have this saying, if it sounds and looks too good to be true, it usually is. Burr frowned at her. It means that if someone offers you something that is too perfect, then it usually isn't perfect at all. And thinking you can have it is setting yourself up to get fooled and seriously hurt. I have many, many flaws, so I am not perfect in any way. So have no fear that what I am offering you is perfection. I will make you angry with things I say sometimes, because my sons are bound to humans. I have been told by their human bounds that they think we are too controlling sometimes. But I will never break my word to you, and you have my vow of monogamy. I know what this means, so the only sexual contact I have will be with you. His intense eyes studied her. After what we just shared, do you really have any doubt that you are the one I want? If you think that I have ever experienced the kind of pleasure before that I find with your body, you would be wrong. Your body is so soft and tight, he softly growled. You can take me over and over again, in so many positions. I have never felt such sexual happiness, Shauna. You have made it so I have no interest in mounting any female but you. Burr's cock grew fuller and thicker, harder against her soft belly where she lay on top of him. Her eyes widened with the knowledge that he was ready to go another round. I'm game for another round, but damn am I going to be sore tomorrow, she thought, since she could already feel her muscles in her thighs, burning from the ride she'd given him the last round when she'd been on top. I like to hear your thoughts, and I enjoy talking to you." He frowned, saying those words, looking slightly confused. "I want to spend all my time getting to know how you think and how you feel." Shauna laughed. "You don't have to look so damn confused about that. Is that a bad thing?" Burr suddenly rolled them over on the big bed, pinning Shauna under him, his thighs opening her legs to spread them wide apart while his hands gripped her arms to pin them down. His long hair curtained around their faces as he stared down at her, nose to nose, a frown on his lips. Shauna stared up at him, not feeling an ounce of fear at the sudden change of position, or the fact that he had her pinned. She found herself totally trusting Burr to not hurt her. "I am confused," he admitted softly. "Zorn people don't have these kinds of relationships between males and females." "I don't understand." He took a deep breath, never looking away from her eyes. "Interaction between men and women is limited, Shauna. I talk to my pack and to my sons and other Zorn males freely, and want to hear what they think and feel on matters. I talk to my house helpers, but it is not about our feelings or our thoughts, unless it is relevant to a matter at hand." "You mean you don't talk to women, you just mount them?" Hesitating, he slowly nodded. "I tried to talk of things to Elune as my bound, but she told me she had no interest in hearing anything not relevant to the moment at hand. That is the way it is between Zorns. You like to talk to me, and I like to talk to you about everything. I find myself very stimulated by this, and I like it." He smiled. Shauna smiled back at him. "I'm a talker, and I enjoy listening to you, Burr. I swear, I'll talk to you until you want to duct tape my mouth shut." Black eyebrows rose. "Tape your mouth?" He frowned. "I would never do that, and if anyone tried to, I would beat them." She laughed. "I believe you would." He slowly smiled. "No one will ever harm you in any way, my Shauna, or I will make sure they suffer greatly for it." Shauna gasped out and then moaned as Burr suddenly adjusted his hips and entered her slowly, the surprising sensation sending pleasure through her body. He pushed all the way inside, filling her, and then slowly, almost totally withdrew, to drive back into her. Wrapping her legs around his hips, she rubbed against him to meet him with every thrust that increased in pace. She tried to wrap her arms around his neck, but he kept her arms pinned down. It turned her on more that he was totally in control of the sex, that he was so much stronger than she, and having him ride her was the best damn feeling ever. Her gaze locked with his, and then he lowered his face to kiss her. She held her breath for a second, and then opened her mouth up to his, right before his lips brushed hers. She closed her eyes in pleasure. He'd never tried to kiss her before on her mouth. He'd given her some hellishly wicked kisses on her clit with that wonderful mouth, letting her know the man could French kiss really well, if that was any indication. He'd taunted her body in various parts, kissing her too, but she'd just assumed Zorn didn't kiss on the mouth. She hadn't thought to ask him about it either. She was surprised at how tender the kiss started. His fuller lips were feather-light as they brushed her own. Then he entered her mouth with his tongue, tasting and teasing her own with hungry swipes. She moaned into his mouth while he imitated the driving thrusts of his cock with his tongue, matching the rhythms, going on sensation overload as Burr manipulated her body. The climax hit her hard and ripped through her body, causing her to scream into the mouth over hers. Burr jerked his mouth back inches from her lips and roared out his own release. Shauna relaxed, feeling fused to the large man pinning her down from her breasts to where her legs were still wrapped around his waist. Her eyes opened slowly to meet his, finding him grinning down at her, his eyes sparking with happiness. She couldn't help but grin back at him. "You are perfection, my Shauna," Burr rasped. "Perhaps you are too good to be truthful in your words from Earth." "It's too good to be true. And I promise you that I have a ton of flaws myself. A loud knocking sounded and cut Shauna off immediately, followed by the door being thrown open hard enough to make it slam loudly into the wall. Burr's reflexes were scary fast as he snarled, separating their bodies. He practically leapt off Shauna in the same instant that he threw some of the covers over her bared body to meet whoever had dared barge into his room. Burr stood on his naked feet, his body tensed with his fists up, ready to do battle. Ovalie was frozen inside the room just feet from the door. She paled at the sound and sight of a very pissed-off naked Burr, ready to attack her. She stumbled back a step, her gaze flying to the bed where Shauna struggled to clutch at the blanket to keep her body covered and sit up at the same time to get a better view of the woman who'd rushed into the bedroom. "I told you to never enter my room again," Burr snarled harshly, his deep tone gruff enough to barely understand his words. Ovalie's attention flew to Burr. "I apologize, but the medical center just called to inform you that Rahl and his bound have come in. It is time for the offspring to be born, but there are problems. He has lost all control, and they need you to come immediately to calm him before he kills the guards or tears the building apart." Burr's body was in motion as soon as Ovalie stopped speaking as he headed for the closet. "Tell me what they said," he snarled. "Is the human dying?" Ovalie's gaze went to Shauna, turning cold and hard as her dark eyes narrowed. "They did not give more details, Hyven. Just that he was out of control, and they needed you immediately. A guard is waiting outside to take you there as soon as you are dressed." "I will shower quickly." Burr almost ran for the bathroom, with a set of clothes he'd torn out of the closet, gripped in his fingers. "Tell them I am on my way." The Zorn woman didn't move until the sound of water could be heard. She stormed closer to the bed to glare at Shauna. "Did you do what I demanded?" Shauna glared back at the woman. "You mean, did I tell him that I wanted him to mount you and the other women? It's not happening, Ovalie. Hyven is leaving, and we will continue with this when he is gone." The threat was clear as the woman spun around and ran from the room to do Burr's bidding. "So fucked," Shauna sighed, throwing off the blanket as she scrambled out of bed. She ran for the closet, quickly searching for anything to put on, ignoring the bags that were probably her new clothes. She found one of Burr's softer pullover shirts and what resembled folded sweatpants. She quickly put them on her body, not caring how baggy and big they were. The waist had a tie, so she tightened them enough to stay on her hips. She had to bend over and roll the legs up, since the guy was almost a foot taller. The water shut off in the bathroom, and within a minute, a dripping, wet-haired but dressed Burr stormed back into the bedroom. He paused when he saw a dressed Shauna. "I'm coming with you." He frowned at her, but gave a jerky nod of his head as he went for his boots, and then stopped dead. He spun around. "My son needs me, so let's go now." Both of them were barefoot as they left the bedroom. Burr snagged Shauna's hand, and she had to run to keep up with the long, quick-paced strides he set. They passed a shocked Ovalie, and a few of the other house helpers who were waiting in the hallway. Burr didn't even glance at them, but Shauna made the mistake of doing so, seeing 4 women who all glared at her, as she was hurried past them in the wide hallway. Burr led her outside into the almost blinding sunlight, where he damn near threw her into the back of the waiting vehicle. The medical building wasn't too far from the house, and the fact that Burr's driver had to have broken every speeding law on the planet to get them there quickly made the drive seem really short. Burr was out of the car almost before it stopped, only pausing to shove his hand back to help Shauna out. Once he gripped her hand, he ran toward the building, dragging her behind him. Inside, all hell was breaking loose. Shauna heard it before she saw the commotion. A male roared out in rage, glass shattered, and that male shouted out something that Shauna couldn't understand, before another crash boomed. Burr released her hand to run full out down the hallway, leaving Shauna to run after him in his wake. "Calm down, Argus Ral," a woman yelled. "Please, you do your bound no good this way." "You aren't taking her from me," a male voice snarled. "I will be with her at all times." "Please, Ral," a very female voice said softly. "Ahu won't let anything happen to me. You know she is my friend and will do everything possible to make sure that the baby and I are all right. We totally trust her." "I won't leave your side," the male voice snarled. "I will never leave you when you need me, Ariel." "What is going on?" Burr turned a corner and came to an abrupt halt. Shauna damn near ran into the back of the big man, barely stopping in time. She hesitantly inched around Burr to stare at the scene before her. 4 Zorn men in leather uniforms were picking themselves up off the floor, while one Zorn woman faced a mostly naked male Zorn, who wore only a pair of boxer briefs. There was a blonde woman, a very pregnant human one, just wearing an oversized man's shirt, sitting in a chair just feet from the angry, nearly naked guy. "Ral, look at me, son," Burr demanded. "What is going on?" The guy turned around, and Shauna was slammed with shock. Ral and Burr looked a hell of a lot alike, and they sure didn't look spaced far enough apart in years to be father and son. They looked more like brothers, with maybe only 5 to 10 years age difference between them. Her eyebrows lifted. Her gaze flew to Burr, standing next to her, as she inched forward a little more to see him frowning at his son. "Ariel is having pains, telling her the baby is ready to breathe life, but Ahu said the baby is too big for Ariel's body. They want to take her into surgery, and they refuse to let me go with her. She is not leaving my view." The man shivered, his fists clenching at his sides as he stared intently at his father. "I need to stay with her." The tall Zorn woman sighed, her attention focusing on Burr. "He is very emotional over his bound Hyven, Burr. I am afraid to take him into surgery in case he loses his control, like he is now in his heightened protective state. With every trip to Earth, I have had our warriors collect medical information on humans that I have studied with vigilance, knowing I am responsible for their care. I am confident that both Ariel and the offspring will be fine, but I don't need the added stress of my first surgery on a human with a snarling male standing at my shoulder." Burr softly growled. "Explain exactly what needs to be done to his bound, and maybe that will calm him." The woman gave a nod. "Come into an examination room, and I will show you on a vid." Burr moved forward, gripped the arm of his son, and dragged him through the doorway into the next room. The Zorn woman rolled her eyes, shot a wink at the blonde sitting in the chair, and then followed behind both men. It left Shauna alone with the pregnant woman and 4 silent uniformed men, who were now on their feet, looking as if they were standing guard in the hallway. Shauna stared at the blonde, who stared back at her. The woman gave her a smile and lifted one of her hands from her very rounded belly to motion for Shauna to come closer. Shauna hesitated and then moved toward the other woman. "Hi," the blonde said softly. "I'm Ariel, and as you can see, I'm having a baby." "I definitely see." Shauna went to her knees next to the very pregnant woman, since there were no other chairs in the hallway. "Is there anything I can do?" The blonde shook her head. "My Rahl is really upset that I need a C-section. Here's a heads up for you. Zorn babies are too damn big to give birth to naturally if you aren't a big-boned woman in the hip area. The doctor, Ahu, and I knew it was coming, but I was afraid to tell Rahl. He really gets upset at the idea of someone having to cut me open for any damn reason. I was afraid he'd put me on a ship and take me to Earth to make them operate on me there. He would do something like that, not caring what they did to him, as long as I was going to be all right." Shauna stared at Ariel's stomach, feeling shock as it sank in for the first time that the woman was pregnant by Burr's son. "So we really can have babies with them?" "Oh yeah," Ariel gasped suddenly, gripping her stomach. "Sorry, I'm in labor. Damn, it hurts. What can I do?" Alarm hit Shauna, not knowing much about labor or birth, never having had kids herself, or even having had friends who had them. "Should I get that doctor back in here?" Ariel relaxed a few pants later. "Nope, I'm good. Ahu and I have read book after book on labor and delivery that she had warriors snatched from Earth on their trips there. The labor just isn't that bad yet, considering I thought I'd be screaming in pain. Not that I'd laugh over this, but I'm hanging on so far." Ariel took a deep breath, her attention fixing on Shauna fully for the first time. "You came in with Rahl's father, didn't you?" "Yeah, I'm here with Burr." Blonde eyebrows shot up. "Burr, huh?" Studying the other woman, Shauna nodded. "I was kidnapped by these alien assholes called Collis, who brought me here to auction me off to Zorn men, but Burr and his men saved me. I wanted to go home with him since I thought he was bound, so I assumed that meant he couldn't have sex with me." Ariel opened her mouth and then closed it, almost looking amused. "He might be bound, but they are separated, and they have been for some years." She paused, and then her face paled. "Shit! He could only make you a house helper, couldn't he? That son of a bitch! You're human. He can't treat you like that. It's all right," Shauna said softly. "He's sworn off his harem." Ariel relaxed, and her features softened. "So Hyven Burr has a human. I'll be damned. I didn't think he ever would. He's kind to me and the other women his son's bound to, but he's not real friendly. It's no secret he would be a hell of a lot happier if they'd chosen Zorn women. He tried like hell to talk Rahl into giving me up at first." "I heard. He's afraid your children won't be strong enough or something like that." Ariel's features scrunched into a frown. "I guess that's a possibility. Well, it's good to know it's nothing personal." She gasped in a breath. "Shit! Here comes another contraction." Shauna gripped her hand, holding it through the next contraction. When it lasted longer, and the pregnant blonde turned really pale, Shauna grew alarmed. "Hang on." She carefully released the other woman's hand and stood up to dash to the open doorway. "Hey!" Shauna called out, seeing Burr, his son, and the female Zorn, staring at a screen where a taped surgery was being shown. "I think the debating time is up. I think that baby wants to be born sooner rather than later. Help!" Shauna barely moved out of the way in time, as Rahl about ran her down to get to his wife. He dropped to his knees and took Ariel's hands in his. Even from across the room, Shauna saw the pure terror on the man's features, for the woman he so obviously loved, as she panted through the pain of a strong contraction. A flurry of activity suddenly filled the hallway, along with other Zorn in white outfits, similar to the female doctor. 2 of them came rushing down the hallway with a gurney. Ahu, let Rahl go with her. He will never calm not knowing what is happening to her. I would never be able to pace waiting for word of her health if my human was in surgery. As Burr spoke, his gaze locked on Shauna. He will be calmer at her side than away from it. Ahu softly growled, but nodded her head. Of course, Hyven Burr. As you wish. The woman spun, issuing orders to the medical staff around her. Burr moved to Shauna's side as they watched Rahl gently lift the much smaller Ariel carefully into his arms and place her on the gurney. He took her hand, lifting it to his lips to place a kiss on her palm. Their gazes locked. I am with you, Ariel. Her contraction passed. Just keep hold of my hand and be calm for me, okay? I would do anything for you. I love you. Ariel smiled. I love you too. Her focus turned to Ahu. Let's get this show on the road. I think this baby is as impatient as Rahl usually is. Everyone disappeared except for the 4 guards, Burr and Shauna. She turned her full attention on Burr and noticed the tense lines on his face, revealing that he was really worried. She inched closer to him, putting one hand on his arm and one on his stomach. He lowered his head as his blue gaze locked with hers. This kind of surgery happens with humans often enough, and they usually turn out fine. We aren't human, and this will be Ahu's first major surgery on one of your kind. My son will be inconsolable if something happens to his bound. I fear that all 3 lives will be lost if Ahu can't save the lives of his bound and his offspring, since he would die in his grief for both of them. Burr looked sad. She is the reason he breathes life every day. Shauna could tell that Burr was truly worried, so she inched closer to him, burrowing into his chest, her arms sliding around his waist to give him a hug. He hesitated for a second before he wrapped both arms around her to hold her tight. It's going to work out. She just wanted to comfort him. He lowered his chin to the top of her head, nodding against her, and held her a little tighter. Thank you, Shauna. I need to contact my other 2 sons to let them know what is going on. They will be greatly concerned, since both of their bound humans are carrying offspring. Releasing him, she let him go and stepped back to stare up at him. He was worried, and she wished that there was more that she could do. He met her gaze and then looked away to study the 4 guards. Guard her with your lives until I return shortly. Give her anything she wants. He showed teeth. No other males go near her, talk to her, or even glance at her. Burr looked down, meeting her shocked gaze. I will only be in the next room contacting my sons, so they hear this news from me. Have a seat, and they are yours to command until I return. Shauna watched Burr stride back into the room he'd been in minutes before, but sensed his men watching her. She slowly turned around to find 4 confused and stunned males staring at her. She gave them a forced smile before she walked to the chair that Ariel had been in to sit down. She studied the men again and grinned. She'd never had leather-clad guys under her command before. Do you need anything? One of them arched an eyebrow. I'm kind of thirsty. He turned his head, nodding at one of the men, and to Shauna's shock, the guy took off at a jog down the hallway out of sight. Minutes later, he returned with a tray carrying a drink on it and snacks. The guy slowly approached her and then placed the tray over the arms of the chair, making a table for her where she sat. He bowed his head and backed up. Shauna glanced at the food, looked up, and grinned at all four of them. "Damn, this is so cool. Thank you very much." They watched her back, not speaking until she finally looked away. Okay, maybe they didn't think it was as cool. She ate the fruit, and what she suspected was cheese. Whatever it was good. Her gaze kept going to the open door of the room Burr was in, worried that he was taking longer than she thought he would to talk to his sons, and hoped everything was fine. He finally walked out of the room. Shauna put the tray aside and stood up, going to Burr instantly. She noted that he still looked tense. "How did it go?" "I talked them into staying at home, and vowed to let them know as soon as I know anything." "Have a seat, Burr, and try to relax. I'm sure everything is going to be fine." He nodded, letting her lead him to the chair she'd vacated. He sat, and then to her surprise, grabbed her around her waist and hauled her onto his lap. His arms wrapped around her, tugging her tightly against his chest, where he just continued to hold her. She relaxed into his arms. If he didn't care that four men were watching them cuddle, then she sure as hell wasn't going to let it bug her. "Humans are just too frail," he sighed. "We're a hell of a lot tougher than you give us credit for. I just hope all turns out well." "It will." She silently said a little prayer. They sat there for what seemed like hours, Shauna on Burr's lap, holding each other. He finally stirred, lifting her up to stand. Shauna turned, following where Burr stared, to see Ahu coming down the hallway alone. The woman looked worn out, but she smiled. Next to Shauna, Burr sighed with relief. "It is a female child, and both are doing very well, Hyven Burr. You may come with me to inspect your newest blood member." Ahu chuckled. Burr nodded as he grabbed Shauna's hand. "Is the female human or Zorn?" Ahu hesitated, staring up at Burr with a frown. "She's both, of course, but she looks mostly Zorn. She has the human sexual anatomy of her human mother, and while I doubt she will be as tall as our women, she won't be as short as Ariel. She was a healthy 12 pounds, and while not as long as our typical offspring, she is not as tiny as we feared the child may be." Ahu glanced at Shauna before turning her full attention on Burr again. "Her facial features are Zorn, and she looks a lot similar to her father. She is healthy and strong, so I would deem their breeding of offspring was very successful, Hyven. It is a joyous occasion. She is very healthy, with no flaws." Burr's entire body relaxed as a grin curved his mouth. "Take me to them." Shauna expected him to leave her behind, but he kept hold of her hand, tugging her after him. They walked down a hallway, took a few turns, and then Ahu led them into a large room. Rahl was sitting in a chair next to a bed where Ariel appeared pale but happy. Ariel smiled at them both before her attention returned to her husband. Rahl turned a little in the chair to proudly display the small wrapped bundle in his large muscular arms. "We have named her Destiny," Rahl said softly, his gaze fixed lovingly on his wife. "We thought it was fitting for our child." Burr released Shauna's hand to move slowly to his son's side to stare down at the baby. He only hesitated for a second before he reached for the baby with both hands to very gently lift the small bundle into his arms, grinning down at the scrunched-up face. Shauna moved a little closer, seeing a newborn baby with a lot of shocking black hair, and found herself smiling. The sight of Burr holding his grandchild in his arms was amazing to her. He was such a badass-looking guy that it was almost weird to see such a small baby in his arms, but very touching. "She is beautiful," Burr said softly. "Welcome to life, little one. I am your second father, and I will always protect you and watch out for you." Shauna cocked her head, feeling confused. Ariel laughed. "They don't say grandparents or grandchildren. They say second child because they are a child of their child, and a second father means the father of the father." "Thanks." Shauna shot a grateful look to Ariel. Nodding, Ariel chuckled. "It sounds kind of funny, huh?" Rahl frowned at his wife. "Why does it sound funny?" Ariel reached over and took his hand. "The closest translation to a second father on Earth would be if I left you and lived with another warrior, which would make him the second father of your child." Rahl growled. "You would never leave me for another warrior." Laughing, she tugged him closer. "Damn straight. Never." Shauna pulled her focus away from the tender moment as the bigger Zorn guy leaned over to plant a kiss on his wife's lips. Shauna looked up at Burr and caught him staring down at his granddaughter with a really sad expression. He seemed to sense her concentration on him and turned his head to meet her gaze. "You still look way too young to be a second father, Burr. Don't let it depress you." Burr shook his head. "I am very honored to be old enough to be a second father." His sad gaze returned to the human baby he held. "I am mourning that I will never know this again, to hold my own child, to feel the joy of bringing life into this world." Chapter 9. Burr wants to have more children. Shauna eyed him across the table where they ate in a large dining room hours later, ignoring the angry stares of 6 other women at the round table with them. His house helpers hated her. She knew it, and she was purposely not looking at them by keeping her attention solely on Burr. The half-human, half-Zorn baby had been cute as hell, and Burr had insisted that she hold little Destiny. It had affected Shauna more than she wanted to admit, as she'd held the little bundle of cuteness. She'd always wanted to have a baby, but she'd never had a stable enough relationship to give it a shot. The one and only time she'd been married, it had been rocky right from the start, and giving it more time had just shown her how her marriage couldn't last. Burr was bound, technically, so he couldn't have more children. It was against Zorn law to have children unless the couple was bound together. The large Zorn warrior had been silent, moody and depressed since they left the medical center. Kolo, the black-haired, dark-eyed house helper, cleared her throat. "You must be so proud to have a second child, Hyven. Perhaps you would allow us to go visit Argus Rahl and his bound to meet their offspring." Nodding, Burr finished his dinner. "Whatever you wish. I am sure that Rahl and Ariel will welcome the company. She must stay at medical for many days to heal." Ovalie took a deep breath. "It would be our honor, Hyven. We will represent you proudly and take gifts fitting of your second child. We will go first thing in the morning so we are back in time to prepare for your guests." Ovalie's eyes flashed to Shauna, narrowing. "Of course, we will take Shauna with us so she may represent you proudly as well." Dread hit Shauna fast and hard at the idea of going anywhere with the house helpers. They'd probably throw her from the moving vehicle. "That's all right. I got to hold the baby today, so I'll just stay here." "Don't be thoughtless," a blonde house helper said softly, her bright green eyes glowing with malice. "We insist that you go with us. As Hyven's house lead, you must be present to show his respect properly." Burr threw down his napkin, his gaze going to Shauna as he stood. "You will go with them, Shauna. It will get you out of the house and you will enjoy shopping." His attention turned to Ovalie. "While you are at the market, I want you to help Shauna find clothing more fitting to her human tastes." His gaze paused on Shauna. "I have to make some contacts with a few warriors regarding tomorrow, so I will meet you in our room in a few hours." She watched him leave the room and knew she was in a world of shit. The man was clueless when it came to how his house helpers hated her. She took a deep breath, tensing as her attention turned to Ovalie, knowing the woman was the head of this vicious circle. Ovalie was glaring at her. "You did not do as I ordered you, human. Hyven has not invited us back to his bed. Were my orders not clear enough?" Slowly standing, Shauna glared at the other woman. "You were perfectly clear, so allow me to be just as clear. You seem to have forgotten I said this earlier in the bedroom, so here it is again. It's not happening, Ovalie. You can be as pissed off as you want to be, but hell will freeze over before I tell Burr I want him to fuck you." Ovalie got to her feet, and so did one of the other women Shauna had no name for. Tensing, Shauna kept her attention on all of them, making sure that no one got out of her sight to get behind her. "What are you going to do?" "If you touch me, Burr will have your ass, and not in the sexy way you want. If you think I'm going to let you make my life a living hell without telling him what you're doing, then rethink that notion. I'm not stupid, and I will tell him in a heartbeat. We both know who he's going to be pissed off at, and it won't be me." "I don't understand some of what you said, but know this, human," Ovalie growled softly. "You will never rule this house. I can do anything to you, and 5 others will swear you are not being truthful, and that you are an Ovolian." "A what?" Shauna raised her hands, palm up. "What the hell is that?" "A person who tells falsehoods to cause trouble," one of the women growled softly. "We will all swear you are one, and Hyven will not want you anymore." The woman speaking glanced at Ovalie. "Can't we just tell him she is a bad woman? He must believe us." A snarl tore from a dark-headed house helper, Aya, as the woman stood up to glare at Shauna. "You will give us back our Hyven, or you will not wake up one morning." "It's a good thing that I sleep with Burr then, because I doubt you could sneak in our bedroom to get me without him knowing about it." Shauna was pissed, and more than a little frightened. "I'm going to my room now. If you try to stop me, I'll yell for Burr." The women glared at Shauna as she carefully left the dining room. She watched her back the entire way to Burr's bedroom so they couldn't follow her without her knowing about it. She needed to have a talk with him, or those women were going to get truly ugly and nasty. They had her at a disadvantage, and if they were left unchecked, they would just grow bolder. The lights automatically came on across the room when she entered the bedroom. Shauna closed the door firmly and searched it, immediately discovering there was no lock on it. That was another thing she'd ask Burr about. She wanted a way to keep the women away from her when he wasn't home to protect her. Firewood had been placed in the fire grate. It took her a few attempts to figure out their version of a lighter, but when the flames sparked out of the stick-looking thing, She managed to get the fire to light. Shauna set the lighter back on the mantel and turned to study the room. Someone had picked up her discarded dress and Burr's clothing from the floor, where they'd been tossed when they'd climbed into bed after lunch. The bed was also made. Sighing, she moved for it. The upside to his house helpers is they cook a good meal and keep the house tidy. The bad side is they are all out to get me. She kept her clothes on as she got on the bed, deciding it was smarter to be dressed if any of the women came after her in the bedroom. Shauna didn't have long to wait. The bedroom doors slowly opened softly, and she tensed, knowing they were trying to sneak in. Her heart pounded hard in her chest as Ovalie and Aya stepped in the bedroom. A nasty grin widened Ovalie's face, her black eyes narrowing dangerously. I was ordered to come tell you that Hyven had to go out for a few hours. The door slammed hard behind her, closing both women in the bedroom with Shauna. More Khalis were spotted landing on Zorn, so Hyven and his men went to meet them to make sure they weren't bringing more human slaves to our planet, to try to sell them to our warriors. Aya cocked her head, and then, to Shauna's utter shock, gripped her baggy dress, tearing it over her head to toss on the floor. The naked, muscled woman put her hands on her hips, glaring at Shauna. What in the hell? Shauna's eyes flew to Ovalie, to watch in stunned shock as the other woman stripped naked. Shit, I don't go that way. Shauna stood up on the bed and gripped one of the posts to keep her balance. I don't find you attractive, and I'm not having sex with you. Both women frowned, glancing at each other. And finally it was Ovalie who looked back at Shauna with a glare. We removed our clothing so your terror stink doesn't cling to our clothing for Hyven to smell on us. Relief hid Shauna for a split second, before she realized that they had a worse motive for coming after her. Well, maybe not, she decided. I'd rather get my ass kicked than have two muscular women want to play out a bad women's prison movie scene at my expense. You really don't want to do this. They split apart, coming at the bed. Shauna backed up, walking on the bed, and kept her attention on both of them. She wished they weren't over 6 feet tall of Amazon-type women. It was going to be as though she were fighting two men, and she knew her chances weren't really that great. Don't make her bruise, Ovalie ordered the other one. If you make her bleed, make sure it isn't from a place that a mark will be left. Aya nodded, hearing her. Her nose and mouth are good. Fuck, Shauna cursed, deciding Ovalie was the meaner of the two by sheer size. Taking a deep breath, Shauna knew her time was up as each woman inched along the sides of the bed at her. She threw herself at Ovalie, seeing shock hit the woman's features a second before Shauna slammed into her, sending the woman flying backward, with Shauna trying to land on top of her to soften her blow. Even landing on the naked woman knocked the breath from Shauna as they crashed to the hard tile floor. She heard a loud crack sound, though, and the woman under her cried out in pain. Ovalie didn't get up, but Shauna did, as she rolled away and forced herself to move, even though her body ached from the hard impact. She got to her feet, glancing down at Ovalie, who looked stunned on the floor on her back. Shauna didn't hesitate at all, just hauled back her bare foot and drop-kicked her in the side to keep her down. Ovalie screamed out, rolling away from the pain of Shauna nailing her ribs. A female snarl had Shauna spinning around as a flash of tan skin came at her from around the end of the bed. Aya looked super pissed as she stormed for Shauna. Without letting herself think, something she couldn't afford to do, Shauna turned sideways and threw out her foot, aiming for the advancing woman. Her foot hit flesh, and Aya hissed out in pain where Shauna had targeted her thigh. Aya stumbled back. Shauna backed up and knew she didn't want to end up in a corner. She glared at Aya and kept a side visual out of the corner of her eye on Ovalie, who was still on the floor. She waved her hands at Aya. "You think I'm going down easily? Think again, and while you're at it, I'd rethink the entire attacking me plan." Aya decided not to listen, advancing on Shauna. The woman opened her arms the way a wrestler would, and Shauna reacted, throwing up her hand as the other woman lunged, not even trying to avoid the arms that wrapped around her. Shauna's palms slammed upward into the woman's throat, right under her chin, with enough force to snap Aya's head back violently. The woman released Shauna's waist, gagging, and staggered backward. Shauna didn't hesitate, just kicked out, hitting the stunned woman in the stomach with her foot. Wincing just slightly, Shauna watched as the woman spun around, bent over, and threw up while she gagged and choked, trying to get air while her dinner hit the floor from the blow to the stomach. "They attacked me," Shauna reminded herself when she started to feel bad for the other woman who dropped to her hands and knees, still getting sick and struggling to breathe. The pity Shauna felt didn't last as two arms wrapped around her body, and she discovered her arms pinned to her sides from the person holding onto her from behind. Ovalie had gotten up, crept behind Shauna, and attacked. Shauna reached up with her hand to grip the other woman's arm behind the elbow and grabbed the wrist of the hand over her stomach. Shauna gasped in air, bracing her legs, and doubled over as hard and fast as she could, jerking hard on Ovalie until her weight slid over her body. The shocked woman screamed out as she was flipped over Shauna to slam hard into the tile floor again on her back. Shauna jumped out of the way and watched both women as adrenaline pumped through her body. Both women stayed down, and Shauna started to relax until the bedroom door flew open to admit a dark-haired house helper who took in the sight of her downed friends, snarled, and charged at Shauna. A second later, another one came rushing through the door. Shauna knew she was in a world of shit as the last two entered the room. 6 against 1. Even with 2 of them down, wasn't odds Shauna wanted to bet on. "Totally screwed," she sighed, and then tensed, kicking out at the woman who launched herself at Shauna first, but the woman dodged her foot. 3 of them grabbed Shauna, and she kicked at the 4th one coming at her front, but nailed the woman in the crotch. Shauna was fighting dirty, and wasn't going to apologize for it if it helped even out the odds against her. The woman she'd kicked screamed out, tripped in her haste to get away, and collapsed on the floor in a ball, sobbing. 2 of the women grabbed Shauna's arms, while the 3rd one grabbed a handful of Shauna's hair and suddenly yanked on her hard. Shauna screamed out in pain as she was jerked off the floor by the taller women. Her feet kicked nothing but air. "Let's kill her," one of them snarled. "Human animal." Shauna took a deep breath, trying to not scream out again from the pain of being held up by her arms and her hair, feeling as if all her hair was being torn out of her head. She needed the air in her lungs to fight. The one behind her made the mistake of moving in closer to grab her around her waist, letting go of a fistful of Shauna's hair so she had room to move her head a little. Shauna put her head down and then threw it back hard, pain reverberating through her skull when it slammed into the blonde woman's chin behind her. She heard something crunch, not sure if she'd cracked her cranium or the other woman's jaw, but knowing it had hurt both of them a lot when the other woman cried out louder than Shauna did. The arm around her waist loosened, and the other hand in her hair let go completely. Shauna twisted in their arms, her foot going for one of the woman's knees, and slammed her heel into it hard. The woman's grasp on her arm loosened enough that Shauna's weight dropped and tore her free of her grip. Landing awkwardly, Shauna twisted to face the one who still clutched her other arm. Shauna threw a punch at the woman's throat, striking her, and caused the woman to choke. Unfortunately, she didn't let Shauna go when she stumbled back, falling in her frantic battle to get air from the blow, and they both went down to the floor. Something hit Shauna in the back before she could recover from having the air knocked from her lungs from the hard landing. She knew, with wide-eyed pain, that it was a bare foot that had kicked her hard, crushing her chest more into the floor. The next blow was to her side. She was sent rolling along the floor from the force of the kick, sucking air in her lungs, and then another kick came to her hip. Shauna rolled under the bed and kept rolling. She stopped for a second, panting, and frantically looked out to see where the hell they were. 3 were down, but she saw 3 pairs of feet move toward the other side of the bed she was at. Shauna rolled the other way, even knowing she was going to have to practically climb over one of the women who were already down, the blonde woman who still gripped her jaw and sobbed. Shauna made it to her feet before one of the women jumped up on the bed to come across it at her. Shauna made a split-second decision and charged for the open bedroom door. Sprinting in terror, she took off running, leaping over Ovalie, who was still down, and almost skidded into the doorframe as she made the turn. She ran down the darkened hallway into the living room. The front door was in sight when someone slammed into her from behind, taking her down hard with a tackle. Pain tore through Shauna when she sprawled on the unforgiving hard floor. She ordered herself to fight, to get up, but the heavy weight on her back shifted, causing her more pain as she was crushed. The woman grabbed Shauna's hair, yanking hard, and all Shauna could do was move her hands under her face, knowing what was coming. Her head was slammed forcefully down toward the floor, but smashed into her softer hands instead of the tile. A snarl sounded somewhere above her, from another direction. It meant 2 of them had her, and hot tears filled Shauna's eyes with the realization that they were going to kill her. Burr was going to know what they'd done, but it wasn't going to save her ass since she was done for. She hurt too much to fight, and the bitch on her back was too heavy for her to even get a real breath. She saw spots swimming in her vision, telling her she was about to lose consciousness from lack of air. The weight suddenly was lifted off her. Shauna gasped in air, her lungs burned for it, and lay there with her forehead on her throbbing hands that still hurt from catching her head. Panting, she sucked in air and waited for another kick to nail her side or her head. She wanted to throw her injured hands up to try to protect her face and ears, but she was terrified if she did, they'd try to smash her face into the tile again. A hand gripped her arm and started to turn her over. Shauna sucked in air again, knowing if she didn't at least try, she was going to die. I'm not a quitter, and I've had to fight all of my life to survive. I'll be damned if I just give up now because I'm tired and I really hurt damn near everywhere. As her body turned, Shauna used the last of her strength to tuck her knee up to her chest. She kicked up at the person who gripped her as she jerked her head to look at them to see where to kick. It wasn't a woman. She realized an instant before a large hand flashed out quickly and caught the ball of her foot just inches from his knee. He was bent over her, a big guy, Burr's size, and as she stared into his bright blue gaze, she realized he resembled Burr too, only younger. She instantly knew she was staring up at one of Burr's sons. The man was gripping her arm and her foot. His head snapped up, rage pouring out of his glowing blue eyes, right as a loud roar hurt Shauna's ears. Damn, the guy is loud when he is pissed, she thought, rage nearly rolling off him. She followed his glare and saw two of the house helpers backing away with terrified looks on their features. The man's head lowered to stare at Shauna. I mean you no harm. You are seriously hurt. I am not attacking you, human. I am Rever, Burr's son, and I am going to pick you up very carefully to not hurt you more. He blinked. Will you let me do that? Shauna nodded, knowing that Burr's son wouldn't hurt her. Only his house helpers would. The man released her arm and her foot very slowly, and then shifted to his knees next to her. She lifted up a little as he slid his arms under the back of her knees and her shoulders. She was amazed as the guy lifted her and then stood up with her in his arms from that kneeling position. He glanced at her once and then strode back down the hallway that she'd just run from. The bedroom was empty when he carried her in, but he paused, his furious look darting around the room, and he sniffed loudly. A deep growl tore from his throat as his mouth twisted into a grimace. He walked again, headed for the bed, and he gently laid Shauna down. His arms slid out from under her, and then their gazes met. I'll call for a healer, and for my father. Nodding, Shauna relaxed. I think I need a healer. Her hand touched the back of her head, which still hurt a lot, while her other hand rubbed at her side where she'd been kicked. Thank you. He still looked furious as he watched her, and sniffed at the room again. All of them came after you, didn't they? I know their scents, and I smell every one of them in here. He could smell them? She wasn't sure what to say to that, but she nodded. Ovalie is the leader of that gang. They ordered me to tell your father that I wanted him to fuck them still, but I refused. The man turned away and stormed for the door. They won't be back, but I will be in less than a minute. Stay down and do not move. As soon as he exited the room, Shauna ignored his order and sat up slowly. Her body ached, and she knew she was going to have a hell of a lot of bruises on her arms, her back, and her ankles hurt from some of the hard kicks she'd dished out. As she moved her limbs and visually inspected her ankles, she realized she was in better condition than she'd feared at first, now that the shock was wearing off. One ankle was a little swollen, but it wasn't broken. She looked around the room, spotting the two discarded dresses that Ovalie and Aya had left behind in their haste to flee, so they weren't still found in the bedroom. The only thing she smelled in the room was where Aya had gotten sick and had left her dinner on the floor at the end of the bed. Shauna carefully got off the mattress to test her weight on both ankles. They held, and she took a few steps to make sure she could still walk, which she could, even if it was a little painful. She reached back to touch her head, where it still throbbed, but her hand didn't come away wet, confirming that she wasn't bleeding. Motion made her gaze dart to the open doorway to see Rever storm back into the room, still looking pissed off. I told you to stay in bed, he growled. I don't take orders well, sorry. I wanted to see if I could walk. I'm going to be fine since I don't think anything is broken. I'm bruised to hell and back, but I'm not as bad as I feared. The man walked closer to her. My father and a healer from medical are on their way. He stopped feet from her to stare down. Please return to my father's bed before you fall down. You are human, and you are more hurt than you believe. You are in shock from being attacked, and are not assessing your injuries properly. While our women still need protection from males, they are much stronger than you are. and you were outnumbered greatly. They had to have harmed you severely. I think I got them a hell of a lot worse than they got me. Maybe you should go check on them." His black eyebrows shot up in shock as his eyes widened. "Seriously, go check on them. I think I hurt Aya the worst. She stayed down after I punched her in the throat. The blonde one with the bright green eyes might have a broken jaw." Shauna rubbed her head in the back where it still ached. "Of course, better her chin than my skull." Shauna found it semi-amusing that he was too stunned to speak as he stared down at her, obviously not sure what to even think. She let her hand drop and just gazed up at him, forcing a smile she didn't feel. "I know you and every other guy on this planet think human women are totally helpless, but I grew up rough on Earth. I know how to defend myself. And I did some damage to the house helpers, so you might really want to check on them." "I don't care if they are harmed. They attacked a human my father brought into his house, and if you did manage to harm them, they deserved it." Shauna was relieved at hearing his words, proving to her that he was obviously pro-human. He turned then, studying the room, and noticed the discarded dresses, Aya's dinner, and some blood on the white tile. He slowly turned to meet her gaze again. "I came to talk to my father about my brother Rahl and Ariel. My bound is also pregnant and human, so I am worried that our child will be too large for her to give birth to. So I wanted to demand that my father have more healers trained to treat humans." He ran a hand through his long black hair. "Right now, Ahu only tends our family, but if something were to happen to her, or she were not available, it could put our bounds in danger. My brother Argonon is also bound to a pregnant human." "Wow, you guys are really potent, aren't you?" He shook his head at her, frowning. "I don't understand." "You have great sperm." He nodded. "All Zorn males easily get females pregnant. That is why we are only permitted to share our seed with our bound females. Otherwise, the planet would be overrun with population we couldn't support. So it became law long before my father became Hyven. I am sure my father explained to you why he may never give you his seed." The man's mouth tensed. "My mother was cruel to force him to bound to her, but she wouldn't listen to her offspring on the matter. I can't get pregnant, so we don't have many talks about why that rule exists." Rever glanced down to her stomach region, and then frowned, staring into her eyes. "You had an accident that damaged your female organs inside to make you unable to have offspring?" "I have an Earth medical implant in my body that prevents me from getting pregnant, until it is removed by a doctor." "You need to tell Ahu of this. On Zorn, we haven't found an effective way to control not getting a woman pregnant. Our seed is very hardy and overcomes any medications our healers find to prevent it. She would be very interested in this thing you have in your body." "Shauna?" The male roar of her name made Shauna jump, startling her. Her attention flew to the bedroom door, and in seconds, Burr came hauling ass through it, out of breath and doing a fine impression of a dark thundercloud of rage. His blue eyes were filled with pure fury as he came to a halt, sweaty from obviously running. Their gazes locked for a split second before Burr was in motion again. Rever moved out of his father's way. Burr stormed for Shauna, only taking his gaze from her to glance at the blood on the floor he had to step over. And then he had his arms around her, yanking her off her feet, and he clutched her against his overheated body. "I'm okay," she muttered into his shirt, where her face ended up burrowed with Burr holding her too tightly. "Seriously." "Don't crush her," Rever softly stated. "She claims to be bruised, but fine. She was walking and talking well when I returned from notifying you." Burr shifted his hold on Shauna, one arm wrapped tightly around her waist to hoist her gently a little higher. His other hand gripped her around the back of her head to force her to look at his face, which was level with hers, since he held her far from the floor. His expression was tight with fury, but worried too, as he studied her face, and then their gazes locked. "I'm really all right." Burr growled and turned his head, glaring at his son. "Where are they?" "Probably hiding," Rever sighed. "They were caught attacking your human, and they knew you would be displeased. You need to calm before you approach them, Father. I understand your rage, but they are women. If they had attacked my Brenda, I'd want to kill them. But you can't do that." Turning his head, Burr stared into Shauna's eyes. "What happened, and who attacked you? I want all of their names." "Ovally ordered me to tell you to mount all of them, and when I refused, they were all ticked at me." "It was all 6 of them," Rever said softly. "I smelled each of them in here when I first carried her in." A vicious growl tore from Burr as he kept his gaze locked with Shauna. "All 6 of them attacked you?" She nodded, putting her hands on his shoulders, and rubbed him to calm him down, because he looked as if he needed it. "I'm okay, though. I told your son to go check on them because I think I really hurt a few of them. They didn't expect me to be able to fight back as well as I did, but your son saved my ass. They had me on the floor in the living room and I couldn't get away. He scared them off." Burr growled deep in his chest, literally vibrating, and turned his head to glare at his son. "Get them out of my home now. They leave as they are and they take nothing of what I have given them." He moved as he spoke, gently sitting Shauna down on the edge of the bed. "I don't care where they go, or to what kind of house they end up in. I want them gone, and I want guards posted to protect Shauna in case they try to come back for vengeance. Do it now, son." Rever gave a nod. "I would do the same." "I'll kill them if I ever see them again," Burr snarled. "I'll make sure they know that." Rever walked away, leaving the room quickly. Shauna stared up at Burr, astounded that he'd get rid of his house helpers for her, and knew it was because of what they'd done to her that he was kicking them out of his house. He turned his head to stare into Shauna's eyes, and his hand lifted to gently caress her cheek. "No one will ever hurt you again, my Shauna. Let's get your clothes off so I can see where they harmed you. A healer is on the way." A thought struck her. "What about your guests arriving tomorrow? If you get rid of all of your house helpers—" Burr snarled, cutting her off. "You are all that matters. I will deal with that mess later. My concern right now is making sure that you aren't hurt severely." His thumb brushed over the curve of her cheek softly. "Are you really unharmed?" Damn, Shauna thought, feeling her heart melt even more. "I'm in love with you without a doubt. How can I not love you? You're amazing." Smiling, even though she was experiencing a little fear at being in love, she nodded. "I'm much better now that you're here with me, Burr." "Then I won't leave you alone again." Chapter 10. Burr really wasn't planning on leaving her side. Shauna forced a smile the next morning while standing in the living room with Burr's hand gently curved around her back. She tried not to gape at the 4 large Zorn men who walked into the front door. These were the Vartas, and they weren't what she'd imagined in the least. She'd expected dignified, perhaps leather-outfitted military types, but never the males who walked in the front door. One of them looked old enough to be Burr's grandfather, and it was a shock to see a white-haired, huge male, bent with advanced age, who obviously was once a kick-ass warrior. The guy barely wore clothing, just a loincloth wrapped over his waist, and all of his body hair was as white as his head. He came forward first to greet Burr, his bright green gaze fixing on Shauna, who lowered her own gaze to the floor, just as Burr had instructed her to do. Zorn women did not stare into men's eyes, or it was an invitation to get friendly in a sexual nature. "Hyven Burr," the older warrior rumbled when he spoke, his voice rough and raspy. "Is this a human from Earth?" The hand on Shauna's back tensed before it slid to her side, tugging her back a good foot, putting Burr more in front of her than next to her. She glanced up and saw the other man had lifted his hand to touch her, but now she was out of his reach. A low growl issued from Burr. "Yes, and do not touch her." He took a deep breath. "Shauna, I would be honored to introduce Vartas Yatgo. He watches out for the eastern forest." Glancing up, Shauna nodded at the man who was intently staring at her. She looked away, getting a case of the creeps instantly, since the guy was openly leering at her. It might be his advanced age, but she was more prone to thinking the drool at the corner of his lips was from looking at her than a sign of failing health. "No one said you had brought a human into your household? Are there more of them?" "No," Burr growled softly. "Shauna is the only one." Movement caught her eye, so Shauna turned her head to watch one of Burr's brand-new house helpers move forward to welcome the old lech and show him to his room. The 6 new house helpers who had arrived after dawn were a bit older than the last ones had been, and Shauna had gotten to meet them when Burr had insisted she be there when he explained what their duties in his household were. Touching and sleeping with Burr weren't on their chore list. He'd also told them why he'd gotten rid of his last house helpers, shown his anger clearly over the incident, while he warned them to never harm Shauna in any way. The next man moved forward. This one, unlike anyone Shauna had seen before on the planet, and she had to remind herself to not stare. The guy had flaming red hair, matching red eyebrows and body hair, and had incredibly bright blue eyes. She'd never seen a red-headed Zorn yet, and the fact that his skin was a dark mocha color really set off his eyes and hair color. If a guy could be muscular and really beautiful, it was this guy, despite his weird outfit, which was a tight black tank top showing off a lot of skin, and super tight matching leather pants. "It is good to see you, Vinlottie," Burr grinned, looking sincerely happy to see the man. "Meet Shauna from Earth." Shauna looked up into the man's eyes. He really was striking, with his starkly contrasting coloring, and the tank-top shirt revealed a lot of that alluring dark skin and massive amounts of muscle. He was really good-looking, and she had to remind herself to look away from his intensely gorgeous eyes. She nodded at him before she dropped her focus to his black boots. "It's nice to meet you." She was proud that she'd kept her voice level and calm. "A human, Burr?" The man spoke softly. "I thought it wasn't permitted to have one for a house helper. Did I miss a policy change?" A soft growl tore from Burr. Shauna didn't miss that this man called Burr by name, something she hadn't seen anyone do yet but her. Everyone called him Hyven, or Hyven Burr, unless it was one of his sons who called him father. Burr's arm tightened around her, pulling her against his body. She may have the title, but not the duties. Are you understanding of me, Vinladi? My circumstances are unique. She is not available to you or to any other male to touch while you are a guest in my home." The man had a deep chuckle when he laughed. "I knew that already from the very possessive way that you keep her to your side. I have to admit I was hopeful." Shauna glanced up at him, finding a pair of gorgeous eyes locked with her own, and the man winked suddenly at her before turning his full attention on Burr. He grinned widely and put his hand up to grip Burr's shoulder on the other side. "I am glad you are no longer alone, and you have what you deserve, my friend. You should watch your other guests vigilantly and keep your woman close to you while they are here. She is very tempting, and you don't have the law on your side to kill if one of them touches her. If you have to go somewhere without her, come get me to guard her in your absence. You know I will honor your request to never touch your treasured human." "Thank you, my pack friend. I might take you up on that." The man gave a nod before turning his eyes on the 5 waiting house helpers. He frowned. "You changed them? I was looking forward to spending time with Aya. She was my favorite of your house helpers." Burr growled low and deep. "They attacked my Shauna last night, intent on harming her for her human ways, so I sent them all away. If you desire Aya so much, I can ask where she was taken and have her shipped to your home where you may keep her." Vinladi looked shocked as his head snapped back to stare at Shauna, and then shifted his attention to Burr. "They attacked her? What were they thinking?" "They were thinking they could bully me into telling Burr to fuck them," Shauna said before she could stop herself. Red eyebrows arched high as gorgeous blue eyes locked with Shauna. She met his eyes, not looking away. She didn't do silent and demure well. She arched her eyebrows back at him, ignoring the low growl from Burr. "This Vinladi guy is a friend of Burr's, and he seems really cool," she thought. He also was obviously loyal to Burr. "I'm not interested in you in any way, but I'm not the stare-at-the-floor type either. Where I come from, it is rude to not have full eye contact." Shauna hesitated, and then held out her hand. "We shake hands of friends, and obviously you and Burr are close." The redhead grinned, glancing at Burr for permission first, who nodded at him before the guy carefully took her smaller hand. He didn't shake it as much as feel it. He chuckled deep, his thumb rubbing against her wrist and the back of her hand. His amused gaze went back to Burr as he released her. "I like her, and she is very soft." Vinladi hesitated. "I don't suppose you could send me to Earth to find one of my own?" Burr hesitated. "It would be a long trip." The smile fell from the red-headed man's lips as his face tightened into tense lines. "I guess not, since I can never leave for more than a few days," he sighed. "It was just a thought I had." "Perhaps if I come across one in need of a home, I will send her your way if I think she would be to your liking." The grin returned to the man's features. "I want one like yours, with spirit. Shall I have Aya sent to you at home?" Vinladi shook his head. "I do not want a woman who can't follow orders in my home." Shauna laughed, drawing attention from both men. She met Vinladi's stare. "Then don't ask for a human, because we live to break rules and resist bossy men." Vinladi threw his head back, a deep, rambling laugh sounding through the room, before he grinned at Burr. "It would be a joy to have one of them in my home, so definitely send one to me if you come across a stray." A house helper moved forward, smiling at Vinladi with her head down demurely to lead him away. "Vartas, if you will come with me, I shall see to your needs after such a long travel." The third man was a bear of a guy, literally, and Shauna had to not stare at the hairiest man she'd ever seen in her life. The guy just wore shorts, no shoes, no shirt, and thick matted black hair, covered where skin should be from shoulders down to the top of his feet. When he spoke, it made Shauna startle, literally jumping a bit. "Hyven Burr," the man boomed loudly. "Good to see you, my old friend." "Shal. Always good to see you." Burr didn't sound happy about it at all. "I am glad you could make it to our meeting." The other man growled low. "We have had a lot of wild activity in our dwellings lately, and something needs to be done about it." The man paused. "What is this?" Burr's entire body went rigid against Shauna's. "She is a human from Earth." The other man growled again. Shauna glanced up at him and regretted it instantly, glancing into a pair of eyes that were terrifying, black, and looked downright evil to her. A sight she could compare to glimpsing into two big orbs of nothingness. "I'll take her. Earthwoman, take me to my room, strip down, and then I will mount you." Shock and horror washed through Shauna, causing her to gasp and step back, literally putting Burr between her and the hairy guy. "Not her. Pick another house helper," Burr snarled. "You don't honor me as a guest in your home? Did your bound die, Hyven Burr? She is a house helper, is she not?" "She's human and different from a house helper. She is not an offering to my guests." Shal snarled. "You insult me this way? How dare you?" "Shal," a deep voice growled. "I am sure Hyven means no insult. Look at the puny off-world alien who is not sturdy enough to satisfy our warrior lusts." The new voice barked out a laugh. "We would break that little human before the pleasure even began." Peering around Burr, Shauna took in the last of the four men with a glance. He was a blond male with his hair cut to his shoulders with dark eyes, almost black, but not evil-looking. He never glanced back at Shauna as he kept his full attention on the man he gripped. "Zapal, it is good to see you, and you are correct. Humans are not sturdy like our Zorn women." Burr was really tense. His body moved back, touching Shauna to keep her behind him, as his hand gripped her hip to keep her in place. "I offer you my house helpers, but the human is not available due to her frail health." A deep growl tore from Shal. "So you do not mount her? What is her purpose, then? Why is she in your home under your protection, Hyven? To not mount a woman is not natural." Taking a deep breath, Burr softly growled. "She is human, and they are a species that only takes one male into their bed. A careful male, and I am that male." "I will be careful then. Send her to my room for mounting. I will try not to break her, but I am curious." Burr snarled, releasing Shauna. "I said she is not available due to her frail health. Be a good guest in my home, and do not test me." Zapal, the blonde, took over, gripping the hairier man and pulling him away. "We are honored to be your guests, Hyven Burr, and you have provided us with excellent house helpers with beauty, as always. Look at the selection, Shal. Take your pick of these fine Zorn women to find your pleasure with." Shauna watched the men pick two females from the remaining house helpers and walk away with them. Pity hit Shauna for the unhappy-looking brunette Zorn woman who was gripped by the hairy guy who was an asshole and a brute. Shauna was sympathetic for what lay in store for that woman, if his conversational skills were any indication of him as a lover. Burr watched them go and then turned, staring down at Shauna. I am sending you to one of my son's homes while they are guests here. 5 more arrive within hours, and I don't believe you will be safe, my Shauna. I will send you to Rever's home since you met him last night. Rever is very loyal to his bound, so he will have no desire to touch you while you are safely under his protection. But... Shock rolled through her. He's sending me away? Burr suddenly grabbed her, yanking her against his body to stare down at her intensely. I couldn't give you bound status, so you are, in the terms of the law, a house helper. And therefore, while I can protect you against males harming you, I can't protect you against invited guests in my home from touching you, as long as they do you no harm. Do you understand me? It would harm me if one of those assholes tried to rape me, and it would be against my will. I have the right to say no to them touching me, don't I? He took a deep breath. His hands rubbing her hips, he gripped. It is not that simple, and I apologize. You must think we are a very brutal world with insulting laws to women. But as a house helper, those men are entitled to touch you as my honored guests. I was hoping there wouldn't be an issue, but Shal is definitely not going to let this go. I won't have you at risk, my Shauna, so I must send you to safety. Please, trust me on this. She didn't want to leave Burr. She had met Rever, and he seemed nice enough. She knew Burr wouldn't send her there unless she was safe. But after realizing she was in love with Burr, she didn't want to be away from him. Shauna nodded, though, agreeing to go. I'm going to miss you. A horrible thought struck her. Just because I'm not here doesn't mean you're going to touch other women, does it? She glared up at him. Because if you do, don't bother coming to pick me up when those guys leave. Frowning, Burr softly growled at her. I know monogamy, and I gave you my vow of it. That vow is in place if you are in my bed, at my side, or not. Do you doubt my word? This was a man who'd bound to a woman who hated him, knowing that's why she was doing it, just to punish him. Yet he'd done it to keep his word to the bitch. I trust your word, Burr. I know it's rock solid. His features relaxed into a smile. Rock solid? I understand the definition. I take it this is another Earth saying? Yes. She lifted her hands up, rubbing his chest, wishing she were touching skin rather than his leather shirt. I'm going to really miss you. She bit her lip and grinned. When are the rest of your guests arriving? In a few hours. Do you want to learn another Earth saying? He grinned. Yes. I find some of them amusing. She grinned back. Let's go have a quickie before you send me away. His eyebrows arched. Is this a form of snack to eat? Laughing, Shauna backed up, slowly turning with Burr still holding her, inching him toward the hallway. You like to use your mouth on me, so I guess I could be considered a snack. Her eyes lowered to the front of his pants. And I love to use my mouth on you. You taste so sweet. Her gaze lifted. Want to have a quickie with me before you send me to your son's house? Burr softly growled. You want me to take you to bed quickly, correct? You bet your sexy ass I do. Shauna gasped out as he lunged, grabbed her around her waist, and lifted her off her feet. She ended up gently tossed over his shoulder, a large hot hand curving her ass to hold her in place firmly as Burr stormed for their bedroom. She laughed, relaxing to make it easier for her warrior to carry her off to bed, loving that he was big and strong enough to do it. The bedroom doors slammed closed behind them, and seconds later, Burr bent gently, dropping Shauna on the bed. He went for the front of his pants, tearing them open, his hungry gaze raking down her body. "I enjoy quickies. Pull your dress up and show me what I want to see." Reaching down without hesitation, Shauna grabbed the loose dress and tore it up to her waist, spreading her thighs wide, and wiggled to get the dress to go higher, wanting to totally take it off. Burr had other ideas as he freed his cock and leaned over the bed. He reached down to grip her inner thighs, pushing them farther apart, and then he buried his face between them. His thumbs shifted, spreading her wider, a second before his hot tongue and mouth closed over her clit. "Fuck!" Shauna gasped. Burr released her clit. "Soon." His mouth fastened over the sensitive bud again. Shauna moaned loudly, clawing at the bed, as Burr continued to manipulate her body with his tongue and lips. He was merciless as he sucked and licked at her, growling enough that vibrations were hitting her on top of all the other wonderful sensations. His hands spread her labia wider as he pressed his mouth tighter against her clit, and then did something that sent her into climax. His lower teeth rubbed against the oversensitive flesh as he used his tongue, too, simultaneously. Ecstasy tore through Shauna as she twisted under his mouth, crying out his name loudly, bucking her hips but held down firmly with his hold on her. He tore his mouth away, snarling loudly, and the bed shifted. Shauna gasped as she was suddenly flipped over, never expecting the sudden movement, and Burr's arm went under her stomach, jerking her up to her knees so her ass was in the air. She was still reeling from her release when he entered her slowly, pushing his thick cock inside her in one slow, deep thrust, burying himself in her until his balls rested against her swollen clit. "Shauna," he rasped. She opened her eyes, her face pressed to the bed, and turned her head just as Burr started to move, withdrawing to slam back against her. She cried out again, feeling him fighting her tight pussy to take his thick cock. His arm tightened around her waist, holding her in place while he fucked her faster. Shauna forced her arms to move, to take her upper body weight and lift it up. She clawed the bed with her fingers, bracing, and moved, pushing back against him as their bodies slammed together until they got a steady rhythm going. The pleasure was so intense she was almost sobbing out as Burr shifted his angle to drive into her, hitting her G-spot just right. Shauna screamed out, minutes later, coming hard again, and Burr roared out behind her as he followed her over the threshold of pleasure-induced release. He jerked against her ass hard, spilling everything he had into her welcoming depths, flooding her. Shauna collapsed, and Burr gently eased her down to the bed, keeping their bodies connected as he pinned her under him. His arm had moved from around her waist to beside them, both of his arms bracing most of his upper body weight from crushing her totally into the bed. They were both breathing hard. Shauna closed her eyes and smiled, loving the feeling of being trapped under Burr. His hot mouth grazed her shoulder with a kiss, and then his tongue traced the line of her shoulder up to her neck. He tickled her by breathing in her ear. Laughing, Shauna opened her eyes and turned her head enough to meet his happy gaze. "I am so happy you are mine, my Shauna." Her hand moved to grip his, her fingers curling around his hand to lace them through his thicker digits. "I'm happy to be yours." A knock sounded at the door that caused Shauna to tense, expecting someone to barge in the bedroom to find her trapped under Burr, their bodies still locked together intimately since he hadn't withdrawn from her. He was still inside her, hard, throbbing, the way a heartbeat would. "They won't come in," Burr chuckled. "I ordered them to never enter my room." He sighed then, carefully moving to lift off her. She regretted the movement that separated their bodies. She'd felt nearly fused to Burr, and instantly missed that feeling of being one as his warm body moved off the top of hers when he completely rolled away. She sighed, forcing herself to move, only to realize she was still in the dress, even though it was bunched up around her waist. She sat up, shoving the dress down to cover herself up, and watched Burr yanking up his pants that he'd never fully taken off. He looked grim as he marched for the door. He paused there, checking on Shauna to make sure she was covered before he opened the door, giving his full attention to the person who had interrupted them. "I apologize, Hyven Burr," a female voice said loud enough for Shauna to hear. "I heard you mounting your human and waited, but I couldn't wait any longer." Burr looked irritated. "What is so important that you have to interrupt us at all?" The woman hesitated. "You have a guest, and she is being very unpleasant. She tried to come to your room, but we refused to allow her to leave the main entrance. She is being very vocal and rude." Frowning, Burr shook his head. "I am expecting no guests now. Who is this woman?" "She says she is your bound, Hyven Burr. She claims to be a loon, bound to Hyven Burr. I have never met her, just being sent to this area from afar, and none of the other available house helpers have ever set eyes on your bound, so we were unsure of her identity to verify her claim of being who she says. I hope I did right, Hyven. If I insulted your bound, I apologize." Shock tore through Shauna, and she watched Burr pale for a normally tan man. Shock was an understatement for the reaction on his face. His mouth even dropped open, but he didn't say a word. "She is causing great trouble," the woman at the door continued. "She is demanding to see you right now, and she pushed Yovanel and pulled her hair when she tried to stop the woman from coming to your room. The male guards had to assist to stop her." Burr snarled, looking furious as he recovered from the shock. "I'll be right there." He slammed the door and then turned, just standing there, looking stunned and pissed off at the same time. Shauna met his furious gaze. "I thought she never came here." He snarled, showing sharp teeth. "She hasn't been to this house since she left me." His hands balled into fists at his side, his knuckles turning white. "Whatever reason she came for, it is to cause me trouble and harm." Shauna didn't know what to say. Burr snarled again, turning toward his closet and stormed for it. Shauna sat on his bed, not sure what to do. He yanked open the closet door and stepped out of sight. She knew he was getting clothing out as she heard him going through them. Worry ate at her. What if his bound wants him back? Her heart squeezed painfully at the thought. As his wife, a loon could probably make Burr take her back and get rid of Shauna. Zorn laws were fucked up, and Shauna didn't even know most of them. Any law, though, that kept Burr unable to remarry and have another family was definitely wrong. Burr came out of the closet gripping new clothes. He looked even more furious as he met Shauna's eyes. "I am sending you to Rever immediately, Shauna. I don't trust a loon, and I don't want her to see you. Get dressed quickly, and I'll take you out the back door to one of the guards who will safely escort you there now." She didn't move, staring at Burr as he tore off his pants to put on new leather ones. When he reached for his shirt, He noticed that she hadn't moved to do what he'd ordered. He frowned at her as their gazes locked. "Hurry, Shauna. I need to get you out of here quickly." Pain was tearing through her, leveling her with its intensity. "Do you want her back? Is that why you're trying to rush me out of here, so she doesn't know I exist? I thought it was over with her, Burr. I thought we really had something between us." Confusion made his face wrinkle. "I don't want her back, and I don't want her to know you exist because Elune is vicious. I am trying to protect you. Why are you questioning what you mean to me? You know the answer to that. Now is not the time to argue and be stubborn, my Shauna. We must rush you to safety." "Protect me from what? Your ex-wife knowing that you have someone in your life now?" He growled, the frown deepening on his face. "We will talk of this later. You must go now. Trust me, and do not look at me as though I have hurt you. I am protecting you from danger." Shauna moved then, tearing her gaze from Burr's. "Fine. Whisk me away before your wife sees me. I get it." She went for the closet that now held new clothing. She'd asked for pants and she'd gotten them when his new house helpers had gone shopping earlier. Pain was crushing her chest that Burr didn't want his whatever the hell she was to know about Shauna. If he doesn't want her back, he wouldn't give a damn. She dressed quickly and then grabbed some spare outfits. Burr was dressed when she stepped out of the closet with clothes over her arm. She moved for a pair of shoes that had been bought for her, but Burr headed her off, gripping her arm, and forced her toward the double doors to the patio. She turned her head, staring up at Burr but letting him lead her out of his bedroom. The wall from the patio was only a few feet high, so it didn't block Burr's view of the woods. He stepped over it easily, but Shauna had to lift her leg higher, putting her off balance, but Burr kept hold to steady her. He walked quickly around the back of the house to the first guard they came to. "Take my human to Argus Rever's home now," Burr snarled, showing teeth to the leather-clad Zorn guard. "You protect her with your life. She is precious to me. No one is to touch her, and if anything happens to Shauna, I will kill you painfully." The guard paled, but gave a sharp nod, his bright green eyes flashing with fear for an instant. "Of course, Hyven Burr. I will guard her as if she is my blood." Burr released Shauna. "I will come see you tonight when my duties allow, and we will talk then. I do not wish her back into my life, and this is for your safety." Fighting tears, Shauna looked away from him to stare at the ground. "Yes, sir." "Sir?" He growled the word. "What does this mean?" Her gaze lifted. It's an Earth acknowledgement of someone in control of them and their lives. His frown deepened. "I don't understand, but we will talk of all of this later. You will be safe with this guard, and he will take you to Rever's home where you will be safe under my son's protection. I will be there as soon as I am able." Shauna nodded, looking at him hurt, so she shifted her attention to the guard. "Let's go." The man nodded and reached for her arm. Burr snarled. "Never touch her. She is mine." The guard jerked his hand back. "I was only offering assistance." "She can walk on her own." Shauna looked at Burr when he stared down at her. "Bye, Burr." "I will see you soon." She nodded and turned her back on him. "Sure." The guard led her away. She sensed being watched, but refused to look back to see if Burr was still really there. It hurt that he'd rushed her out of his home. He was a married man, and she'd forgotten that. Married men always hid their dirty little secrets, and that, it seemed to Shauna, was exactly what she was. Burr had said that he'd cared about Elune once, refusing to give her up until he'd had no choice but to set her free. Maybe he'll take her back as his bound. Pain burned in Shauna's chest at the thought of Burr still being in love with the woman who'd borne him 3 daughters and 4 sons, if she'd been happy to do it or not. He had to still love her after all the years they'd been together, and now Elune had come back to him. I knew he was too damn good to be true. The guard opened one of the vehicle doors to help Shauna climb inside. He frowned at her. I don't understand. Shauna met his bright green eyes and blinked back tears. Unfortunately, I do. Let's go. Take me to Rever's house, please. Chapter 11. The white-haired, tall Zorn woman smiled widely at Shauna from across the table, pushing a lock of her hair back. Eat. I'm afraid I don't have much of an appetite, Ollie, Shauna admitted softly. Ollie, Rever's house helper, frowned. You are sad that you missed Argus, Rever, and Brenda? They will return tonight, like I told you yesterday when you arrived here. They were not expecting a guest, but you are very welcome here, Shauna. You must eat breakfast. You barely touched your dinner I prepared last night. Sighing loudly, Shauna lifted a fork and pushed food around her plate. It's really good, Ollie, thank you. I'm not very hungry. Ivan Burr did not come last night, but he did send a message that he would visit today. Pain lanced through Shauna. Burr hadn't come to talk to her, but had instead sent a personal messenger saying his meetings were going to last longer than he thought because another district had been attacked, and he didn't want her to wait up too late for him. She had wanted to snort, but instead she'd fought tears. Maybe he was in meetings, or maybe he was so busy with his Elune that he would finally arrive to tell her he was taking the bitch back. I am Brenda's best friend, Ollie said softly. I love humans. You are sad. You can talk to me about anything and I will not gossip. Brenda trusts me, so you can too. Looking up to meet the other woman's concerned gaze, Shauna hesitated. She'd been told that Brenda was human, but she hadn't met the woman since Rever had taken his bound on a sudden trip to get her mind off what had happened to Ariel. Brenda was pregnant, and both of them were now worried she would have a difficult birth as well. Their trip had been unplanned and sudden, Ollie had explained to her. Is this about Ivan Burr? Zorn men are very different from the Earth men you are accustomed to. Brenda has told me all about humans. His bound came back yesterday, Shauna blurted. He couldn't get me out of there fast enough. I thought it was over with her, but obviously it's not, and I fell in love with him. Ollie's eyes widened. She returned? Miserable, Shauna pushed her food around on the plate again, piling up something green that was similar to mashed potatoes in substance. Yeah, I guess maybe she is ready to come back into his life. Shaking her white head, Ollie softly growled. Not that one. If Bratha Elune comes, it is to make Ivan Burr miserable. That woman lives to hurt our Ivan. She is not right in her mind anymore, and she is not tolerated by Zorn people. He rushed me out a back door to get me out of his house before she saw me, shoved me at one of the guards, and promised to come see me last night, but he blew me off. Frowning deeply, Ollie tilted her head, staring at Shauna for long seconds. Bratha Elune is known for her viciousness on Zorn. Perhaps he was trying to spare you from her. Shrugging, Shauna forced herself to take a bite of food. Starving herself wasn't going to do a bit of good to mend her breaking heart. I think he still loves her. No one loves their biggest enemy. It was Shauna's turn to frown at Ollie as she lifted her gaze. They are bound and have children together. Yes, but she publicly humiliated him and then had him bound to her as punishment. It is a very effective punishment, albeit unjustified in this case, to make a warrior suffer that kind of great shame. The entire population knows how it is between them. We always hoped that he would find another Zorn woman who would challenge Bratha Alun, but his house helpers were too weak or too frightened to do what needs to be done. They were the only ones who had the right to challenge his bound. Challenge? It is a shame that you are human and not built as strongly as our women. Ollie stood up to pour another drink from a pitcher before sitting back down. Only a woman under his protection can issue a challenge to an unfit bound, with the warrior's permission. That is Zorn law. Shauna bit her lip. I don't understand, so explain this law to me specifically. If a bound is unfit or unstable, a house helper can ask the warrior his permission to challenge the bound for her status. If he agrees, the house helper will challenge the bound to a fight. It is a rarely used law, but it does happen in extreme circumstances. They can fight to the death, or until one concedes to the winner, and then the winner has won the right to be the warrior's bound. It has to be approved by a judge, and the fight witnessed publicly so everyone knows it was fair and just. I wished that Brenda would have challenged Rever's human bound, but she said humans don't fight like that to challenge each other in relationships. It did work out in the end, but it was miserable for all until the issue was resolved. I'm confused. Isn't Brenda Rever's bound? Smiling, Ollie started talking, telling Shauna all about Brenda and Rever. It did work out, and now they are bound, she finished saying. His first human now lives far away from here, because her warrior had to separate her from other Zorn men. I feel deep sympathy for that one. He is stuck with her, unless he allows her near other males. If she is stupid enough to offer her body up to them again, he could hand her off to the next unsuspecting male. Shauna was stunned. She sat there picking at her food until she raised her head, eyeing Ollie. So, house helpers have the right to challenge a bound for her position if I get permission from Burr to do it first? Ollie paled. You can't consider doing this, Shauna. Bratha Alun is Zorn, and she is known for her viciousness. She comes from the strongest bloodlines, and is not a typical Zorn female. That is why she was considered a perfect match for Hyven Burr to begin with, and why their sons are all so strong. She would win, and she would not have mercy to spare your life. I never meant that you should challenge her, for it would bring you death. Ollie took a deep breath. If she did find mercy for you, as winner, she would send you away to whatever household she deemed fitting. You would have no say in the matter, and she could send you to a very bad place. You would never be allowed in the home of Hyven Burr again, or even allowed to speak to him. It is the Zorn way in these matters. You must understand that Bratha Alun is a born fighter. She is... A loud bell sounded, causing Ollie to stop talking instantly to stand up. That must be Hyven Burr for you. She fled the room. Shauna slowly walked to the living room with dread. It was probably just another personal messenger sending Burr's lame excuses why he was avoiding her. When she stepped into the living room, her gaze met a pair of beautiful, bright blue eyes. Burr was wearing his black, kick-ass uniform, and he grinned when he saw her, opening up his arms. "My Shauna, come." He held her before she realized that she'd run at him and had thrown her arms around his neck when he bent forward to catch her. His strong embrace tightened around her, her face buried against the collar of his leather outfit, and her nose filled with the wonderful masculine scent she'd missed desperately. Wincing at just how little self-control she seemed to have over her happiness at seeing him again, she forced herself to lift her head. Burr grinned when their gazes locked. "I missed you painfully, my Shauna." He started walking, her body tightly pressed against his. "I should have woken you last night." "Ivan Burr, is there anything I can get for you? Are you hungry?" Ollie had her head bowed as she spoke. "Get out of the way of the guest quarters and make sure no one disturbs us. My guards are outside with instructions to not let anyone near the house." Ollie dove out of his way as Burr carried a stunned Shauna back to the room that she'd slept in the night before, and the door slammed loudly as he used his boot to kick it closed. A gasp escaped her as she hit the bed where Burr tossed her. She sat up, a little stunned to see him bending over and tearing off his boots. His face lifted, those intense eyes of his meeting her wide gaze as he growled low at her. "Undress now, or I'll tear those clothes off you." Shauna pushed the air from her lungs, reaching for her shirt. Some of her questions were answered. Burr removed his uniform in record speed, nearly ripping it at the seams to get it off. He appeared to be a desperate man in need of sex and very turned on. Shauna wanted to believe that meant he hadn't spent the night in a loon's bed. He had come for her, and she doubted he would have if he'd gotten back together with his bound. Relief flooded her as she yanked off her shirt and went for the waist of her pants to wiggle out of them. Burr bent, reaching to help her by grabbing her pants, tearing them the rest of the way off her legs. He just threw them over his shoulder, his gaze fixing on her thighs. "Open for me now," he snarled. There was no fear as Shauna spread her legs wide, falling on her back on the soft mattress as Burr gripped her inner thighs, shoving them wider apart. Most women would probably be terrified at the rough, harsh tone of his voice, but Shauna knew he wasn't in a rage. He snarled again, it turning into a deep growl, a heartbeat before his thumbs spread her labia and his mouth was over her clit. She closed her eyes and gripped the first things her hand came into contact with. One hand curled around the side of the bed, the other one fisting the comforter. A moan tore from her. "Oh, fuck, Burr, damn," she moaned. 0 to 60 and that feels so... oh, God. His thumb drove into her pussy. Burr was sucking, licking, and tormenting her sensitive bud with his lips surrounding it, taunting it without mercy. He was going to get her off in record time, too, if he didn't slow down. But as she writhed and bucked her hips against his mouth, his thumb started to move inside her, sliding in and out of her, a few inches at a time at a fast pace. "Burr!" She screamed his name as she came hard, fast and violently. Pleasure slammed her, tearing through her entire body. He released her as Shauna gasped in breath, her body twitching, her pussy still clenching from the spasms that gripped her. The bed moved, and then a large hand wrapped around one of her ankles, dragging her down the mattress to the edge. The movement stopped, and then a large hand gripped her hip, flipping her over onto her stomach. Shauna's eyes opened just as she was jerked around on the bed again, her knees going off the edge of the mattress. She didn't hit the floor. Instead, a large male body pinned her over the corner of the bed, keeping her knees inches from the floor, a cry of surprise and rapture tearing through her parted lips as Burr drove his cock deep into her pussy in one swift motion. Oh, God! He was big, thick, and fucking her hard and fast, pinning her so tight to the bed that she couldn't even move. His hands moved, his larger ones curling around her fisted ones to hold them in place, as his breath teased the side of her neck and shoulder on her right side. Pleasure and pain gripped her as Burr fucked her, his hips pumping against her ass as he continued to pound her hard and deep. She realized pleasure won out as she cried out again, climaxing a second time, the muscles inside her pussy going nuts, gripping and releasing the thick cock driving in and out of her. There was a scrape of sharp teeth the second before his mouth clamped down on her shoulder at the very base of her neck, his teeth biting into her enough to cause pain to shoot through her. Shauna was so stunned that he'd bitten her, that she couldn't even scream as she sucked in air from the pain before his mouth released her. He roared out as he came, almost convulsing with his hips against her ass. His incredibly rigid cock pumped and jerked while he flooded her with his cum. They both had to catch their breath. Shauna was pinned under Burr's larger body, unable to move, while he recovered first. Gently, his hands released hers and reached for her shoulders. A soft growl came from the man. "I bit you. I am so sorry, my Shauna." Her face was on the bed, her cheek to the comforter, eyes closed, as she shrugged. "It doesn't really hurt. It's okay." Softly growling, Burr carefully withdrew from her body. "You are human, and you are still bruised up from your attack. I should have been gentler with you. I apologize." That got her to open her eyes. Shauna stared over her shoulder to look back at Burr, shooting him a frown. "Did you hear me complaining?" Before he could speak, she did. "That would be a no. I admit the biting thing is kinky, and I hope you don't do it often because ouch, but no worries." Burr's hands slid down her arms to her hips. She was lifted and rolled onto the bed. She relaxed, not caring that Burr was shifting her around as he climbed on the bed with her, both of them lying sideways across it. Burr turned her a little more so they faced each other on their sides, while he used his bent arm to prop up his head. His intense gaze locked with hers, a frown turning his mouth downward, telling her that he wasn't happy. "I wanted to mark you. Leave something of mine on your body, I think. I will try to never bite you again. I didn't break the skin." His attention went to the slightly throbbing area where he'd struck with his teeth, his frown deepening. "You will have bruises for a while." "I said it's all right." She lifted her hand and let her fingertips play with the hair on his chest. "I missed you." She looked up, staring at his face, and sighed. "What's going on with you and Elune? Is she staying? Are you leaving me here? Is it over between us? Don't fuck around with me, Burr. Just be honest so I can deal with this." A look akin to horror twisted his features as a low grumble came from him. "You are mine. I will never give you up, and you are only here for your protection until she is gone again. I spoke with her yesterday about why she was present in my house. She heard about her second daughter and wanted to meet Destiny." Relief washed through Shauna. "So she just came to do the grandma thing and now she's gone back to where she came from? Are you taking me home with you?" Flinching at his hesitation, she knew what the answer was going to be before he said it. "She wishes to stay until Ariel is medically cleared to go home. She has demanded use of my home, which is her right as my bound, until she has her fill of the offspring." "Why doesn't she stay at your son's house?" Burr snorted, a grin spreading across his face. She would never stay in Rawl's home. His home is not big enough to suit her, and she has no status in his home except guest. Elune must always be the leading female of any home that she stays in. It would also not be good for Ariel to spend too much time with Elune if she stayed in their home, because Elune doesn't like humans. She resents that she is not Rawl's most important female in his life anymore. She's high maintenance and a drama queen, in other words. His eyebrows rose. Trust me, I've got her pegged. So how long is she staying for? His massive shoulders shrugged. I don't have an answer, my Shauna. I will come visit you every day. His hand reached out to curl around her hip. I wish I could stay here with you, but I have guests in my home, so I must be there often. This sucks. I am very apologetic, my Shauna. Burr looked sincere as he gazed into her eyes. I am sure Elune won't stay long. She grows bored easily, and being near me puts her in bad moods. Why can't I just go home with you? I can totally hang out in your bedroom if you don't want me running into her. Shauna's eyes narrowed as she closely studied Burr's features, looking for signs of him lying. She doesn't have any reason to go to your bedroom, does she? He shook his head, totally looking sincere again. She will never come to my bedroom, Shauna. Even if she changed her mind and wanted me, I would never want her. You are all that I want. So let me come home with you, and I'll just stay in your room. The house helpers can bring me food, and then we'll be able to sleep together and spend every minute you have free with each other. Burr hesitated. I am tempted, but if you were under my roof, then you would be at Elune's mercy. She is legally my bound, the official lead female of my house, and you are just a house helper under Zorn society rules. She would be able to order you to do her bidding. Understanding hit Shauna, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. That's why you got me the hell out of there, isn't it? She can order me around, can't she? He nodded. She could punish you as well. She could have you do harsh chores or send you out to do shopping unprotected by guards, if I were not there, putting you in great danger. I won't allow her to use you against me to cause harm, and she would take great pleasure in that. Sighing, Shauna curled tight against Burr's warm body. I hope she leaves soon. I slept like shit last night without you. Black eyebrows rose. Is this another Earth saying? A grin split his lips. I get the meaning that you didn't sleep well. Her gaze lifted, staring into his eyes. How did you sleep? I hope it was alone. My house helpers aren't allowed in my bed anymore. The only woman allowed touching me or sleeping with me is you. Just checking. He gave a sharp nod. I have to go now. I will come back tonight if you don't mind me coming to you very late. I have a dinner to go to with my many guests, where we are going to plan how to rid the districts of the wild Zorn males who are attacking them. Depression hit her. You can't stay longer? No. I am already behind in my plans to meet with some of the warriors. They wait, so I could come see you. Okay. At least he came to see me. She was grateful for that, instead of another messenger coming to the door to tell her that Burr wouldn't be showing up. Just come back tonight, no matter how late it is. I give you my vow. Nodding, Shauna released him and rolled on her back to put a few inches between them. And you always keep your word. A grin split his handsome features. I always keep my vows, my Shauna. She watched him get off the bed and slowly dress. She didn't bother to put on clothes. She hadn't been lying about sleeping horribly when Burr hadn't shown up the night before. She'd tossed and turned all night, wondering if he and Elune were together, and she instantly decided to take a nap until he returned. Dressed, Burr eyed her with intensely blue eyes. "It may be very late, but I will come to you. I'll be right here in this bed waiting for you." She licked her lips and let her hands run over her stomach and breasts, knowing that those sexy eyes of his were watching every movement she made. "Hurry back to me." A soft growl tore from Burr before he turned away, walking for the doorway. Shauna let her hands stop roaming on her skin as Burr left her room, the door closing behind him. She sighed loudly, blowing out air in frustration, and then rolled over onto her stomach. I had to go and fall in love with a damn world leader with a busy schedule. Why couldn't I fall in love with an out-of-work alien who has all the time in the world to stay in bed with me? She dozed for a few hours and then woke up after it was dark. Feeling a little guilty about blowing off Ollie, she took a shower. After dressing in pants and a shirt, she followed the smell of cooking food. Ollie was in the kitchen when Shauna found her. "Hi." Ollie grinned. "Hyven Burr cares very much for you to take time out of his busy day to come see you. You worried and starved yourself for no reason." Grinning back, Shauna gave a nod. "Can I help? Whatever you're cooking smells wonderful." "It is done. You could take some plates from the shelf to set the table." Shauna and Ollie shared a pleasant dinner, making polite conversation. The Zorn woman was an excellent cook, and Shauna took down 2 bowls of the tasty meat stew. When they finished, both women went into the kitchen to do the dishes. Shauna offered to dry, while Ollie washed. "So what do you guys do around here at night?" "I finish all of my chores, and if Brenda were here, we would talk Argus Rever into playing a game. Brenda has been teaching us many human ones." "What kind of—" A bell rang, interrupting Shauna. Excitement instantly hit her as she spun. "Burr must be here early." She went to run for the door, but Ollie grabbed her arm, halting her. "I will answer the door, since you are human and it isn't safe. Some Zorn males get very excited to see a human woman. Stay put, and I will go let him in if he is the one at the door. It might be Argus Rever and Brenda. I locked the door since you are here." Rolling her eyes, Shauna gave a nod. "Sure." She paced the kitchen. Excitement hit her, hoping that Burr could stay all night with her. She hadn't been kidding about sleeping poorly without him. It might have had some small part with her worry about what and who he was doing while he was away from her. Now that she was sure that he wasn't going to take Elune back into his life, she knew things would be 1,000 times better. A noise drew her attention to the door. A smile on her lips as a large male form came walking through the doorway. "You aren't Burr." Shauna frowned at the uniformed Zorn male, who came to halt to frown back at her. "Where is Burr?" The Zorn man's frown deepened. "I was ordered to pick you up and take you to Hyven Burr's home." Relief hit Shauna as she grinned. "Terrific!" Ollie walked into the kitchen behind the uniformed guy to give Shauna a smile. "It was nice to meet you, and you are always welcome in the home of Argus Rever. Brenda will be saddened that she missed the opportunity to speak to another human woman, but I am sure you will visit often." Shauna moved to hug the much taller, bigger woman. "Thanks so much for having me, Ollie. You've been great." She stepped back, grinning. "I guess that woman got bored and took off a lot faster than Burr thought she would." Winking, she turned to face Burr's guy. "Let's go." He gave a nod. "This way, human." Excitement hit Shauna. Elune hadn't stuck around for long at all, which is a great thing. Maybe having all those Zorn guests in Burr's house had made her want to leave right away. Shauna didn't really care what the reason was. She was going home to Burr, and that's all that mattered. He'd sent for her, ordering 4 large guards to collect her in his car that she recognized right off as one of the men opened the back door. The drive wasn't too long to the house. The sun was going down when they reached the driveway, and one of the guards let her out. He gave her a sharp nod and waved his arm to the house. "You are awaited inside, human." She almost corrected him by telling him to use her name, but thought better of it, not sure what Zorn customs were. It was a little irritating being called human, but she'd been called a hell of a lot worse names in her life. She walked to the front door and opened it up, instantly letting her gaze drift around the room looking for Burr. No one was in the living room at all. Sighing, thinking he might not be home yet from his dinner, she made her way toward the back of the darkening house. She'd wait there for him, in bed, and light a fire until he arrived. She stepped into his bedroom and headed right for the fireplace, with the fading sunlight dimming the bedroom considerably. The black logs had been set neatly in the grate, waiting to be lit. As the fire roared to life, Shauna turned to glance around the bedroom she'd wondered if she'd ever see again yesterday when she'd been rushed out of his home. The bed had been made, their discarded clothes gone, and she didn't need to be told the house helpers had come in to clean up the room. She sighed and looked at the room again, hoping Burr wouldn't be too long. The people of Zorn really needed television. The bedroom door swung open behind Shauna. She spun around, a smile on her lips, her mood greatly improved knowing Burr was home. It wasn't her sexy alien who strode into the room, though. The woman had to be about 6'3", with black shoulder-length hair, and was dressed in men's clothing. Shauna had a sinking feeling as she stared into a pair of dark, furious eyes that Elune hadn't left after all. "So, you are the human Burr is so attached to." The woman almost growled her words. Her hands went to the hips of her tight leather men's pants, gripping them as her eyes narrowed and her mouth tightened in a grim line. Truly pathetic. Shauna stared at the woman and said the only thing that came to mind. "I thought you were gone." A viciously cold smile turned the woman's harsh mouth upward. "Gone? I'm the one who ordered you brought here. As soon as I was told that Burr was humiliating me by betting a human, I was just waiting for the right opportunity for us to be alone, to get to know each other." Chapter 12. Shauna knew she was in a whole world of shit. The big Zorn woman looked mean, as though she were the kick-ass and don't bother to take names kind of woman. Her hair had been cut short, unlike any other Zorn woman Shauna had seen, and she wore male clothing. Shauna tried not to panic. "It's nice to meet you," Shauna lied flat out. "You must be Elune. I've heard so many nice things about you." A growl tore from the woman, and she took a menacing step forward. "Lower your eyes to me, and you call me Bratha, rude human." "Okay," Shauna thought grimly, as she lowered her eyes, hating doing it but giving a nod, fixing her attention on the Zorn woman's boots, noticing that they resembled the ones Burr and his men wore. Could the woman be any more butch? Shauna doubted it. She was grateful, though, when the woman didn't come any closer, halting at that foot. "What Burr sees in you is a mystery," the woman continued growling as she spoke. "Humans are weak and pathetic. You are too small and useless to be of any value on my planet. I told him he should send all you off-worlders away from Zorn. My sons have poisoned our great bloodlines with your Earth weaknesses. It is all about bloodlines. It is about sacrifice, to continue to stay on top. Shauna glanced up then, remembering what Burr had told her. You sacrificed for the bloodlines, didn't you? The woman's dark eyes widened, looking a little shocked at Shauna's question. She frowned. Burr told you of our union? He said your fathers were Pack, and that they wanted you and Burr to combine your bloodlines. Shauna hesitated, not sure how far to go without setting the woman off, but wanting to find some common ground with her before Elune blew up in a rage. Pissing off the mean-looking woman was the last thing Shauna wanted to do. She looked tough, and not someone Shauna would want to end up in a fight with. I'm sorry that happened to you. On Earth, we believe mostly in love between a man and woman who have children together. That must have been really hard on you. Mostly? Glancing back up, Shauna gave a nod. Some women and men get together for power. Shauna wasn't sure if Elune would understand if she said money. Sometimes it's a cultural thing, like with what happened to you, where two families set up the union between their children. Elune cocked her head a little. You are fully grown. Were you bound on Earth before you were taken by force? I'm aware of how you got here and how Burr acquired you. I was bound to an unfit man who hit me. Shauna tried to speak in words that Burr had used, so the woman understood. She knew Elune and she would never be friends, but she didn't want to be enemies either. The large Zorn woman scared the shit out of her, looking as tough as Burr. On Earth, you are allowed to sever the relationship and go your own ways. We don't need a man's protection. A snort came from the tall woman. Are your men as puny as your females? Looking up now, not glancing away, Shauna frowned. We're not as big as your people are for the most part. I'm shorter than an average woman, and you'd be considered quite large on my planet. But we aren't a warrior race, like Burr explained to me. Women and men are generally considered equal. Elune stared at her for long seconds. You aren't cowering from me when you should be. Shrugging, Shauna sighed. You obviously wanted to see me and talk to me, since you had Burr's men bring me here. I wanted to see what Burr found fascinating. The woman moved, walking slowly toward Shauna, and then circled her, leaving just a few feet between them as her gaze roamed her body. You are not what I expected. He always tends to be drawn to dark-haired females like myself, with bigger bodies. He loves a muscled woman to wrestle with, but he'd break your bones or harm you if he played with you. Elune stopped in front of Shauna, frowning down at her. Do not take this personal that you are a means of revenge. I am impressed with your bravery, so I will be kinder than my original plan, human. I will hope that you live by the end of this. Tensing hard, Shauna backed up, lifting her arms in a defensive stance. What are you going to do? I'm assuming Burr isn't home. You are correct. Burr went to his dinner with some of his guests to discuss the wild problem, and will not be home for many hours. But a few of his guests were asked to stay for a special treat. Elune sighed. I hope you survive, but I am not sure you will. I wanted to hand over your dead body to my bound when he returned home, but I think you still breathing would be more effective. He will suffer, knowing you suffer, since you mean something to him. Oh, fuck. Shauna backed up more, trying to mentally prepare herself for the larger woman attacking her. Her gaze flew over the woman, looking for weak spots. Knees, throat, and stomach were the obvious ones, since it would be hard to nail a woman in the face when she was that tall, unless Shauna could kick her hard enough in the gut to get her to double over. "Please don't do this, Bratha. You know he'll be really pissed off, and I have nothing to do with what happened between the two of you." "It matters none." Alun let out a weird whistle sound, and then 5 of Burr's men walked in the bedroom. Dread and terror hit Shauna hard as 5 large Zorn warriors walked into the bedroom. She recognized one of them as the man who had come to get her at Rever's house. He seemed to be leading the other guys. "Who do you take orders from?" Shauna glared at him. "Burr will kill you if you let her hurt me. Do you understand that?" The big man frowned, his attention going to Alun, not looking happy. "With respect, Bratha, please, do not order us to do this." She growled. "Hyven is not home, and you will do as I say the way you are duty-bound to do." He showed sharp teeth as he snarled something that the translator didn't pick up. Shauna was guessing it was a Zorn curse word. His attention locked on Shauna. "Do not fight, and you won't be severely harmed. Do you understand?" It was an inner battle to not struggle as the large man approached her to grip her. His hand was gentle as it wrapped firmly around her arm. She stared up at him, slightly shaking, wondering where he was going to take her. Her first thought had been that Alun and the warriors were going to beat her. He actually looked regretful as their gazes met, and then he gave her a gentle tug. "Come with me, human." "Burr is going to hurt you if I get hurt," Shauna said softly. "You know damn well that they don't get along, and he's a bigger threat to you than she is." "Do not fight, and you won't be severely harmed," he repeated softly. "I have no choice, since I must follow her orders when Hyven is not in residence. It is law." Shauna would be up against 6 Zorn, including Alun if she fought. Knowing she wouldn't stand a chance, she let herself be led out of the bedroom and down the hallway, through Burr's house to another side of it where she hadn't ever gone before. They passed more living rooms, and then she was led through a hallway into a larger room. What she saw terrified her. At least 9 Zorn males were in the room sitting at a long table talking, all strangers but one. The one male she did recognize made her heart pound as he turned his head to watch her and the guard's approach. Shauna stared at Shal and then forced her gaze away from his. The huge hairy guy scared the shit out of her still with his evil-looking black eyes. She turned her head to see that Alun had followed behind, her arms over her chest, with a malicious grin curving her lips. The Zorn man still gripping Shauna halted, bringing her to a stop about 10 feet inside the large room. Alun walked forward, standing some distance away. "It is my honor to present Hyven's honored guests with his latest house helper. She's human from Earth and a rarity on Zorn. I know many of you have seen the vid of a human and a Zorn mounting one." Alun chuckled. "Enjoy her, all of you, since it is well known that human females can take many mountings in a day. I just ask that you not break her." Horror washed through Shauna as her eyes flew to the 9 men at the table, knowing now what Alun had in store for her and the kind of revenge she planned for Burr to come home to. Shauna heard a whimper and realized that the sound had come from her own throat. Shal's chair hit the floor where it crashed backward at the quick speed of him rising to his feet. "I get her first," the huge hairy guy grinned, showing sharp teeth as he started forward. "No!" Shauna yelled and clawed at the man's hand, still gripping her arm. "Burr said no one is to touch me but him." The hairy guy didn't stop or even pause as he stalked forward. The only indication he heard Shauna's words was to glance at Elune with a raised eyebrow. Elune chuckled and waved her hand at Shauna, urging the big ape onward. The guard gripping Shauna growled. She knew she was clawing his skin with her fingernails, but he didn't release her. "Don't put up a fight," the now bleeding guard softly growled, "and you will survive them. If you fight, they could accidentally kill you by mounting you." That is his best advice? To allow myself to be raped by 9 men? Terror flooded Shauna as she tried to back away, but another one of Burr's uniformed guards grabbed her at her hips, his body blocking her escape. In seconds, Shal was before her, leering down at her body, and then 2 big, beefy, hair-covered hands were reaching for her. Reaction took over. Shauna screamed out and kicked hard at the ape's hairy knee, and her foot scored a direct hit with his kneecap. She saw his eyes widen a second before he bellowed out in pain, leaping backward out of her way. A snarl tore from his throat as he leaned forward to rub at his injured knee. He was still almost naked, just wearing shorts, with all that body hair displayed. "You want to play?" His dark eyes narrowed. "You do not look tough enough to play the kind of games you are taunting me with." "I'm not playing," Shauna struggled, trying to break free of the 2 men now gripping her. The guard behind her had grabbed her free wrist, so she was held by both arms, with the man's larger body beside her and one next to her. "Ivan Burr told you I'm not a house helper. He doesn't know about this, and he'll be really fucking pissed off if you lay a finger on me. I don't want you touching me. I refuse. Got that? I'm saying a big hell no. Burr will make you pay if you hurt me." Elune laughed, her dark brown eyes sparkling with amusement. "You are a house helper, and Burr can't do anything to these men, regardless of what you wish or not. They are all invited guests into his home, and they all have the right to mount you as Burr's house helper. Fight if you wish, human. To warriors it is only foreplay for rougher mounting." Elune gleefully put her hands together, the way an excited kid would at Christmas. If Burr loses his temper and attacks any of the Vartas in his home, he will be breaking Zorn laws. He will be arrested and punished, for all Zorn to watch. She laughed. "I will have my revenge." "You evil bitch," Shauna hissed, still fighting the hands gripping her arms. "Maybe you don't care about Burr, but what about your sons? Do you think they are going to hear about you doing this to a human and just let it go? They are married to humans. They'll hate you as much as Burr does." Elune shrugged her wide shoulders, her smile dying as something in her eyes grew cold. "They are Burr's sons, Burr's blood, and they all share his weaknesses." Her look ran down Shauna, and then she spun around to give her back to all of them. "I don't have any weaknesses. Mount her. I insist that everyone enjoy the house helper, including the guards present." She stormed out of the room, still speaking over her shoulder as she left. As Burr's bound, it would be an insult to their precious Hyven for them to not follow my orders. Enjoy Zorn warriors, pathetic human, for I doubt you'll survive. Shal moved forward, lunging to Shauna's horror, and grabbed her hips right as both of the uniformed men released her arms. A scream tore from her throat as she was lifted and thrown over a hairy shoulder. Her stomach slammed hard enough into his wide shoulder to knock the air from her lungs. She fought for breath, reeling from the shock of the sudden movement that left her in pain and dizzy. "Clear the table," Shal growled. "We may as well enjoy her here together." Glass broke, penetrating Shauna's panicked mind, knowing the men were knocking their drinks and plates off the table to the floor to do as the asshole gripping her ordered them to do. She gasped in air, screaming again as her body was flung hard as the big man bent. She hit the table on her back hard enough to knock the air from her lungs again. She stared up at the faces around her, seeing Shal reaching for her legs, her body dragged to the edge as he gripped her calves, pulling them apart so his hips ended up between her spread thighs. He bent forward, pinning her down to hover over her face. Sharp teeth showed as he snarled at her. "I have wanted to mount a human. Do you prefer facing up or down?" Taking a few breaths, Shauna stared up at the asshole in terror. "Down," she lied. "Back up and let me roll over and get my pants off." He backed up, moving to let her turn over. Shauna struck, kicking the son of a bitch hard in the crotch with everything she had while clawing for the edge of the table. She wrapped her hand around it and pulled herself hard for the side, kicking out at another man who lunged for her. Shauna screamed out again, kicking the man who nearly grabbed her. She hit him in the stomach and then fell off the table. Shauna hit the floor hard on her knees, the action sending pain shooting up both legs, but she ignored it, diving under the table to crawl frantically away from two of her would-be rapists. Someone snarled, but she didn't care who it was. She just wanted to get away. She shoved at a chair and pushed up with her hands when she cleared the table, getting to her feet. Out of the corner of her eye she saw movement, but didn't turn her head. She sprinted for the doorway as fast as she could. A roar sounded out behind her from one of the men, probably Shal expressing his rage, but the frightening sound only spurred Shauna to run faster. She made it to the doorway she'd come through, rushing past the 5 Zorn uniformed guards, who surprisingly didn't lunge in her path to try to stop her. If she wasn't imagining things, they actually stepped back to clear her path. Are they helping me escape? She didn't have time to think about it, as she heard rough, heavy breathing, and a growl was hot on her heels, letting her know someone was pursuing her. She almost slid into the wall when she had to turn for the curve of the hallway, her shoulder and hip bouncing against the wall, and then she was sprinting down the hallway. She saw it widening into one of the living rooms she had passed. She had no idea where to run for safety, but as long as she got away from those men, she didn't give a damn where she ended up. She heard the man or men behind her closing the distance on her, as the heavy breathing got louder. She turned her head to look, almost screaming, when she realized it was Shal running after her, and that he was only feet behind her. His arm reached out to grab her. Shauna opened her mouth to scream, but instead she slammed hard into a firm, unforgiving large body. 2 strong arms wrapped around her, lifting her off her feet, and spun her around in the air as the body turned with her in his arms, the sudden motion making her dizzy. When they stopped, she jerked her head up and stared in shock at a frowning Vinladi. The dark, mocha-colored man with the flaming red hair looked as shocked as she did at seeing him after she'd run right into him. He eased her to her feet. "Watch where you are going," he huffed out. "That hurt. You might be small, but be glad that I saw you quickly enough to cushion your impact by turning enough to just grab you. A direct hit would have sent you to the floor, or worse." Shal growled. Shauna jerked her head around to stare in horror at the hairy asshole. He growled again at her, showing teeth, looking super pissed off. "Hand her over. She ran from me," Shal snarled, his evil-looking black eyes fixed on Shauna, showing rage. "You will pay for kicking me and tricking me." Another whimper escaped from Shauna. She realized she was fisting Vinladi's black tank top. She jerked her head back to stare up at the huge Zorn male. "Please help me. Don't let him touch me. You're a friend of Burr's. Elune tricked me into coming here and she gave me to them to mount, and you know Burr doesn't want anyone touching me." Shock made the dark-skinned man noticeably pale. "Not even Bratha Elune would be that cruel." "She was given to us," Shal snarled. "Hand her over now. You may mount her after I am done with her." The hairy Zorn moved forward, reaching out to grab Shauna. But before his hand could close over her arm, Vinladi spun away, yanking Shauna off her feet again and nearly tossing her into the corner as he released her. Shauna hit the floor on her feet hard and stumbled into the wall, barely throwing her arm up in time to stop her forehead from smacking into it. She was shocked that Burr's friend had thrown her. She was also shocked to realize she was still fisting parts of his shirt she'd been gripping so hard that his sudden action had torn his shirt when he tossed her away from him. A vicious snarl sounded behind her. Shauna turned around, keeping her back to the corner, to stare in horrified fascination at what was happening. Vinladi had his back to her, just feet in front of her, trapping her in the corner. He faced a very furious Shal, blocking the asshole's path to Shauna, it taking her a few seconds to realize that Burr's friend was protecting her. He'd thrown her into the corner to put her in a safe location. Shal was furious as he roared out in rage and tried to move around Vinladi. "Do you want to do this?" Vinladi snarled the words. "I will fight you for the humans, Shal." "She was given to Hyven's guests to mount," Shal snarled again, sounding similar to a dog about to attack. "You have no right to interfere." Terror struck Shauna as movement from the corner of her eye made her turn her head to see that the 8 other men had followed them into the larger living room area, and on their heels was Burr's uniformed guards. Vinladi was outnumbered. There were too many of them to fight, and Shauna realized he'd get killed if he didn't move out of the way for those men to hurt her. Shaking hard, Shauna reached out and put her hand on her would-be rescuer's back. As much as she didn't want to face the fate that Elune had set her up for, she didn't want this friend of Burr's to die. Her voice shook as she touched him. "They'll kill you. Thank you for trying, but it won't stop this." Vinladi didn't even turn his head to look at her. "Shut up and be still, human. I have this." Biting her lip, Shauna let her hand drop and backed up to press into the corner. Her gaze ran over the big man in front of her. Vinladi was Burr's size, bigger than the men he faced off, but he was still outnumbered. She didn't care how good a fighter he was. No one could win against those odds. She swallowed hard and kept silent. Maybe he could stall for time, and Burr would come home. "I called her first," Shal snarled. "Move." "I challenge to mount her first," Vinladi said softly. "That I can do, Shal." He growled deep. The rumble sounded scary. "Concede your first call or fight me for it. I am in a mood for a good fight." Shauna could see Shal's face. The man looked furious, but he also looked a little nervous. His black eyes narrowed, his hairy fists clenched at his side, and then he snarled, turning away to stalk a few feet away before spinning back around to glare at Vinladi. "I call second." Shauna didn't know if she should feel relief or more horror. She thought Vinladi was saving her, but instead he was ready to fight to get to fuck her first? Shock rolled through her as he turned around. Her stunned gaze flew up to stare into a pair of beautiful blue eyes. He winked at her, and then held out his hand to her. "Come with me, human. I get to mount you first, and then Shal can have you." Shrinking back against the wall, pressing her back to it tightly, she shook her head frantically. "I thought you were Burr's friend, and he doesn't want me touched." Beautiful blue eyes narrowed as the man stared down at her with a frown. "Trust me, human. Take my hand and come to my room with me now." Something in his eyes got through her panic, and she reached out to him with a shaking hand. His large hand was warm and gentle as he gripped hers, turning to glare at the other men as he started to walk. Shauna's legs didn't want to work right, so she was yanked forward, almost stumbling, half pulled, half dragged through the large room to another hallway. Vinladi opened a door and dragged her through it, only to release her hand when they were in the large bedroom. Shauna spun around, staring up at the big alien while she backed away from him. He slammed the bedroom door closed, shutting both of them inside his room. "Relax, human." Vinladi leaned against the door, crossing his arms over his chest, his blue eyes sparkling with amusement. "I have no intention of mounting you." He said the words softly. "I just needed to get you away from them until we can think of a plan." Shauna stopped backing away, and her knees went weak in relief. "Thank you. I thought—" She swallowed. "Just thank you. What do we do? Can you get me out of here and back to Burr's son's house? I was at Rever's when Burr's guards came to get me to tell me that Burr wanted me home, but it was that conniving bitch Elune who sent them." He shook his head. "They will be watching for that if they are smart at all, and Shal is deviously minded. He knows how close I am to Burr, and he knows that Burr didn't want you mounted by anyone. He and Elune come from the same district and grew together as children, so he was probably the one to think of her plan to get revenge. He is jealous of Burr, and always has been." His eyes swept over her. "You are very fortunate that I came back when I did. Burr was suspicious when not all of his guests arrived at the meeting, wondering what they were up to, so he sent me in search of them." Fear crept inside Shauna again. "I'm shocked Shal let you take me out of there then." "He knows I have a right to challenge him to mount you first, and he doesn't want to fight me. We trained together, and I always won our challenges we fought together. They will be outside, waiting for me to finish with you." He sighed, pushing away from the door, and walked to one of the large windows without curtains to stare out it. "It is hours until Burr should be done." "Will they come in here after me?" Shauna stared at the man's back, which he kept to her, as he continued to stare out the window. He shrugged. "I am not sure. It depends on the other Vartas who Elune has given permission to mount you, and how impatient Shal is to have you second." "Let's make a run for it, then." "No." He slowly turned, his beautiful blue eyes roaming over Shauna's body from head to foot, and then their gazes locked. "We will stay here. I am a Zorn warrior, so I don't run away from a fight. If they come into my room, I will fight, and you will go hide in the bathroom." "That's a really bad plan, since you're outnumbered and can't win." The man shrugged. "Burr and I are very close, and he would do the same to protect my woman." He turned back around to stare out the window. "We will wait and see what happens." "Fuck that," Shauna muttered, her eyes searching the room. "You wait, while I'm going to even out the odds." Vinladi turned, his bright red eyebrow arching. What are you planning to do? They will either grow impatient, coming in here to get you, and then face my wrath, or they will not. There is nothing to prevent it except hope that I can hold them off until my friend Burr returns. Even then, I don't know of a plan to save you from what his bound has done. Laws are laws, even for a Hyven, and from what I understand, she offered you up for the use of his guests. He has to honor what she has done. Shauna stared at the man in shock. What? He nodded. As his bound, she offered you to his guests. He will have to honor what his bound does, and with you as a house helper, Burr has no right to defend you from the men he's invited into his home as honored guests. She really outmaneuvered him this time. If that's true, and Burr can't stop those men from hurting me, why did you just save my ass? A grin split his features. That is what friends do, and Burr will appreciate the gesture I made. I want him to send me a human if he comes across a stray one. He would do no less by attempting to save my woman. He will at least be here to make sure they don't harm you, even if he can't stop them from using your body. I will stay with him to keep him from killing them, restraining him if I must, while they mount you, for he will be arrested if he kills a guest of his home. Your laws are so fucked up. Shauna felt sick and horrified. The big man nodded. I agree, but that is how it is. Burr has changed many of them, but he can only go so far before the displeasure of the public could put his family in harm. He picks his battles with the laws, but unfortunately the way of house helpers is not something that will be allowed to change. Our women can't handle an adult male alone, and while traveling it would be impossible to bring our own house helpers with us. So access to a host's house helpers is a must. It's been this way for thousands of years. Shaking her head in disgust, Shauna moved for the closet, opened it up, and grabbed the clothes bar stretched across the space. Vinladi didn't hang his clothing, so it wasn't in use. She tugged hard at the thick, rounded wood, breaking it free, and gripped the new 5-foot weapon. It wasn't a baseball bat, but it was close enough. Her eyes roamed the room, looking for another weapon. She knew Vinladi was amused as he watched her silently, but she ignored him, heading for his bathroom next. Her mind was working as she opened drawers and found a mean-looking knife. She grabbed it and stepped out of the bathroom. As weapons went, she didn't have much, but a baseball bat and knife were better than not having weapons. Vinladi's eyebrows rose, his smile widening when he saw the knife in her hand. You wish to cut my hair? She eyed the wicked-looking short blade with a frown. You cut hair with this? And shave my jawline. Damn. She was impressed. With Zorn technology, didn't they have electric razors? Maybe it was a manly thing to slice off hair with a mean-ass knife, with an exceptionally sharp edge to compare who had the bigger balls. It's a weapon to me, and trust me, you don't want me cutting your hair. I couldn't cut a straight line to save my life. So, you want me to hit anyone who comes in with the hanging rod, and shave them with my Shara? Amusement laced his tone. No, I want you to barricade the door with that big-ass dresser, and if they get past it, I want you to beat the shit out of them, while I beat on them with the hanging rod, and maybe stab anyone stupid enough to come after me with your little knife. Shara. Whatever. That's my big plan until Burr gets home. Now please move that heavy dresser in front of the door. She gave him her best smile. Pretty please? He shrugged massive shoulders. I will do it, but it will not stop anyone from coming in. It is why no one bothers with locks on the interior doors. Any warrior worthy of his adulthood could come through the walls if need be. Blinking, Shauna sighed. At least it will slow them down, and it will hurt them if they have to break down the walls. They will tear through them. Rolling her eyes, Shauna turned away. Great. Please just block the door. I have to think. The extremely loud sound of wood being shoved on the tile as Vinladi pushed the dresser across the room only slightly distracted Shauna. She really needed to think of a way out of this mess. She paced, knowing that a pair of beautiful blue eyes were watching her, while she prayed that the only person who came to the door would be Burr. Chapter 13. So you live with your brothers? Shauna studied the handsome Zorn. And there are no women there? That must be rough. Nodding, Vinladi chuckled. We are always being attacked by the wild ones who try to come ashore, so females do not want to live in a war zone, no matter how well we can defend the island. Your home sounds beautiful, though. It is, but very lonely. That is why I am hoping that Burr does send me a human. He rescued you, so perhaps other humans will end up on Zorn without a male to protect them. No offense, but I really hope that's not the case. It was hell being kidnapped by those 3 assholes, and I didn't even know other life existed on other planets until I woke up on that ship in a cage. An ear-splitting roar cut Shauna's words off, startling her, and made her almost slide off the bed she sat on. Her head snapped around toward the source, right as something hit the door hard. In horror, Shauna saw the dresser knocked on its side as the door came crashing open. Hundreds of pounds of wood furniture slid a few feet across the tile, as though it were made out of papier-mâché. Burr stormed into the room looking enraged, another roar tearing from him, making Shauna actually fall off the edge of the bed to land hard on her ass on the floor, where she stared up at him in shock. She'd never seen anyone that mad in her life. Vinladi, on the other hand, chuckled as he slowly stood up from the other side of the bed where he'd been sitting. It took you long enough. Burr's furious gaze dashed over the bed and then rested on Shauna. He snarled when he spoke. Did he touch you? Unable to speak around the lump in her throat, Shauna shook her head, knowing that if she nodded, Burr would tear the man apart. His entire body was tensed. His fingers clawed at his sides, and the harsh way he spoke sounded as if the words were ripped from his chest. He took a few more steps closer to her, his gaze tearing from hers to glare at Vinladi. I was protecting her, Vinladi said softly. Calm yourself now. I would never mount your precious human. Burr breathed hard, his massive chest heaving as he obviously fought to control his temper. He moved closer to Shauna, and then reached down, holding out his hand. As stunned as Shauna was at seeing Burr totally lose it, she put her hand in his, letting him yank her off the floor. He literally jerked her against his chest, his arm wrapping tightly around her, molding her to his body. He breathed in her hair, rubbing his face against the top of her head. Another growl coming from him, only this one was softer and not terrifying. Your bound has outmaneuvered you, my friend. Vinladi stayed back, not getting too close to Shauna. I heard. Burr released Shauna's hand to run his hand down her back, almost petting her. One of my men sneaked away to come tell me what happened, and what a loon has done. Burr's body tensed hard, almost feeling as if he were turning to stone. Shauna looked up to see why he'd stiffened up that way, but he didn't meet her curious gaze. He was glaring at his friend instead, and looking extremely pissed off. She rubbed his chest through his leather shirt, wishing she could touch his skin. "There is only one way to save my Shauna." Burr looked down, his hand running up her back, over her shoulder, to cup Shauna's face with his large, warm hand. Misery was apparent on his face, and mirrored in his beautiful blue eyes as Shauna stared up into them. She frowned, not knowing what his plan was, but knowing that whatever it was, he was anything but happy about it. A horrible thought struck her. Would he have to let those men rape her? She didn't even want to think about that horrific possibility. "Zorn laws are clear, my Shauna. If I fight those men, I will be breaking the laws that I have vowed to uphold." He took a deep breath. "The only way to protect you from Elun's vengeance is to give you to Vinladi." He took a shuddering breath, shaking as he held her tight. "No one can touch you if I give you to him solely, and you will no longer be under my bound's rule to give to other men to mount." Shauna stared at him in horror, never expecting him to announce that in a million years. "Not for real, right? We'll just say you're giving me to him, but once she's gone, he gives me back, right?" Her fingers clawed at his shirt. "Right, Burr?" His jaw clenched as he lifted his gaze from hers to glare at his friend over her head. "You would belong to him, and the only way I could get you back is if he were willing to give you back to me once she is gone." Turning her head, she stared at Vinladi. He looked as shocked as Shauna did while he stared at Burr. The handsome Zorn took a step back and then froze, frown lines marring his features. "I leave tomorrow, and I can't put off my return, Burr. If your bound stays beyond today, then I would have to take your human back to Voltos with me in the morning. You know I am your friend, but there is no way I could resist a woman for that long, and we both know it. Don't ask this of me, my friend, for I fear our friendship would end when I did give in to the lust. It was difficult enough for me to spend the past few hours smelling her without touching her, and if I take her to my home, I would have to put her in my own room to keep my brothers from going after her." Shauna shook her head. "I don't want you, so if you're talking about sex, think again, Vinladi." Burr snarled. "That is the only option I can think of to save my Shauna. You're a strong warrior who is in control of your body. I don't want you mounting my woman." "Don't ask this of me, Burr," Vinladi growled back, looking furious. "It is too much to ask for you to wish me to take her home with me, sleep in the same room with her for days, and not touch her. I am a strong warrior, but I am also a male with needs. She is too tempting." "Wait a minute." Shauna jerked her head around to stare up at Burr. "I have a better idea." Looking furious still, Burr lowered his head to stare down at Shauna. "You don't know Zorn laws, or what is at stake." "I can't protect you, and Elun has finally found a way to get her revenge by offering you up to my guests. If I fight them to stop them from mounting you after she offered you to them, I will be arrested and probably put to death. Elun would have you put to death as well, so we would both die. As much as I hate it, I know Vinladi won't harm you, and he will protect you." Burr was shaking with fury as he lifted his head to glare at his friend. "If you mount her, we will fight to the death." Baring his teeth, Burr snarled, "She is mine." Vinladi snarled back, "Don't ask this of me, my friend. I am warning you now that you are asking the impossible. If you send her home with me, it will be a matter of time before I lose control." "Stop it!" Shauna gripped Burr's shirt hard, her fingers fisting it again, clawing at the leather. "I said I have another idea. Down here, Burr. Look at me, damn it." Burr snapped his chin down, eyes narrowing as he softly growled. "There is no other way, my Shauna." "Yes, there is." Shauna took a deep breath. "I think there is anyway. You don't have to share your bound with other men, right? Just house helpers?" Burr gave a nod, his beautiful eyes looking furious as their gazes locked together. "Elune is safe from them, unfortunately. It would be fitting if she could suffer the fate she wishes you to face." Nodding, Shauna stared into his eyes. "I am officially asking your permission to challenge Elune to be your bound, then. If I fight that bitch and win, then she's out of our lives. I'm your bound, and those men can't touch me, right?" Shock swept across Burr's features, but then his mouth opened as he sucked in air. He got control of his reaction in seconds, deeply frowning, and shook his head no. "She would kill you for sure. You are human." "Is it hand-to-hand fighting, or are weapons allowed?" Burr was frowning, glaring at Shauna, refusing to answer her question. "Hand-to-hand," Vinladi said softly. "It would be in front of witnesses to show fairness, after one of our law judges approved the challenge. If you beat her, then Elune would be sent far away, if you allowed her to live, and you would win the right to be bound to Hyven Burr, if he accepted you as his bound." "No," Burr growled. "I won't allow you to challenge Elune." Shauna shoved hard at Burr, pushing away from him. He released her as she backed away, her heart taking a solid hit. Blinking back tears, she turned her back on the man she loved, forcing herself to look at Vinladi as she walked closer to him and away from Burr. "I guess I'm all yours then, Vinladi." She turned her head to look at Burr. "He won't be returning me to you, so if he mounts me or not won't be an issue anymore, since I'm never coming back. I don't want to be with a man who cares more about another woman than he does about me." Rage was easy to read on Burr's features. "You are all I want, Shauna. That is not why I have rejected your challenge." She turned fully around to face him, keeping a good 8 feet between them. "Then you just think I'm too pathetic and weak as a human to fight that bitch. You just don't have any faith in me at all that I might win. Do you, Burr? You'd rather send me away with one of your friends who admits he's going to fuck me than let me make my own choice about my life. I hate all the options, but it's my choice, and I choose to fight over being raped. Do you understand that? If you don't let me fight for my freedom, since that's obviously what it's going to take to get me out of this mess, then I don't ever want to see you again. I'll make a life with Vinladi here, or someone else who might have a little faith in me." Burr looked really unhappy as he stared at Shauna with narrowed eyes. "She will kill you, without mercy, because you are smaller and weaker. This is no insult to your pride, my Shauna. It is a fact. Let me fight for my freedom, or turn around now and walk away from me, Burr. I'll go home with Vinladi in the morning, and I won't ever see you again. I refuse to be with a man who'd rather hand me over to someone else than give me a chance to save my own ass. Your hands are tied. I get that, but mine aren't." Burr growled, raising his hands to glance at them, and then her. "It's a saying," Shauna sighed. "I know your hands aren't really tied. It means you're out of options, but I'm not. Trust me when I tell you I'm mad enough at that bitch to fight her. She set me up to be gang-raped by that hairy ape and your other friends. I know you think humans don't stand a chance against a Zorn, but I was doing pretty well with your house helpers until they ganged up on me 6-1. I've met Elune, and I know she's a tough bitch, tougher than your house helpers are. But don't do this to me, damn it. Don't let me get raped or handed off to another guy who admits openly that he's going to try to fuck me, just because you are a male chauvinist pig about some things. His frown deepened. She will kill you. At least I won't be raped. I'd rather take my chances in a fight, so I have a fair shot at defending myself one-on-one. Glaring at him now, Shauna took a deep breath. This is your last chance at keeping me, Burr. I am asking your permission to challenge Elune the way your fucked-up laws require. Vinladi moved closer to Shauna. She did get away from Shal, and she moves fast, Burr. If given the choice, if I were a woman, I'd rather fight as well. Burr snarled, turning away, his rage making his body visibly tremble. He gave a jerk of his head. I accept. He suddenly spun back around to face Shauna, his angry gaze locking on her. You better win, my Shauna. I hope that you are as tough as you keep telling me humans are. Shauna nodded, relieved that he'd agreed. Just let me at that bitch. Zorn women fight unfair, Vinladi warned softly. It's body fighting against body fighting, no weapons allowed. Those are the only rules. She can use her teeth against you, so watch her mouth. Most Zorn women go for the eyes of another woman, to blind them, so they can kill them easier. Or in Elune's case, toy with you to taunt Burr. Shauna turned her head, staring up at the beautiful dark-skinned man. The fear of fighting Elune started to settle in, but she nodded at him, letting him know she heard him. Thank you. I'll watch her mouth and my face. Burr growled. Please reconsider, my Shauna. I do not want to bury you. Anger returned almost instantly as Shauna snapped her head in his direction. Your lack of faith in me is starting to piss me off. Let's get this show on the road. What happens next? Burr looked enraged again as he turned for the door. We find Elune. Tell her I accepted your offer of challenge, and then we take it to a judge who has to agree to the fight. You both will be taken to the arena, where you will face off with her if the judge approves. Burr just stormed out the door. Shauna stood there stunned for a second, before a large hand gripped her arm, startling her, making her turn her head to glance up at Vinladi. He looked grim. He is worried about your life, and very angry that it has come to this. I would be furious as well in his position. We are very protective of our women, and I would be insane right now if you were mine, realizing you were going to have to fight to stay in my bed. It goes against all we are to allow our women to fight for us. We need to follow him. Shauna's feet moved as the large man steered her for the door, both of them following a slow-moving Burr toward the center of the house, where he went in search of Elune. Burr never turned his head to check if they were following or not, his body language clear that he was still enraged. Elune was in the kitchen, her voice loud as she yelled at one of the poor house helpers cooking dinner. I do not know where my bound found you, Elune snarled loudly, but he should have left you there. Do I have to show you how to prepare a meal properly for honored warriors? They come from far away to stay in the Hyven's home, and they expect quality food served to them. You are a loon, Burr snarled harshly. Leave her alone and face me. Shauna walked into the kitchen in time to see Elune spin around, looking furious as she glared at Burr. Never order me around the way you do your house helpers, the woman hissed. Her attention turned to the doorway, spotting Shauna and Vinladi, her anger increasing. She is expected in the guest quarters by Shal. I'll inform him myself that he may have her now. Elune attempted to storm past Burr. Burr's hand shot out lightning fast, reaching out to grab Elune's arm to stop her. You will not. A mean smile curved the woman's mouth, and her dark eyes narrowed in pure glee. You can't protect your pathetic human. You should have hidden her better when I arrived. I will take great enjoyment watching you suffer, knowing that other males are going to mount your new toy. The woman tried to jerk out of Burr's hold, but he refused to release her arm. Pure rage filled her features. House helper, go inform the guests now that the human is in the kitchen, waiting to be mounted. Go now. The house helper gasped and then ran for the door, terrified by Elune's yelling at her. The frightened house helper nearly slammed into Vinladi, who was in her way, barely missing him, and fled the room. Shauna didn't look away from the couple, glaring at each other. Burr took a deep breath. My toy has issued a challenge, and I have accepted, Burr softly growled. She challenges your place as bound. Elune laughed. Your sense of humor has improved greatly over the years I've been gone, my bound. Burr growled, releasing her arm roughly, stepping back. The challenge is real, unfortunately, and you have left me with no other choice but to accept it. She would rather face you in a fight to the death than be mounted by other males. Burr took another deep breath. If you let her live, I will give you my vow to do whatever you wish. He gritted his teeth. His voice sounded as rough as gravel as it lowered. I will bow to you in front of my warriors, and take that shame if you do not kill her, Elune. Shauna was instantly pissed off, even knowing he was doing it to save her life, but the fact that he had so little faith in her made her mad and it hurt. Don't you dare, she said softly. Burr? He turned his head, his beautiful eyes looking really sad as their gazes locked. She will kill you, my Shauna, and I can't stand to bury you. I would bow to her, set aside my pride to save you from death. You matter more to me than the shame I would feel to show her submission in front of my people. Shaking her head, Shauna moved right up to him, her hand going to his chest, again wishing she could touch his skin instead of the leather shirt of his uniform as she stared up at him. I don't want you to make a deal with her, all right? I'm not as weak as you think I am, and I have anger on my side on this. Haven't you ever heard that the good guys always win in the end? He frowned, his hand curling around her hip as he stared down at her. Is this yet another one of your Earth sayings? Yes. It means I'm going to kick the shit out of that bitch, so stop trying to make deals with the devil. That would be her. It's a bad word. It means she's not a nice person. And I have far too much to gain if I win, so have a little faith in me. Voices interrupted as Shal and about 15 other men crowded into the kitchen. Shauna turned her head to see more Zorn men, some of them Vartas she'd met with Burr, letting her know that all of his guests had come back to Burr's house. One of them, the oldest Zorn she'd ever seen, the one who had arrived with Vinladi and Shal, stepped away from the group to frown at Burr as he crossed his arms over his chest. What is happening here in your home, Hyven Burr? Taking a deep breath, Burr held the gaze of the older man. My human house helper has issued a challenge to Bratha Elune that I have accepted to fight my bound. We are going to go before a judge right now to get permission and find witnesses for them to fight, Vartas Yatko. The old man's gaze jerked to Shauna. Do you understand this law and the rules of a challenge? You are a weaker species, and you will have a very difficult time surviving a fight with a Zorn woman." "I understand," Shauna said softly, staring back at the old man. Vartas Yatgo stared hard at Shauna, studying her for long seconds before his attention returned to Burr. "You know I am a judge in the East Forest. I give permission for the challenge, and the witnesses are here." The old man waved his hand at all the other Zorn men in the kitchen. "There are over 10 of them to witness the fairness of the challenge and verify the winner for the people of Zorn." He paused. "You have a nice garden in the back of your home, with bright lighting, so let the fight be held there." Burr growled, looking anything but pleased. "Now? Here at my home?" The older man gave a sharp nod, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Elune. "It is long past time that someone challenged your bound for that honor." His gaze turned to Shauna. "I hope you know what you are doing, woman from Earth, for I do not wish to see you die today." Elune snarled. "You can't possibly be serious, Vartas Yatgo. She's a human, and I am Bratha Elune, bound to Hyven Burr. I will not be insulted this way by being challenged." The older man snarled, showing teeth, glaring at Elune. "I am a judge, and I have spoken. If you wish to forfeit your place, speak so now to avoid fighting the Earth Woman, and I will decree her winner." "Never!" Elune yelled, her angry dark glare going to Shauna. "To the death, human. I am going to kill you, and I will enjoy Burr grieving over your broken body." Shauna swallowed hard, knowing the woman really wanted her dead. "You can try," she got out. Elune snorted as she spun, storming for another door across the kitchen. "I am hungry." She almost growled the words. "Let us do this now so it ends quickly, and I can enjoy my meal while I watch the great Hyven suffer the loss of one he holds close to him." The hand gripping Shauna's hip tightened, making her look up to gaze into Burr's beautiful eyes. He looked worried, angry, and sad. Shauna patted his chest. "Let's go and get this over with." The men were already following Elune, and a few of the house helpers must have overheard, because Shauna saw some of them rushing after the men from other parts of the house. Burr stared down at Shauna, and then cupped her face with his free hand, staring deeply into her eyes as he almost went nose to nose with her. "Do not die, my Shauna. Fight hard, and expect her to go for your face and eyes." He paused. "She will be fast, so you must be faster. She tends to hit with her right arm, swinging out with it as if it were a club. I taught her to fight when I first bound to her." "Thanks for the warning." Terrified, but knowing there was no other choice, Shauna stepped back, forcing Burr to release her. "Let's go." Burr snarled and spun away, giving her his back when he started to walk, leaving Shauna to follow closely behind him. She experienced a little terror and dread with every step through his big house toward the backyard. She was going to fight the big, mean Zorn woman who had offered Shauna up to a bunch of men as if she were a whore. That thought pissed her right off, and as she kept walking, so did her resolve to kick the shit out of the bitch who took such pleasure at the idea of hurting Burr by using Shauna to do it. Burr was Shauna's man, and the idea of another woman hurting him fueled her from anger to flat-out rage. The garden was beautiful, with an assortment of purple and red flowers. There was a large grassy area that the witnesses encircled, letting Shauna know exactly where the fight would take place. The entire area was well lit by streetlight-sized poles in the backyard. It was bright enough to almost be daylight, so she wouldn't have a problem seeing her opponent. She took deep breaths, mentally trying to prepare herself, as if it were just a typical kickboxing match, just as she'd done many times over the years while training and keeping in shape. Most of her instructors had been men, much larger than she. She purposely trained with men because they were tougher opponents. Her attention focused on Elune, stretching out her large frame on the grass, obviously preparing for the fight, and Shauna swallowed hard. Nope, that woman was bigger than the men Shauna used to spar with. This fight wasn't a game, an exercise, or a training session. This was going to be brutal, and the Zorn woman had stated she wanted to kill Shauna. She shifted her gaze to Burr, who stood apart from the men, about 10 feet from her. He looked back at her, and she saw his hands fisted tightly at his sides. He looked furious again, and worried. So was she, but she wasn't going to admit it. She forced a smile at him. This was insanity, but she wasn't on Earth anymore, and she wasn't about to be whored out to Burr's company. The only way to stop that from happening was to kick Elune's ass and win the right to be bound to Burr. As she stared at him, she let her love for him flood her thoughts. He was worth fighting for, to stay at his side, so she didn't have to be given to Vinladi. A new possibility opened up in her mind. As Burr's bound, she could have children. Biting her lip, she let that concept fill her with mental images. She'd always wanted kids. She knew perfectly well that Burr wanted at least one more baby. And then her focus turned to Elune. There's the bitch who is standing in the way of my happiness. Shauna sucked in air and blew it out, doing a little stretching to limber up in preparation for the fight. She glared at Elune, the woman who wanted her dead, who had given her to 9 men to rape, 14 if she counted the guards the bitch had tossed an invitation to over her shoulder as she'd left the room. Shauna knew one thing for sure. Bitch, you're going down, she whispered, hoping that saying it out loud would help. Vartas Yatgo moved into the center of the grass, regarding each woman for long seconds, and then put his hands together. As judge, there are no rules, but weapons aren't allowed. This is to the death, unless the winner shows mercy. The man gave his full attention to Shauna. You are from Earth, so let me explain a few things to you that you might not know. If the loser is spared, they will be immediately removed from Hyven Burr's home forever. The winner to decide where the loser goes, and there is no debate on where you are sent. Shauna caught that he said you while staring at her. The guy didn't think she could win either. It made her just a little hotter under the collar. These Zorn guys really thought humans were pathetic. If you were to win, then you would go before Hyven immediately after the fight to ask his permission to be bound to him. At that time, he will accept you or deny you. If he denies the request, then you will remain his house helper. Are the rules clear enough for you to understand? Shauna nodded. I understand. Her gaze flew to Burr to see that he was watching her back, still looking angry and worried. She shifted her gaze back to the older Zorn man. Thank you. Vartas Yatgo gave a nod. Let it begin. The fight continues until one remains down, or takes their last breath. He turned then, letting his hands drop to his sides as he moved off the lawn area to the side of it with the other onlookers. Game on, Shauna thought, moving toward the center of the grass as a furious-looking Elune mirrored her from the other side. Shauna forced herself to remain calm, knowing that if she panicked, she couldn't think or react quickly. She needed all her focus on the advancing woman. Putting her arms up so she could block her face faster, Shauna kept her attention glued to Elun's slightest movement. The woman lunged forward suddenly, barreling right at Shauna, a mix between a growl and scream coming from her throat. Shauna reacted instantly, ducking under one of the arms that barely missed her head, bringing her knee up hard as she gripped Elun's side, fisting her shirt to keep hold of the moving target. Pain shot up Shauna's leg and knee as she made brutal contact with the woman's middle. Elun grunted, doubling over, and Shauna didn't hesitate to release her with one arm, lifting it, and slammed her elbow down hard on the back of the other woman's head. She spun then, totally releasing Elun, and got behind her. She didn't think, just let her training take over. Only without the rules of good sportsmanship this time, and kicked the bitch in the ass hard while she was still bent over. Elun went crashing face first into the grass. Shauna froze, staring at the downed Zorn woman. She hoped Elun wouldn't get up. "Finish it," Burr snarled. "Don't let her recover." Hesitating turned out to be a mistake, as Elun snarled, shoved her body up off the ground, and whipped her head in Shauna's direction. The hate-filled glare said it all. Shauna knew she should have followed Burr's advice as the larger woman got to her feet, spitting out grass as she spun around, and lunged at Shauna again. Ducking avoided most of the blow, as the woman threw a punch, but part of her knuckles caught Shauna's shoulder, sending her reeling back, stumbling. She recovered enough to grab the larger woman by the shirt, as Elun threw her arms around her in a bear hug. As Elun jerked Shauna off her feet to probably crush her in the anything-but-loving embrace, Shauna managed to bring her knee up, slamming it hard into the V of the woman's leather pants. A gasp came from the larger woman, a second before she dropped Shauna, stumbling back to fall on her ass. Both of her hands went for her injured sex, cupping it, and Shauna winced. That hurt bad, she knew, because she'd been kneed there once. She reached up to her throbbing shoulder, feeling something wet on the curve of it, and tried to not flinch at the pain that was going from a dull throb to a burning ache. She glanced down and realized that not only had Elun punched her, but she'd torn into her skin with her nails. Blood ran down her arm and over the back of her shoulder. She couldn't tell how bad it was, but her shirt was torn, and there was a lot of blood. "Finish her," Burr roared. Shauna released her injured shoulder, rolling it to make sure it was still working, and felt grateful that although it hurt, she had full motion range still in that arm. Her attention went to the woman sitting on the grass, still cupping her crotch, and decided she didn't want to be hit again. If the woman had punched her full on instead of clipping her, Shauna figured she'd be out of commission. Elun hit the way a prize boxer did, minus the protective gloves. Taking a deep breath, she realized what needed to be done. The old Zorn had said the fight was over once the person was done, and stayed down. Shauna circled Elun, who was still in her own world of hazy pain, and got behind her. Shauna struck fast, figuring the woman would recover in less than a minute. Shauna jumped on Elun's back, wrapping one arm around the woman's throat, her other arm going around her breasts. Shauna wrapped her legs tightly around the woman's waist, riding her back. She took a deep breath as Elun tensed, then tightened her arm to cut off the other woman's air supply. Elun's arm lifted, and Shauna was able to throw her face down against the bigger woman's shoulder, just in time to avoid the frantic punch that was sent her way. The larger woman panicked in seconds. Shauna could feel it in the way the woman started to freak out, her body jerking. "I'm not going to kill you, so stop fighting," Shauna said in the woman's ear. "This is a sleeper hold that will just knock you out." Elun didn't listen. The woman clawed at Shauna's arm, making her flinch as nails dug into her skin on her forearm. When Shauna didn't release her, Alun threw her larger body sideways, taking Shauna down with her. Pain shot up Shauna's leg that ended up under Alun's hip, but she didn't let go. She kept the tight hold around the woman's throat, even as Alun rolled onto her back, nearly crushing Shauna under her. She couldn't breathe, but neither could Alun. She clung to her until the larger Zorn woman stopped struggling, her body going totally lax. Shauna waited long seconds more, her lungs burning for air, until she knew the Zorn wasn't trying to fake her out. Shauna released the other woman's throat and unwrapped her legs from the woman's body, using her legs against the ground to shove at the dead weight of the unconscious woman. As soon as she rolled the heavy body off her chest, Shauna gasped in much-needed air and untangled herself completely to rise to her feet. She bent down, watching the woman's chest closely, to make sure she was still breathing, which she was, before straightening up to stare at Vartas Yatgo. "She's down, and she's not moving. I won, right?" The older man looked shocked. He gave a nod, though. "You won, but I never saw a fight like that before, where one woman strangles another." "It's a wrestling move, and it was effective." Burr started to walk to Shauna, but Vartas Yatgo threw up his hand, halting Burr with the movement without ever taking his attention from Shauna. She frowned as she stared back at the old Zorn man. "You won the challenge in a strange way, but you didn't use weapons, and Alun remains down. Now you may approach Hyven Burr and bow before him to ask if he will bound to you." "Bow down?" Shauna frowned. It is Zorn custom for a woman to go on her hands and knees before a male. Biting back a cuss word, Shauna gave a nod and turned to face Burr. He was frowning deeply as their gazes locked. His attention turned briefly to her injured shoulder and arm, where Alun had clawed her. Shauna started to slowly walk toward him, and resisted taking a look at her injuries herself to see if she was bleeding much. Burr's hands were fisted at his side when she stopped a few feet in front of him to gaze up into his still angry features. Nervousness hit her hard. What if he refuses to bound to me? I'll kill him, without doubt, she thought, as she slowly lowered herself on her hands and knees, never looking away from him. Burr didn't move at all, except for the rise and fall of his chest. Shauna wanted to snort at the irony of this moment. She never thought she'd bow before a man, had told Burr she'd never do it, but here she was doing exactly that. If I didn't love him so much, there's no way I'd do this, she thought. But I do love him. Her eyes locked with his beautiful gaze as he stared back down at her. "I am requesting to be your bound," Shauna said softly. "I don't know the official words, but I accept you as my bound," Burr growled, suddenly moving as he bent to grip her arms to gently help her to her feet. And then he was hugging her to his chest, lifting her completely into his arms. "Someone get a healer now." "She's just unconscious," Shauna muttered into his chest. "I didn't kill her. She's the mother of your children, for God's sake. I wouldn't—" Burr growled. "I want a healer to see to you." Shauna relaxed in his arms, a smile curving her lips. A deep male chuckle sounded behind Burr. Vinladi patted his friend's back. "I am glad she won, my friend. Remember that I protected her until you got home." Burr turned his head, staring at his friend. "My vow to you, the first human stray I come across is yours. I want one like her." Burr turned his head, staring into Shauna's eyes. There is no one as wonderful as my Shauna, but I will do my best to send you one at least worthy of you, my friend." Shauna's heart melted again. Damn, I love my sexy alien. "Burr?" A female growled the words. "Order them to release me so I can kill her." Shauna tensed, turning her head. Elune was awake and being held by two of Burr's guards. The woman looked furious as her dark, angry glare locked with Burr's, totally ignoring Shauna and the other people around them. "You will be sent to Arleon." Burr glared at her. "It is better than you deserve, but you are the mother of my offspring. They will treat you well there." His gaze shifted to Shauna. "It is where unstable women are sent. She will be far from us and will remain there for the rest of her life." "Don't do this, Burr," Elune snarled. "If you choose a human over me, I will make certain that you will suffer greatly. Your sons will pay the highest price if you do this. They will understand what I have done, and if they wish to see you, they may." Burr turned away, carrying Shauna for the house. "Take Elune away now." "Burr," the woman roared, "I'll make you suffer for this." He kept walking. "You already have, by injuring my Shauna. I will never see you again, Elune. You can't harm anyone where you are going." Chapter 14. Shauna smiled at Burr. "I told you that I'm fine." The female Zorn healer, Ahu, nodded at Burr. She'd bandaged the shoulder and the arm scratches, given Shauna something for the pain, and pushed her shirt back down her arm. "The cuts from Elune's nails bled a lot, but your human needs no surgery, and the swelling from the impact of the punch is not much. The bruises will be bad, but nothing is broken." The woman put things back into her bag. "I will leave you now." She nodded, backing away from Burr's bed to leave the room quickly. Staring up at Burr, Shauna slowly sat up, turning on the bed to face him sitting cross-legged. "You can stop scowling now and being pissed off. I won. Elune can no longer hurt either of us, and we're getting bound." She smiled at him. "So do we get a ceremony or what? I don't have to do anything really weird, do I?" "You could have been killed. Elune underestimated you and didn't attack you with force, so you were able to get in some good hits that brought her down. She was toying with you. Do you know how fortunate you were? I told you to take her out when she was down the first time, but you ignored my order and allowed her to get up to hurt your shoulder and arm. If she had hit you harder, gotten the advantage, I would be burying you." He was still really pissed off, and Shauna knew that she'd gotten lucky. She didn't need him to point it out to her, but he was obviously not going to let this go easily. She moved on the bed, getting to her knees. Her gaze locked with his as she reached for her shirt, slowly lifting it over her head. She tossed it to the floor and reached for the waist of her pants. Burr's gaze lowered to her bared breasts. "What are you doing?" "Distracting you." She shifted on the bed, climbing off it to shove down her pants in the process, and kicked them away. Standing totally naked just feet from Burr, she turned, presenting him with her back, and walked to the bed. She put her hands on it, bending over, and spread her feet a good foot apart. She turned her head to look over her shoulder at him. "Is it working?" A soft growl came from Burr, his full attention fixed on her bent ass and exposed pussy. He moved, his hands reaching for his shirt. She watched him tear it open, yanking it down his arms to expose that muscled chest and arms of his. Her appreciative gaze taking in every inch of him he revealed. The guy was just beautiful and perfect. He nearly tore open the front of his pants, freeing his very hard and erect cock. He didn't bother to kick off his boots or remove his pants all the way. He walked the few feet that separated them, his hands reaching for her hips, but he stopped inches from touching her, his hands hovering while their gazes locked together. "You're hurt." "It's no big deal. I hurt for you more." "Get on the bed on your back now, and spread your legs." Shauna rolled on the bed onto her back, and then tried to scoot more center on the mattress, but Burr's large, hot hands suddenly gripped her hips, dragging her ass to the edge of the bed. She stared up at him, surprised, expecting him to get on the bed with her, instead of yanking her body closer to where he stood. He moved suddenly, dropping to his knees as his hands left her hips to grip her thighs, spreading them, exposing her pussy to his view. "There is no ceremony for bounding." Burr leaned forward, turning his head to kiss her inner thigh. He opened his mouth, letting his tongue trace her skin upward, inching for her pussy. "Only a bound woman can take her warrior's seed into her body. You've been mine since the first time I mounted you, my Shauna. Now it is just official." Burr shifted her legs, putting them over his shoulders so her calves ran down his back as he inched closer to her, his mouth so near her clit that she could feel his hot breath. Her heart started to pound, knowing what he was going to do to her, and her body responding full force. "No more fighting for my woman," Burr said softly, his gaze lifting to meet hers. "Vow to me now that I will never have to worry about you getting killed again." "Hey, none of this was my fault. I didn't ask to be attacked by your house helpers, and I didn't ask for a loon to try to use me to get back at you, leaving me no choice but to fight her." "I want your vow for no more fighting." "I can't promise that. What if—" Burr lowered his face. His hands slid on her thighs on the inside, holding her legs wide open as his thumbs spread her labia. His mouth lowered, opening, and then he was licking at her clit. Pleasure hit Shauna instantly at the wonderful sensation of his thick, wet tongue lapping at her sensitive nub. Her fingers fisted the bedding. "That feels so good. If you think you can seduce me into promising you—" A moan tore from her, cutting off her words, as Burr pushed his thumb into her pussy, his lips closing over her clit, sucking on her while his strong tongue slid back and forth across the sensitive flesh trapped in his mouth. "Oh, God." Burr growled, his mouth vibrating against her clit. Shauna tensed, arching her back, and moaned louder. Her fingers clawed at the bedding, fisting it, releasing it, and then dug in again. The man was amazing with that mouth, and his thumb was inside her, rubbing right against her G-spot. Pleasure washed through her, making it nearly impossible for her to think. She bucked her hips, wiggling them in tune to his moving thumb, moaning louder. "I'm not going to last," she panted. "You're too fucking good at this." He growled louder, vibrating harder, his tongue gliding up and down on the magic spot on her swelling clit, ecstasy flooding her, until she wasn't sure she could take it. The pleasure turned to near pain, the sensations that raw and strong, but Burr held her in place with his strong hands, ignoring the pressure against the side of his head as she tried to close her thighs to make him release her. "Burr, I can't take it," she moaned, wiggling against the comforter, not even caring that her injured shoulder rubbed on the bed. "Oh, fuck." The climax was brutal in intensity when it rushed through her. Her inner vaginal muscle started to spasm around his still-moving thumb. her release flooding her pussy with warm wetness, a cry tearing from her lips. Burr released her clit with his mouth, lifting his head. Shauna forced her eyes to open when, long seconds later, she recovered enough to realize Burr was still gripping her, his thumb still inside her, but he had gone totally still. She met his gaze, staring at him while he stared back. "Give me your vow, my Shauna. If you do not, I will keep doing this until you beg me to stop. I will tie you to my bed if that is what it takes, tying your legs open so you can't stop me until you will swear to do anything I want." Arching an eyebrow, Shauna couldn't hold back the laugh. "Is that supposed to be a threat? Honey, I'm not Zorn. I love multiple orgasms. If you want to make me come half a dozen times, that is something I'd want to provoke you into doing." She grinned at him. "Tie me up and lick me to death. Go ahead." Burr's beautiful eyes narrowed, obviously not amused at her taunt. "You say that now, but imagine how sensitive you would be. Imagine how hard I'd come and how often." She winked at him, knowing she was baiting him, but damn did he turn her on. She wouldn't mind Burr licking her within an inch of her life. "You suck, literally, at threats, but in the best way." Amusement softened his eyes, and his lips curved just a little upward. "I am being serious, my Shauna." "Me too." She winked at him. A chuckle escaped him as he rose up slowly, his thick, aroused cock jutting straight out. Her gaze lowered to stare at that part of his anatomy. She licked her lips, sitting up, and put her hands on his lower stomach, pushing him back just a bit. He took a step back, almost tripping on his pants around his ankles where his boots held them trapped. Shauna rubbed his skin, enjoying the feel of soft flesh with tight muscles underneath. One hand lowered to cup his heavy balls. She loved their satiny texture and the weight of them. Her other hand brushed the underside of his cock, rubbing the wonderful mixture of the softness of skin over a stretched, tight, amazingly stiff Burr. Similar to the man himself in personality, his sex drew her full attention and admiration for how soft and yet hard he could be at the same time. A soft growl came from Burr. "Your hands feel so good, and I love when you touch me." Licking her lips, Shauna wet them and then lowered her head, adjusting him in her hand to level up with her mouth. Her tongue found that wonderfully unique Zorn hard patch on the crown of his cock, her tongue darting out to lick it. The pre-cum that beaded it tasted of a sweet, sugary syrup. She loved the taste of him. Her tongue swirled around the thick tip a few times before she took all of it into her mouth. He purred for her, his fingers brushing her neck as he held very still while she worked him deeper into her mouth. One of his hands slid down her throat to the curve of her uninjured shoulder, and then delved lower to her breast, cupping the entire mound in his hot palm. The rougher textures on his skin rubbed across her nipple, hardening it instantly. Shauna moaned around him in her mouth. "My Shauna," Burr growled. She understood his tone and the way he said her name, knowing that he was enjoying what she was doing to him as she sucked and licked at him, withdrawing until he almost left her mouth and then moving her head, taking him deeper inside with each movement. She tilted her head, turning her mouth on him, and then straightened as she started a slow rhythm of fucking him with her mouth. His breathing increased in speed and in volume with each stroke until he slowly moved his hips, working with her, but careful to not press too deeply inside. There was no way she'd ever take all of Burr's cock into her mouth. He'd choke her for sure with his generous size. "Shauna," he growled. "Stop, or I will lose my seed in your mouth." Shauna moaned, her hand leaving his balls to wrap around his hip her hand cupping his ass to hold him in place as she moved faster on him, the sweet taste of him getting stronger as more pre-cum started to spill from the tip of his cock onto her tongue, a sure sign that he was close to losing it. The hand on her breast tightened and his body went rigid, the muscles of his ass flexing hard seconds before Burr started to come. He roared out loudly, his body shaking while Shauna swallowed every burst of his release. The taste of him turned from a sugary syrup to something even better, more of a maple flavor, a little richer, a little less sweet, but delicious all the same. She milked him with her mouth, taking every drop, until Burr forced her to let him go by pulling away. Licking her lips, Shauna lifted her gaze to stare up at his face. Burr's head was thrown back, his breathing a little harsh with his full mouth slightly parted, enough to show his sharp white teeth. He looked so incredibly sexy to her, her own Zorn warrior with his big, muscular body and flushed features from what she'd just done to him. The taste of him fascinated her. "I'm going to figure out how to make pancakes here and bring them to bed with you every morning," Shauna said softly. "You're my breakfast of choice." Burr lowered his head, his beautiful eyes opening, and the look in them stunned her. No man had ever gazed at her with such love and with an emotion she couldn't quite name. It was intense, though, and made her feel as if she were everything to him. Maybe adoration? Maybe even worship. Those two words associated with his look stunned her. Burr shifted his legs, kicking off his boots and wrangling out of his pants, his gaze never leaving hers. "You are my bound, my Shauna. My life is your life is my life, and I will never give you up, not in life and not even in death." "Are those customary bound words we share? Do I say that back to you?" He shook his head, his hands reaching for her as he drew her up off the bed to stand in front of him. They stared at each other. "No, nothing between us is customary. I am just stating the truth to you. You are mine and I am yours, and not even death will separate us." He paused. "Even then I will not let you go. If you die before I do, I will follow you to the land of the moons. And if I die before you do, then I will be waiting where you cross over into the land of the moons, to hold you again in my arms." Tears pricked her eyes that she tried to blink back. "That's so beautiful to say. I love you too, Burr. I love you so much." He reached around her, wrapping his solid arms around her waist, and lifted her until they were face level. Shauna wrapped her arms and legs around him, staring into his eyes and loving the feeling of his strength and his hot skin pressed tightly against her own. His large, strong body held her easily, making her feel safe and sexy. His beautiful gaze softened even more, showing her right into his soul to see clearly that her words meant everything to him. "I am taking you to medical in the morning, and we are going to have Ahu remove your earth device that keeps you from taking my seed to root. I want to make you mine in every way, my Shauna. I want to see both of us together, reflected in the sons and daughters that we may have if we are blessed." Nodding, Shauna blinked back more tears of relief and joy. Part of her had been afraid Burr wouldn't want kids with her, since she knew he was concerned about how strong his grandchildren would be, having mixed races between Zorn and human. She'd known for sure that he did want more kids after seeing him with his grandchild, but until he said the words, she hadn't even really let herself hope any of his potential future kids would be hers as well. "I'd love to have babies with you." He grinned widely at her, his expression lighting up. "I never thought I'd know true happiness, but you give me this. You have my words of love, and I vow to always make your happiness my priority." Her arms wrapped tighter around his neck, drawing her mouth closer to his. "Do you want to know what would make me super happy right now?" "I will do anything. Give you whatever you wish for to make you happy. That is my vow." Grinning, Shauna tilted her head, letting her cheek rub against his as she moved her lips to his ear, taking a few seconds to open her mouth and trace the curve of his earlobe with the tip of her tongue before she whispered, "I absolutely refuse to promise to not get into more fights. As a matter of fact, I think I might start picking fights with Zorn women unless you make me swear otherwise." The body holding hers tensed hard, man seeming to turn to steel for a few seconds until his body relaxed. A soft growl came from his throat, his chest vibrating against hers as he moved his head, taking his ear away from her mouth so he could look at her. His eyelids were narrowed. "Is that so, my Shauna?" His voice was a rough, almost growl tone. She nodded, grinning. "That's how it is." His gorgeous eyes sparkled with amusement, even as his mouth turned down into a frown. "Then I will have to tie you to the bed and force the promise from you." She had to fight the laughter back. He was playing with her, and she loved it that he had such a great sense of humor. "Or you could let me tie you to the bed and I could change your mind. I could convince you to let me be a human fighter on Zorn. You could put me in a cage with other women, promote it as a big event so men would come from all over the planet to see a human woman and a Zorn one fight it out," she teased. His eyes narrowed even more as he took a step, and then another, stopping when his thighs touched the edge of the bed. "You will be too busy, my Shauna." "Really? You have 6 house helpers who clean the house and do all the cooking. All I have to do is take care of you." He nodded. "As I said, you will be too busy and too worn out to want to fight with other women." He softly growled at her. "I could keep you tied to the bed and too tired to even consider leaving my house." She couldn't hold it back anymore, laughing out loud. "Is that supposed to be a threat? Again, not a good one, because you keeping me in your bed sounds like a reward." He chuckled. "It's not a threat, my Shauna. It is a vow." He bent, lowering Shauna on her back to the bed slowly, his big body caging her where she rested. With the shift of his hips, his rigid cock pressed against her wet pussy, and with just a nudge, he started to stretch her as he pressed forward, entering her slowly. A moan tore from Shauna, her nails digging into his skin on his broad shoulders. Their gazes locked, Burr's long hair flowing around them the way a curtain would, and it made the moment more intense, more intimate, as he slowly worked his thick cock deep inside her pussy. Her body stretched to take him, pleasure searing through her, until he was buried in her completely, his body stopping there, frozen over hers, their gazes holding each other the way their bodies were. "My Shauna?" The sexy gruff tone turned her on more. "Yes, my Burr?" "Promise me you won't fight, or I won't keep you in my bed." She laughed. "Are you threatening to withhold sex from me? Now that's a powerful and effective threat." He slowly withdrew from her body, almost totally leaving her. In response, Shauna clawed at his skin, wrapping her legs tighter around his waist, trying to stop him. He chuckled and then pushed into her, a moan coming from both of them at the wonderful feeling of his cock sliding into her deep again until he froze. "You win. Fuck me, Burr. Move. It feels so good. I give my word, no more fighting unless it's just with you." He chuckled, starting to move on Shauna in powerful thrusts as he rocked his hips, his body pinning her on the bed, so all she could do was feel. Holding onto his shoulders, Shauna moaned his name, her body experiencing total bliss with his. She was close to coming when he stopped. Frustration welled up in her as she stared into his amused eyes. "Don't stop." A smile curved his mouth. "So, you agreed to go to medical tomorrow and have your device removed?" "Yes, I said that. Now move." He chuckled. "Do you vow to stay with me forever?" "Yes." "Please, Burr?" She wiggled her hips, softly moaning, her body aching for release. "Tell me that you love me again. I want to hear you say it." Shauna released his shoulders to cup his face. Her mouth lifted to his, their lips brushing together. Burr softly growled at her, deepening the kiss. Shauna gave him all of her passion and frustration in that kiss, until she jerked her mouth away as he started to move again in deep, driving thrusts, hitting her G-spot just right, sending pure ecstasy through her. "Burr!" She screamed out his name as she came, her fingers sliding into his hair, gripping the back of his head for something to hang on to. He jerked almost violently on her, his cock seeming to swell larger inside her as he started to come, flooding her deeply with his hot release. He snarled her name into her neck, where he buried his face. He kept moving, drawing out their pleasure for long minutes until his body went lax over hers. Burr gripped her, lifting her a little, and flung himself on the bed on his back, their bodies still locked together, so Shauna ended up on top of him, straddling his hips, her cheek on his chest, listening to his pounding heart. "I love you, Burr," she smiled, "and there is so much of you to love." Chuckling, Burr ran his hands down her back to her ass. "I love you as well, my Shauna, and I vow to, always." Lifting her head, Shauna stared into his beautiful blue eyes. She'd thought being kidnapped from Earth was the end of her life, but instead, it was just the beginning of a new one, a better one, and she wouldn't change it for anything. She'd found the love of her life on a red planet. Smiling, she chuckled. "And I know the great Hyven Burr always keeps his vow." This has been an Audible Inc. production of Burr's Vow. Written by Loran Donor. Narrated by Simone Lewis. Executive Producer, Susie Bright. Producer, Mike Charzik. Copyright 2010 by Loran Donor. Production copyright 2013 by Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.